there it is, a beautiful double kill. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taking control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Morrow. This is a... Wow, look at this! In 3 hits! 40, 30, 30!
Yo, welcome to the Method Mayhem tournament. This is the NA West bracket, and I'm listening to myself on stream right now. Let me just pause myself, apologies. So today we have a lot of competition up for grabs once again. $1,500 on the line today, and a chance for our contestants to go into the grand finals, to the World Championships in 2 weeks' time now, with an extra prize money available for $3,000 on that day. Are you excited, West Ham, company today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think today is just going to be another addition to what we've seen in the past. I think there's going to be a lot of great players participating today, and I do have my hopes up for what we are going to see. I will say I don't recognize a lot of names in this bracket compared to the ones I've seen before, but hopefully we'll still have a good tournament nonetheless. So I can't really predict on what we're going to see. So we're going to go into a lot of these fights blind, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens. Anyone we're looking forward to seeing today in specific? Any names that we should be looking out for, West Ham?
Well, obviously we have 1013 being the winner of numerous previous tourneys. Apart from that, though, there isn't really that many names. I know Grizz is a very good player coming from the team Solitag as well. We have Abyss in this tournament, Apache, who I'm not sure if that is AH64 Apache. If that is a, I do believe a DMM winner, or at least a DMM second place. Come in second place during one of the first DMMs, actually. And we also have Sanctified, Pig Money, Eve Meister. And I do believe that is almost all the names I recognized in this bracket.
Oh, wonderful. Well, the event format today, for those that aren't aware, is the double elimination bracket. So basically you have to lose 2 series to be knocked out. There'll be the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket. If you manage to go all the way through to the loser's bracket, you get a spot in the finals, and you're still in the tournament. It's really interesting, actually, because obviously this game is RNG based. So of course, if you do get a little bit unlucky with the hitting the numbers, then you can still come back and win it, and we will see some really exciting gameplay at hand as a result. Of course, like I said before, there is a total of $1,500 prize pool today. First place being $1,000, second place $350, and third place $150. And as I said before, the top 8 players will be invited to participate in the Method Mayhem World Championship in 2 weeks' time, which is sick. It's going to be a best of 3 all the way through to the finals, and then in the finals matchup, we'll have a best of 7 with the person coming from the winner's bracket starting at a 1-0 lead in a first to 4 against the person that comes through from the loser's bracket. I think that's pretty much the rundown of today. Twitch chat, who are you excited to see out of the names that West Ham called out? Who are we looking for in terms of potential winners and such? I think, personally, you mentioned a few names there. I want to see Pig Money go far. He's a member of Blazers as well. He's a real nice guy, got a beautiful singing voice as well, and a very charming man. Who's your favourite today, West Ham, out of all those participants that you mentioned?
I mean, out of the favorite, like, personality-wise, I think I would have to go to Eve Meister. It'd be sick to see him go far. Arguably, I'm not sure if he will. He doesn't exactly have the biggest track record of being like an insane in nature or anything like that. We do actually have Sanctified in this tourney, though, who performed, I'm pretty sure, really well last time on the Jagex 1v1s. But I do think we will see Apache, Grizz, and 1013 definitely at least go far, along with Sanctified in the top bracket. I have seen KempQ perform really well in previous tournaments. Not exactly sure if he's got what it takes, though, but I guess we will see.
Mate, Evie Meister is one of the most wonderful, lovely people around. He's been around the community for a long time now. Equally, I'm not too sure on his NH capabilities, but if we see him win a few fights, I'll personally be rooting for him as well. He says, "Set 10 zifters if I lose my first fight." Pause, champ. Let's go, baby. It's a win-win in our books then. Well, the matchup's about to start momentarily. The first fight we've got today, West Ham. Who are we watching first off?
So I do believe we are going to be watching KempQ versus Packet Loss, or Call Me Joe, who I'm not entirely sure who that is. He does kind of have the name of someone that does PK though. So
Well, Packet Loss.
Yeah, I wouldn't take him for a complete random if I'm honest, but we will see. I do think KempQ has practiced. I remember seeing him in the DMM tournament, the charity one actually, and he performed really well. He went around killing people. I don't think he died for max at any point actually. He even killed, I do believe, frontline member Mirage at one point.
Yeah, at Barrows, he like turned around, smacked with the G-Maul, hit like 30 and caught the guy.
Yeah, exactly.
It was sick. Martin's a good friend of mine as well, known him for many, many years. He's actually playing on my main account today, doesn't have his own. So that'll be Soz. It's not me participating whilst I'm casting, in case anyone gets that idea. Martin's definitely someone that has played loads of LMS in the past as well, and Hing, and like you said, DMM, etc. So they should be a really, really exciting matchup. I really think Martin definitely can win this one and go through. But I guess the first fight is underway immediately. West Ham, do you want to take the beginning of it?
Yeah, so going into the first fight here, it looks like Packet Loss is going for the freeze straight away, but so is Martin. Both of them opting for that freeze, but Packet Loss going for that bolt, whilst KempQ has whipped him on his robes, only for 8 damage though, so still not a lot. KempQ getting a 30 opal bolt though for what looks to be off prey right there. Still opting for those barrages. I do believe KempQ is flicking his tank well.
Now, unfortunately,
does he not?
No,
I mean, it is your account, so does he not have Legends Quest?
I'm not much of a quester, mate, so I don't have the Dragon shield, unfortunately. So he's at a bit of a disadvantage with the Rune Kite. It's not that terrible, but yeah. Oh my god, a 41 whip from Martin.
Getting some really good damage, and a 24 straight after through the prayer as well into that bolt on rope. Still not hitting a lot though. Packet Loss getting a little bit of damage there to bring him back. He does have the DD momentum right now though. So maybe he can utilize that to get his damage back. But as I say that, he does trade a 0 for a 20. Not really getting any free hits here. Almost gets KO'd by that claw. Only taking 41 damage there, but definitely a chance for sure for KempQ. And KempQ going for another one for a 50 right there.
Man, what a demon. That was a great play with the second claw spec as well, using up all his special attack off the bat, so it will recharge over time as well. Martin right now looking really, really strong. Packet Loss not being able to take out a spec just yet. So Martin's got to be, aware of that. Those specs right there are both off prayer, both hitting like 50, 60 damage each time, but gets one back again. Packet Loss only hits like a 30 or so through prayer. Great prey melee from Soz there. Trying to get the DD freeze, but Packet Loss is unfrozen. Gets a bolt on the right. Prayer 36, claw spec 0 again. So both his claw specs haven't done that much damage, but the other DPS has been reasonable. I'd still like to say that Martin's probably up a little bit of hit points right now.
Yeah, I mean, KempQ is definitely up. I'd say KempQ is up anywhere between 150 to 200 HP right now. I think if Packet Loss wants to bring this back, he does need a very big wave of momentum here. And it doesn't really look like he's going to get any of that anytime soon. KempQ is just still doing loads and damage. Kind of is opting for those barrages, and I mean, it seems to be working out for him.
I was going to say that as well. He's very barrage magic heavy, which obviously isn't the best DPS in the triangle, but his opponent's kind of jumping onto that. The whip and the barrage is a really interesting one as well. He's not using his range really at all to try and throw his opponent off guard. He's getting a lot of whip hits off prayer. Unfortunately, a lot of them weren't actually hitting much damage, but the DD mechanics right now coming in clutch for Martin, who's getting a 32 barrage as well. A whip hit 29. Oh my god.
He does do that Mystic Top, Varrock Skirt, and D-Square Shield barrage, and it seems to have worked out this time. But right now, Packet Loss sitting on about 20 HP.
Oh my god.
Gets KO'd by that barrage. No, okay, wait, Packet Loss still alive. But it does look like it's over for Packet Loss, yeah. Packet Loss probably being down 300 to 400 HP at this point. He does go down to that bolt. That seems to be a landslide win for KempQ right there.
Yeah, really strong one for him indeed. At the end of the fight, as you see, again, just switching between both mostly the whip and the mage. I'd say the whip's probably the best DPS in these fights. If you can catch your opponent in robes or in in mage defensive gear, and Martin got that off quite a lot right there. And yeah, just like you said before, we have a landslide victory for Martin. Definitely going to boost his confidence up, winning that first fight. I'm not really surprised, to be honest. You know, a lot of people underestimate Martin, both in, you know, the high risk scene as well, being an edge style PKer, and in LMS and this kind of situational tournament as well. Yeah, really proud of my boy. That's a 1-0 lead in a best of 3 first round. What a way to start the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, okay, looking at that tracker.
Oh wow.
It seems like Martin got... Honestly, I was about to say that they didn't really get a lot of free hits on each other. It does really look like Martin had a significant wave of momentum, though, which might be the free hits. It didn't really seem like the DDs were doing much. But Martin, having 13 free hits on packet loss with 18 extra prayer percentage, he dealt way above his actual deserved damage, though, which, yet again... usually you would have to get some really lucky RNG to get more, less deserved than your actual dealt damage. Even looking at that freeze RNG, we have 111%, sorry, to packet loss of 61%.
Yeah, the free hits really came in strong there for Martin. But even regardless of the free hits, I think he was really dominating his opponent there. But yeah, they get the 13 extra free hits, like almost 30% or whatever extra free hits from his opponent. That's huge. A staff bash 22 to start the next fight. Oh my gosh, what a hit. And straight away, packet loss getting the DD and getting a free hit potentially. No, not getting a free hit. Now Martin's got to play very defensively, try and catch this freeze, of course, because having the DD benefit is just, it's huge in these fights, isn't it, West Ham?
Yeah, I will say packet loss doesn't seem to have the speediest switches, though. He's kind of two-ticking a lot of those freeways. He's not really using his shield all that much. He seems to be camping the M-Buck a decent bit. And I think that will kind of come to bite him in the arse in this fight. It does seem like Martin is doing the better footwork. He's not really getting any free hits, though. Not entirely sure how he took that whip hit, considering he did a sidestep. Might have been a misclick right there. Martin getting frozen, though. Packet loss having the DD momentum now. He might be able to bring it back, but yeah, again, I would say that KempQ is definitely on the upside here. He is taking a few hits on robes here and there, but in terms of play, it does seem that he is the more skilled player for sure.
Yeah, I think Packet is getting caught in robes quite a bit right now, and it's really helping Martin a lot. That's a nice little switch, although Packet will get his pro up. Oh, managed to retaliate with a 34 claw spec through prayer. Second one coming in. Oh, Martin just about gets away there. Clutch little escape. Again, Martin's not really changed up his strategy. He's mostly using the barrage and the melee once again, and Packet is praying mage quite a lot, so it might not go as well as last time for Martin, although saying that, I would think that he's up quite a bit of hit points right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, is you have to change up your playstyle a little bit between these fights, because after the first fight, your opponent will know what you're doing, and unless you're going to switch something up by then, they could just take what you did the first fight and try protect themselves from that as good as possible. And right now, it seems like Packet Loss is doing that. As I say that, though, he does get called off prey for about a 60 or 70 there. Not entirely sure. Gets a 31 whip straight after. I do believe Martin still has a spec.
Yeah, I think he has one special attack as well. Packet Loss using both of his out. And last fight, it was such a quick one that we didn't actually see both players regaining their third special attack. And I'd say that in this situation, the same might happen again. Again, Martin getting 2 free hits off there by getting that freeze, and Packet Loss struggling to get the right gear on at the right time. Being caught in his robes quite a bit right now is a huge negative for him. But catching that freeze was huge. Getting a hit off prayer as well, only hitting a 0, unfortunately. And second he's unfrozen, he's going to try and switch up this fight and try and gain momentum back again, because right now Martin's been kind of all over him.
Yeah, I think he needs a decent bit of RNG. I wouldn't say that he's down as much as last time, though. It seems like the fight is a bit more even this fight. I wouldn't be too surprised if he's able to come back here. I think he just needs a decent bit of RNG. Right now, though, I do think KempQ still has a spec. I haven't seen him use both, but maybe I'm just forgetting. But Packet Loss should be getting his third spec sometime soon here. And if he can catch this freeze, I do believe he's about to get bolted on robes. He does get bolted on robes off prey, gets it at 0, so that's very lucky. Right now, KempQ having the freeze advantage, not really getting too many free hits. Seems like they're both kind of just trading 1-for-1s. Not dealing too much damage. Both of them just kind of chirping away at their HP right now.
Yeah, you got a little bit unlucky there. He had a lot of hits on the robes, the whip, or even the wrong prey. You still expect, like, occasionally to hit some 20s and such, but right now, just like you said before, 0 for 0, back and forth. That's the way RNG is sometimes, and that's why we have the losers bracket into a 29 whip. Martin potentially going to gain some momentum here, but getting claw spec to 48 right there from Packet Loss. That brings him to fight just a little bit, but the question is it going to be enough? Next freeze is going to be imperative to seeing which direction this fight goes in and who's going to be able to take the lead. Martin getting a hit on robes, big one. Claw spec coming in, only a 1.
50 HP there on the robes. I mean, it does seem like Pakilos is very close to out of food here, but both of them are taking a lot of hits on robes, and I do believe that is the difference between a decent or above average in nature versus someone that's really at the top level. You see both of these players taking a fair amount of hits off prey and on robes, and it really seems like they're making a lot more mistakes than what someone at the top level would. So when we move on over to maybe 10-13 or something like that, I don't think we're going to see as much of that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Although saying that, Martin's doing pretty good with his four-way one-ticks occasionally. He's getting the barrage off from going from a whip, which is pretty nice to see. But I think as the tournament goes on, we're going to see some absolute demons doing those switches and faking back and forth constantly. It's quite the sight to see. Martin right now getting the DD advantage once again, although getting frozen in his place, as I said that. Currently, I'd say that it's pretty much almost over. Pakilos not eating on about 30-40 hit points right now, so I assume he's out of food. Although Martin can't be that much behind, but being on 5 hit points right now is going to take a lot to come back. 32 claw spec on the prey melee, trying to get that redemption up last second. Gets a staff bash in a panic. Martin in his robe top as well also seems to be panicking a little bit, trying to get that last hit off. Did he manage to get it? He's trying to catch the freeze right now.
I think he's disappeared off screen right now, but he still seems to be in the fight. Packet loss maybe go down there. Okay, yeah, packet loss has gone down there. Unfortunately, he ran off screen for a little bit, so we couldn't exactly see the hit, but nonetheless, he was only sitting on about 10 HP. KemQ being up a massive amount of damage there. I'm not surprised to see him go through. But that's a sweep for KemQ for sure. He definitely played very well in that. I'm not surprised that he won. He definitely did better. Packet loss being a bit on the slower side by the looks of things. Not really getting those one-ticks in, unfortunately for him. I'm not surprised to see KemQ won that. He seems to have done a lot better. Looking at the tracker, KemQ with 62 prayers to packet loss 35%. With KemQ having 5 extra hits. This time it being a lot more even fight though. Despite KemQ being up a significant amount on tracker, they still seem to have dealt somewhat similar damage. KemQ being up about 150 there. Rightfully so, he should be up. But Packet loss definitely giving him a run for his money this time.
When you look at the deserved damage as well, like there was a period of that fight when it was just constant zeros being traded over and over again. The 835 expected damage to 583 actual damage. Based on the first fight there, we were pretty, soundly thought that Martin was going to probably take that fight. And he did 2-0 win, definitely going to push up his confidence. He's moving on to the second round. And deservedly so. Who have we got in the next bracket as well? Who are we watching next?
So...
looks like Scumbags maybe didn't appear.
Yeah, it seems like we have a no-show right there. Probably, yeah, it looks like Scumbags has not appeared today, but I do believe we are gonna see KemQ versus Condadon then?
Oh, I believe we might be skipping that fight actually. That's why we're not watching all of the battles potentially as well. So our next fight is going to be Series 3, like you said. It's going to be Galak versus LK. Do you know this guy LK? I know Galak. Galak is a part of Blazers. He's been around for many years, and he's a well-known hybrid as well in the scene. Oh,
I didn't actually see that he was in this bracket, but Galak, honestly, having a bit of a reputation as not exactly the best brig, but I think he's one of those people that people have such low expectations that like he really overperforms and kind of blows everyone's expectations. I've seen him do really well in previous tournaments and stuff like that, so I think he'll do better.
I'll interrupt you now. Unfortunately, there has actually been a no-show in Galak's fight. I'm not too sure who it was that didn't show, but looks like we're going to move on to match 4, actually, which is going to be Sanctified OS... Apologies for that, I should have stopped you soon, I just got told. Sanctified OSRS, or 44 Bot. I'm not too sure who that is. And then we have 7.62, known as Zeman Time, which is pretty exciting as well. Do you know these guys?
I do know Sanctified. I'm not exactly sure about 7.
Oh, is that Sanctified from Blazers as well? Or?
That is Sanctified from Blazers and Fruitcakes and Kanini.
Oh god, well he's
representing a lot.
Oh nice.
God.
Oh, your webcam's doing backflips right now on my screen at least, and so's mine. I'm glad you brought the webcam back. Actually, I don't know why you don't use it more often. You had a haircut lately as well. You're looking good today, man. Well, from what I can see through the pixelated little transition here.
And this is why I stick to pictures.
Right. Well, we have our next match starting in about 2 minutes or so time. Other things to look out for in these fights, West Ham, as a hybrid yourself. Known in the community as winning the EU previous tournament that that Jagex put on last year. What do you think the most important strategies these guys have to look out for, and what do you think is going to really make or break these fights for these players?
I think being unique is a very good, it will give you a few bonus points in these types of tournaments. If you have a unique playstyle, you can maybe catch some people off guard. Most people kind of have the exact same playstyle in these tournaments, so when you have someone that's maybe utilizing their movement more than their DDs and stuff like that, that could make a really big change. We've seen Saladin have some really nice footwork in his fights and be able to kind of outsmart his opponents. But going into the first fight, it looks like we have two max cape gamers right here. Both of them being maxed combat stats and skill stats. Sanctified, though, taking a 28 bolt straight off the bat. Both of them kind of just splashing right now, not dealing a lot of damage here. Both of them catching the freeze.
Off the bat, he was stuck in his robes, didn't have his prayer up either, and he got hit. Yeah, 20-something Opal Bolt spec to open the fight, which isn't the way you want to start these things. But nonetheless, I'm sure he can come back potentially. If anyone can do it, I'm sure he can. Got a 30 bolt swell coming from Zeman though, and to be honest, right now, Zeman really is taking the lead, and he's, just doing absolute work right now. 19 on the prayer, but still on the robes, so that's why he got the big whip hit off. Both players just in a bit of a hybrid fight right now, and Zeman just not taking any damage right now. Sanctified is really losing a lot of momentum here, getting hit. Constant bolts now being DD'd upon as well.
Looks like he's going to get a second hit on ropes, though. Kind of waiting for Sanctified to make his move, but he does go for that barrage. I was kind of hoping Sanctified would go for another bolt there. It seemed like he was going to be able to get 2 bolts off prey and on robes. Right now, Zeman taking a little bit of damage. It is kind of laggy, so we can't fully see. Sanctified taking a 44 bolt there. Clawing on full HP on prey there. Going for the second claw off prey. Actually hitting a 41 that time. Gets bolt chance as well. Yeah, gets bolt chance by the looks of things. Right now, Sanctified still being down, I'd say. But it still looks like Zeman is making a decent amount of mistakes. Kind of sitting in his robes a little bit too much. As I say that, though, Sanctified does take a bolt on ropes there. Luckily for him, only for a 0. He should be able to get the DD momentum right here.
Yeah, I imagine so. 44 bolt going to go in for it here. Here we go. Gets the DD, gets a free hit. 42 bolt on the tank on the right prayer, though. Another bolt to match. No, and 0 afterwards. 44 is not giving up right now. And he's actually got a few free hits and a few big damage splats in a row. So, although saying that, Zeman might get the freeze here. He's going to go for the DD potentially, but gets frozen in his tracks with the mage defense armor on as well, which is quite unfortunate for him, but lucky for 44 bolt. Sanctified right now, 44 bot. Trying his best to stay in this fight. I believe both players have 1 spec left remaining.
Sanctified has dumped both of his specs. So I do believe Zeman has at least one.
Oh, and he's going for it now. He tried to get him on the backbone, and then as he ran in for the spec, but he didn't manage to get it. Oh, there's a spec, and it's only a 32, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, couldn't exactly tell if that was on or off prey. It seems like Sanctified might have gotten it on the last tick there.
Yeah.
Right now, though, it does look like Sanctified is coming back, but he is taking a decent bit of damage here. Zeman going for his 3rd claw spec, I believe. Yep. Right now, Sanctified catching the freeze on him. Still, Zeman risking a lot of HP by the looks of things. He's sitting fairly low throughout the fight, and Sanctified is camping that full green bar, not really letting his HP bar touch any red right now.
Yeah, and Sanctified's mage RNG is just mad, and then a 30 bolt to match as well. He's definitely coming out to this fight after a bit of a sloppy start, and a bolt on robes as well, but getting caught in his tracks once again by Zeman. It's just so back and forth at the moment. Although saying that, 44 bolt is kind of matching. Oh, it's a big ball hit.
Does 37. Get a 37 though. Yeah, very big hit right there. Zeman right now having the upper hand, getting some free hits here. I do believe Sanctified standing in his robes. No, Sanctified goes for a bolt there, hits a 20 through the robes.
It looks like Zeman might be almost out of food, sitting on around 40-50 HP at the moment, while 44 bot Sanctified still on full green bar once again. He still has a claw spec as well, I do believe, but can't seem to get close enough and unfrozen to be able to use it. Nope, Zeman is still eating, but they must be both almost out of food right now. It's really, really neck and neck, very close, both under about 80 HP. Oh, no. Just once again, green bar for 44 ball. Let's be fair, when you're frozen away like that, it's the best time to eat up, isn't it? Because you're not
exactly. Like you can sit whatever HP as long as it is above 53 right there. You don't really have to worry about getting KO'd. Even sitting lower than that, you can sit about 45 HP and not really have to worry if you play with sounds on. Right now, though, Sanctified looking like he's out of food. He's not eating anymore. Not really.
I think both players are actually.
Yeah, both of them sitting about 20 to 30 HP right now. Seems like Zeman does have the advantage with the DD, though. He has drank a few potions there, so not entirely sure. If
Oh,
he really
what a nice
is out of
move
food.
from... Oh my god, Zeman Time's move at the end there, the whip into the barrage KO, that was beautifully done, the one tick as well. And I think right at the end of those fights, when it gets down to the wire, when both players are out of food, it really comes down to the experience and the nerves, the confidence that you've got to really remain calm and situated and not give up, because we know anything can happen in these tournaments. Sometimes the redemption goes off 4 or 5 times in a row, which makes for incredible scenes, of course. But Zeman Time taking the first fight beautifully. Very close, though. That's a 1-0 lead for him, and this best of 3. Round 1, but 4th match of the tournament today.
Yeah, looking at the tracker between that fight, we have Zeman Time with 71 hits to Sanctified 65, so he's gained 6 free hits there, with Zeman Time having 58% praise correct to Sanctified's 55%. Deserved damage being really equal though, and I do believe that is down to getting hit on robes, honestly. It looked like Zeman Time got hit on robes a decent bit more than what Sanctified did, so maybe they have a different style of play. Sanctified kind of going for those robe hits, but getting more praise wrong and losing a few free hits right there. Still though, really even a fight between the two, and I think it's going to be like a bit like a 50-50 between them on the next fight, unless they're going to change their playstyle. Yeah,
no, I completely agree with that. I think off the bat there, 44 bot was in a bit of a disadvantage. He took like 100 damage at the start without really doing too much back again. He maybe needed a bit of a warm-up, and as a result, just couldn't really come back in the fight, or rather, when he came back, it was a little bit too late. But next fight starting off once again with Zeman chucking a few bolts in to try and get that 100 HP lead. Both players opting for some freezes now to try and get the DD. Both players frozen away, going to be unfrozen at the exact same time. Be interested to see if, because of the titles distance they've got between each other, if they'll perfectly execute that claw special and catch their opponent off prayer to try and get that, that bit of momentum at the start to bring up that lead. That's a bolt off prey and on robes for 44 bot. Sanctified starting off well, but at the same time, both players hitting lots and lots of zeros. Claw spec coming in potentially? No, both players going to opt instead for a better opening.
Yeah, both of them kind of just staying away from each other right now. Really opting for those Mages books, though. Not really flicking their tank shields all that much. It does seem like Sanctified did get barraged without a K-top there, so rightfully he did take some damage. Both of them kind of just trading range and mage hits right now, trying to catch each other off prey. It does seem like Sanctified has gone bolted on robes, luckily for him only taking a 0. Right now, both of them just trading hits, waiting to be unfrozen to actually be able to go for some damage here.
Tries to go in for the whip hit there, but gets frozen in his tracks by a 34 barrage by Sanctified, who then gets the DD advantage as well. And is going to try and steamroll his opponent potentially. Here's a bolt spec on the right. Prayer was on robes, to be fair, 24. He can't be too unhappy with that. Zeman trying to go for the claw spec as 44 bot steps underneath, but 44 bot's not falling for it and chucking a few barrages in. Both players having their full special attack right now, so they've got to be very careful with their prayers, and probably as a result have to camp pray melee quite a bit, as you saw there from 44 bot, who's going to get taken a lot of damage from other attack styles. Here's a 38 ball after like a 15-20 barrage, but a claw spec 1. Oh, that's
very unlucky for Sanctified. Yeah, very unlucky for Sanctified there to get such a low spec, and especially right after taking such a big ball. I mean, he really needed that damage there. He goes for that second claw though. He does get a decent bit of damage, about 60 claw right there.
Yeah, that was a
right now.
One.
Zeman Time kind of is holding those claws out, waiting for his opponent to switch his prey there, and finally gets it off prey, going for the double on prey, getting about 60 damage right there. Right now, between the two, seems like Zeman Time is up food again. Yeah. I would say that it's kind of used down to RNG, though. They both seem to be doing the equal amount of things right, if I'm honest.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think right now for Sanctified, he's going to need to chain so many. I mean, saying that, he's getting a couple 30s in right now from all his bolts. A barrage 35
too.
35,
just like that is the max barrage right there. Yeah. He really needed that momentum, if I'm completely honest. Right now, it seems like Sanctified does take that bolt on robes, though, off prey. Luckily for him, only for a 0. Both of them kind of just trading hits at the moment. Sanctified getting a 6 opal bolt, a very disappointing opal bolt spec right there. That is not what you want to see when you see that bolt proc, but still, it seems like he can still come back from this. Zeman Time maybe only being up about 50 to 100 damage right now.
Well, of course, he has to come back, otherwise he's out of this tournament, off that tournament. He's into the losers bracket off the bat, so he's got to hope some crazy Andre. There it is.
And he does
45.
Get bolted 45. Damn. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, I think at this point he's down, potentially several hundred hit points, actually, like 100 to 200 HP. So it's going to take a bit of a miracle to come back with this. They both have claw spec coming in momentarily, which is why they started to pray melee as well. I mean, that could be the game changer they're looking for. We might even see our first KO in the tournament. But this fight's not over until it's over. Looks like 44 bot Sanctify keeping some distance right now, and then running in with a 15 barrage, getting the freeze, but can't manage to step under in time as Zero does manage to catch that. Zeman does manage to catch the freeze just beforehand. Again, still both players having that spec. I want to see what happens from it. Are we going to see a 70 claw spec KO? Are we going to see some more zeros and then Sanctify just losing it because the RNG has been terrible for him? Zeman time going in for it, but was that a 19 staff bash? The swipe, man. Don't underestimate that staff of light, dude. It's like dragging along.
Right now,
really
it seems like they have two different kind of styles of play. It seems like Zeman time is more opting for bolting when Sanctified's trying to catch the freeze, and they're both on frozen, while Sanctified is just desperately trying to catch that freeze to get the DD momentum. Zeman time sitting fairly low at health right now, though. He does seem like he has a little bit of food left. It wouldn't surprise me if he's close to out of food, so maybe Sanctified can get some DPS in and change the game here. Right now, Sanctified sitting about 40 HP, out of food, 50 actually. Getting his last brew dose there in by the looks of things. Getting a 22 barrage, followed up by that 20 straight away though. Zeman time sitting very low health right now. I do believe he has just eaten up though.
Yeah, I think he's got quite a bit of food left. I think that was just him sitting a bit low to try and chain some hits together, not have to wait for the free tick delay after eating a piece of food. Although right now, Sanctified is coming back a little bit. He's dealt a lot of damage. Wait, is Zeman time actually out of food? What?
Sanctified really needing to watch out for those claws though. Sanctified only getting clawed a 2 off prayer right there. That could have been a game changer for him. Zeman time getting a 30 barrage though. Sitting on about 15 HP versus 45 right now. Sanctified being about 20 HP. Really needing that last hit right now.
I know. Oh, no way. Double.
Is that double?
Oh, I thought it was a double KO.
I thought it was a double KO as well.
Wow.
Did Sanctified not take a 27 bolt there?
He did, but he was on like 1 hit point left, I believe. He got frozen. His opponent stepped under. He was up quite a bit HP. A second ago, he did like 100 plus damage to come back into the fight. Here he chanced him with a whip hit, but hit a 0. Then they bolt for bolt. 24.
It seems like Sanctified had a brew dose. Honestly, that
oh my god.
Yeah, there's no way he was above 27 HP there. I refuse to believe that.
I mean, with how projectiles work, he was able to eat the brew before, like after hitting his range hit, as they were on the same game tick. So potentially he could have eaten a food there, which might explain that. But wow, what a turnaround! I really thought that his opponent was in the lead. Zeman time was in the lead for pretty much that entire fight. But I think towards the end, Sanctified just managed to keep calm and chain like 100 plus damage back and come back again. How's the tracker looking, West Ham?
Yeah, looking at that tracker, it is an extremely even fight, about as even as it can possibly get between two people. We have Zeman time with 82 hits to Sanctified's 77. Sanctified having a little bit better prayers though, but both of them having 4 different in deserved damage with 605 versus 601. So that is really about as even as it can get.
Right. I think we can quickly change off our webcams as they've been a little bit laggy recently. So bear with us while we quickly link this up. Let me try this again. Start that, and hopefully that works for us now. So next match coming up, we have series number 40, I believe, which is going to be, if I scroll down, wait, series 40? After this fight, I don't know which fight I've got afterwards, but currently it is a 1-1, and looks like, either player could really take this one at the moment. Best of 3, of course. First fight, I believe, was deserved to Zeman time, and that last fight, I honestly thought he was going to win it again. If Sanctify, having that win in the bag, probably built up his confidence a little bit more. I think it's just the beginnings. He gets a little bit, I don't know, he just got off to a bit of a bad start, but really pulled it back again. And got that play at the end there. I honestly thought it was a double death. I was so surprised.
Yeah, I was really certain it was going to be a double death as well. Seeing that 27, I did see the sliver of HP that Sanctified had, but I was just confused on how he survived it, because I was so certain he was sitting well below 27, right? So when I saw it, I was like, surely he's dead. But it appears that Sanctified was just saving that last brew sip until the very last second. It could be that Sanctified did have a little bit of poor management and maybe ran out of super combats and super range pots and just decided to not brew down because he would lose his boosted stats and decide to save it for the last second.
Well, this fight's starting off with both players being a similar kind of damage being taken and delivered from either side right now. Although 44 bot Sanctify gets a claw spec, potentially. No, he gets anti. That was a 0 on the right prayer. And now, as a result, he's actually ended up taking quite a bit of damage and being frozen away. That was quite unfortunate for him, to be honest. Zeman Time using his first special attack off the bat. 44 bot still has 2 left, which means his opponent's going to have to pray melee just a little bit more. Although at the same time, having that 1 spec in the bag as well is going to be a little bit something to consider for him. A 0 spec for the second one. Zeman Time having 0 spec.
Claw spec nicely, but Sanctified really needing to dump his claw spec right now because Zeman Time is getting a lot of time where he's just able to regenerate spec. So for those of you that don't know, dumping your spec, at least your first spec in a fight like this is very important because you need to begin regenerating so that you can maybe get your 3rd or even 4th claw spec throughout the fight if it goes on for a long period of time. Sanctified right now still not having dumped his claw specs. Goes for it through the prayer though, only hitting a 0 unfortunately for him. But then again, Zeman Time catching that on tank and on prey, he did actually do everything he could correctly. Sanctified getting that 2nd claw spec on prey on tank as well for about 25 damage right there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too trigger happy to go for those claw specs in that situation. Then maybe should have held on to them a little bit longer. But saying that, I think still right now the damage is pretty even. Zeman Time's specs being a little bit better, but one of them also hitting a 0 as well. Right now, Zeman Time taking the control of this fight with those DD barrages as well, hitting a bit of damage, getting under again. I've not seen either of these players use the whip very much at all. It's mostly mage and range. So I'll be interested to see if they switch it up a little bit. As you saw in the first fight of this tournament, we had Q using the whip quite a lot, and it showed really useful for him. A 30 ball, was that a chance right now on Zeman Time?
I do believe if Sanctified got a open bolt proc, he would have been able to kill him. But getting a 42 bolt again, them really just trading bolts right now off prey and on the robes. I'd say that is deserved on those hits right there because both of them are kind of just hitting each other on the robes, and you should hit on that. Considering that in their robes they have about 50 defense to when they're in the tank they have about 250, so there's a massive difference between the two. Sanctify taking a decent bit of damage again though. Seems like he is attempting to eat up right now and catching that freeze, going for the D-square barrage right there.
This fight seems to be so back and forth. Every time I see Sanctified like doing a little bit of damage, I just see it being returned. Finally, these guys using the whips. I said use the whips, and they've started to use them and hitting 30s and 40s constantly. Great to see.
Yeah, right now, Sanctify taking another bolt on robes and on prey. I don't think Sanctified can be out here. There's no way he's taking enough damage for that.
10 HP right there. That was
Sanctified did have the DD advantage there, though. He had his opponent frozen and still opted for eating his food next to him rather than underneath. So Sanctified did get frozen there. Does get some decent damage with those barrages, though. Zeman Time stepping under right now, using that little bit of time he's got to get some momentum here, maybe heal up back to full HP. But they are straight back into the fight, both of them sitting about I'd say 80 to about 60 HP right now. Zeman Time going for that 3rd claw specs that he's regenerated now. Not hitting too much though, catching Sanctified on prey and on tank. Both of them still just trading a lot of hits on robes. Honestly, Sanctified taking another bolt on robes there. I think they really need to work on equipping their tank a bit more and predicting their opponent's hits.
Yeah, definitely. Zeman Time's bolts are on fire right now. He's constantly hitting. Sanctify is desperately trying to get that claw spec out, as it must be nearing the end of the fight right now with these players, dwindling in supplies, having only a little bit left, starting to use brews and such, whatever supplies whatever potions they've got remaining in their inventory. And again, Sanctify just can't get that claw spec off, unfortunately. He's down to pretty much out of food, I'd say at this point, sitting on that hit points. Still, again, trying to go for it and just kind of waste it there, doing it on the prey melee and on the tank. A 35 bolt to match though afterwards. That momentum maybe was actually the right thing to do.
Getting another bolt on the robes there as well for a free. Right now, about the same situation as we had last fight, actually.
So close.
Zeman Time sitting about 30, Sanctified's 40 HP right now. Currently, both of them is hitting zeros, though. Zeman Time does get bolted on robes. Luckily for him, only for a 0. Both of them is trading hits. Maybe Sanctified will get the freeze advantage here. No, he does splash. Both of them kind of still just trading hits with each other. Sanctified getting another 10 damage right there, and 4 to maybe make it his advantage a little bit bigger.
Next hit's really going to win it here. Both players just trying to get the bolt hit off the RNG they're looking for, trying to catch the freeze as well. So clutch at the moment. Can we see any redemptions coming in potentially? Both players not opting to go for the redemption strategy, instead just trying to get that last bolt. Who's going to get it first? 44 bolt. He's so close. 1 HP left.
It looks like Zeman Time is legitimately 1 HP right now, really living on the edge. Does get bolted on robes though for that 28, and he does go down, and that means Sanctified has advanced through the tournament, and
Damn.
Zeman Time is down to the losers bracket.
That was so neck and neck for a while, and right at the end there, they chained like, I want to say like 5 to 10, maybe even more zeros in a row of the balls, on rows a lot of the time as well. But yeah, Sanctified finishes it up, caught his opponent off prayer because he had the redemption up, just hoping that he'd be able to get it off. But if you're going to have a redemption up and you're going to sit in robes as well, you're just asking to get finished off right there. Sanctified does move on to the next round, winning that little series 2-1. Of course, Zeman Time is not out of the tournament yet. This is a double elimination bracket tournament, which means that there is a losers bracket as well. And Zeman Time has the opportunity to go through the losers bracket. He has to win 2 sets to be pushed out of this tournament altogether. So we're going to see him a bit later as well. Yeah, pretty impressive. I don't think we've seen any fights so far today that have been that close.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the tracker for that fight, we have Zeman Time yet again getting a couple free hits on Sanctified, getting 10 hits on that fight. But, he actually did better this time on the prayers with 47 to 41%. But deserved damage being fairly close again. Sanctified being down a little bit though with minus 71 deserved damage. Zeman Time having 604, Sanctified having 533. Sanctified dealing above his deserved damage actually with 606 damage to Zeman Time's 553. Freeze RNG being about equal though. It looks like both of them kind of had even freeze RNG. Sanctified only having an extra 7% on Zeman Time there. Both of them getting fairly lucky with those barrages, I'd say.
Definitely. It could have gone either way, to be honest, in that fight. The last fight we were going to see, which was going to be LK and Galuk. Unfortunately for LK, he wasn't around. Something must have come up. So Galuk does get a free bye there, goes into the next round, which means that he is going to be against his clanmate, actually, Sanctified, the guy we just saw win. Those guys are good friends. I'm sure that'll be a fun one to have. After which, I think the next fight we're going to be watching will be Eevee Meister. If I'm right in saying that, Eevee Meister versus Ieyasu.
I do believe so, yeah.
Yep. So of course we spoke about Eevee Meister earlier being a king of the community, someone that is definitely going to be a favorite, even though he's not very well known as a huge NH'er or big in the scene. As for Ieyasu, do you know that guy?
Honestly, no. But seeing his name, I don't know what it is when you see like an all caps name. It kind of just screams like the PK community or like
definitely.
the PvP community. And it's very rare to see people have those names and like be really bad at the game. So I do believe that it's going to be a interesting fight nonetheless. I'd imagine he's at least decent. Yeah.
Well, before we jump into this next round, seeing the beast Eevee Meister go at it, we have some things to shout out. So if my team switches over to the Method community team scene, I can explain all about that. So check out the Method community team. Type !community in the chat. You can sign up, become a member of the community team, which offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content and opportunities and giveaways. Also, Method provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. We also have Method merch available, so if you want to show support, you can type !merch in the chat and get your hands on some of the hottest new Method merch. I have the hoodie. It's very warm, really good, high-quality products they've got there. If you want to represent, if you've enjoyed the tournament so far, feel free to cop some more merch and support the organization. Awesome. Also, if you want to, be sure to follow everyone on the social media, of course. Type !socials in the chat. Keep up to date on all the exciting content they're going to be doing every single weekend over the next few weeks. We still have some more tournaments to be had. The World Championship going on in 2 weeks' time with a further extra $3,000. And that's what it's all about. You know, the top 8 out of each of these tournaments that have been held on these weekends, each of these qualifiers, get a place in that final. So that's going to be, a really good one to watch. Make sure you mark on your calendars. Don't miss the finale. With that being said, I believe we'll be jumping into the next matchup momentarily. Again, I think it's a win-win situation what happens here. I believe I saw Eevee Meister in the Twitch chat earlier actually mentioning that even if he loses, he's going to give 10 subs. So maybe a few people in the Twitch chat will be quite happy about that. Maybe bag some Method emotes momentarily.
Yeah, and be able to watch the stream completely ad-free as well.
Ad-free, yeah. If you've got an Amazon Prime account, link it to your Twitch account. Obviously, it is free. Free benefits every single month to help support streamers too. Make sure you're always using those. Right, we're jumping in. KempQ versus... Oh, this is not the fight I thought we were going to watch. Looks like we're on to round 2. KempQ versus Con the Don. YM loves me. Do you know this guy, Con the Don? We didn't see his first fight, unfortunately, because he got a bye.
Yeah, I have actually seen Con before. I do believe he's a Twitch streamer. He does stream Deep Wilderness content. I'm not entirely sure if he streams PvP content at all. But from what I've seen on his streams, he's decent. I haven't really seen him in any tournaments or anything at this level, though, so I'm not entirely sure how he's going to perform here. Right now, though, seems to be doing decent versus KemQ. KemQ taking a little bit of damage there to it for a 22 and a 30 bolt. That 30 bolt being through prey, I'm pretty sure. Right now, though, both of them kind of just trading barrage and range hits. Neither of them seems to be dealing that much damage. KemQ trying to go for that claw, but unfortunately, still being frozen.
Yeah, right now just down a little bit hit points. So he goes for the claw spec as his opponent runs away there. This guy YM loves me. Definitely experienced. You can tell from his movement at the moment and going for the DDs constantly. But hit a 39 whip there as well. Claw spec coming in, but was predicted. 40 HP still through the prey and through the tank. Definitely keeps KemQ in this fight. That's the first spec being used, of course, as well. YM still having his left too. I'm surprised he didn't actually go for them whilst DDing, but he's getting a lot of hits here right now. The 31 bolt through the prayer, through the tank as well is huge for him. Soz going for his second spec and again hitting a 0. Both specs down right now. It's going to take a lot to come back at the moment.
KemQ as well, standing out in his robes there. Not entirely sure what he was doing, but gets a 41 bolt right there. Maybe bringing him back into the fight. Right now, Con still having both of his claw specs, though, to KemQ's none. Seems like if he can time them correctly, he might be able to get some decent damage here. As I say that, though, he does get a 2 claw spec off prayer. Very unfortunate for Con. Right now, Con taking a load of damage, not really dealing any back. Going in for that second claw spec's not hitting a lot for him. Only 22 damage right there that KemQ already dealt to him with that bolt.
I was going to say, Con looks like he's predicting prayers a little bit better than Martin is right now. Although saying that, Martin's RNG has been pretty good, and he's got a few hits, free hits as well here and there, which has, kept him in the fight. Although, what a beautiful freeze by YM there as he was getting DD'd upon, keeping calm, getting a 27 whip as well afterwards. Another whip, there's a whip chance, potentially hit a max hit 40 there onto Soz, onto KemQ. It's the first match where it's best of 3, so it can, still go either way, of course. But I think the shaky start for Martin is going to be hard to recover from at this point.
Yeah, there's something about seeing that rune kite as well. It just doesn't look as tanky. I know the difference is only about 5 at defense bonus, which really isn't a lot in these fights. But just seeing that rune kite, I mean, it just looks like he should take damage. Every time he takes it, I'm like, oh, well, no surprise. Right there, though, Con getting bolt chanced, actually. Taking a bolt on about 40 HP on robes off prey. Unlucky for KemQ to only hit a 0 there. Taking another bolt on robes for a 2. Right now, KemQ not dealing the most damage.
He's getting a lot of hits off prayer, man, but he just can't translate them into the numbers that he's looking for. Pretty good play by him.
It seems like KemQ is hitting more on tank than what he does when Con is in his robes. Get a 34 barrage though, right there. Putting Con on putting Con on strings right now. Seems like Con is really trying to get his HP back up. KemQ still sitting fairly low HP because he's got the momentum. He's confident that he can bring something good out of it. KemQ taking the last time of his freeze though to eat up a little bit. Right now, both of them competing for the freeze. By the looks of things, does whip in his rune kite right there, though.
Yeah, Martin's RNG is really terrible at the moment, actually. I kind of feel bad for him. He's getting some decent hits off, but off prayer, but he just can't seem to, like I said before, translate them into really much damage. That's a hit on robes as well with the bolt there. He's sticking to the strategy used in this first fight, which is the melee.
Oh, and Martin going for a claw right there, actually. Only hitting 2 damage. But I do believe Con actually could have died to that. But right now, I would say Martin's getting some good RNG, but he's only getting it when Con is in his tank. He's not really getting it when he should get it. So we've seen KemQ hit his opponent a lot on robes. But whenever he's hitting him on robes, he doesn't really seem to be doing any damage. But when he's hitting on tank, I mean, that's when the RNG pulls through by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's looking way stronger now. It's a great prediction, Prey Melee there to neutralize YM's claw spec, only hitting a 0 on the tank as well. Martin's definitely come back into this fight by quite a lot. Although saying that right now, Con does have the DD advantage and try and get a few free hits in here as well. Looks like still as though 0's being translated, a few bolts maybe hitting the occasional number. Martin needs to catch this next freeze. We're getting hit a 36 bolt. Con is coming back into this fight after a really strong start. I believe it's probably evened up a little bit more by now.
Now, I do think KemQ is up a decent amount of food here. Seeing Con on that low HP, and he does get taken out by that 35 bolt right there, leaving KemQ at a 1-0. So KemQ only needing to win 1 extra fight now, versus Con needing to do a reverse sweep and needing to win at least 2 fights to move on here.
I shouldn't have doubted him, to be honest, Martin. At the start of the fight, he wasn't looking as strong as YM was and was down quite a bit of HP, but I think he stayed calm, and I guess the mage into melee tactic that he's using, prioritizing those attack styles, really, you know, shook up his opponents. And towards the end there, he was using his bolts a little bit more, which might have caught them off prayer, and that's why he managed to finish off that fight nice and quickly with a 20 into a 35. I didn't expect that, to be honest. Martin, you know, clearing that up, that second round, 2-0, which means he's moving on to round 3. One step closer for that $1,500 prize pool that's being up for grabs today. Going to be very exciting to see that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that tracker for that fight, KemQ actually dealing a load of more damage, having a lot more deserved as well. KemQ with 12 free hits on a YM right there. And KemQ having 60% praise correct versus YM's 43% with 824 damage to YM's 613. Sorry, not damage, deserved damage.
I'm mistaken. Was that 1-0? I think I just said 2-0. I think I'm...
Yeah, 1-0.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit too excited for Martin's win there. Hoping that he's gone through already, being a friend of mine. Well, good luck in the second round, Martin. He's correcting me in the chat saying 1-0. Should be quite exciting to see how this next one goes. But obviously, like, the confidence again, like we keep saying, if you win that first fight, you know you can do it again, kind of thing. And if you're on the back burner, you know, you've got to win a fight or get kicked out, it's a little bit more scary. While I'm watching the left side, I've got the PvP circuit brackets up right now, so I can keep looking at that and seeing where we're going when I get it wrong. I say it's 2-0, not 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, between that fight, I would say that Martin, although not really getting the damage that he should have on the robes, he really did seem to be hitting at least something compared to YM that didn't really hit a lot. I'd say that YM was only really dealing zeros, while Martin was more dealing like 10s, 15s, and small hits like that. And those do add up, honestly. They add up fairly quickly. So I'm not surprised to see that Martin was up as much as he was. Whenever you said they were both close to out of food, I mean, I was kind of expecting at least KemQ to have a couple anglers left.
Yeah, just chipping away at the HP definitely helped him out. But I think those 12 extra hits probably made a huge difference as well. Being able to, you know, when he got that momentum, he did really well with it. Second fight coming up, KemQ currently being in a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 second round.
Trading at 25 for a 34, into a 37 right there. Wow. Some very nice DPS for Martin. Unfortunately, doesn't have the freeze advantage right now though, but depending on how he plays this, he might not lose any hits here. And he goes for a very beautiful anti there, chancing Con with about 60 claw, only needing about a 70 claw, I'd say, to KO his opponent about 5 seconds into the fight right there.
Yeah, Martin definitely starting this fight off really nicely, getting a few hits off prayer, getting the DD and the free hit advantage as well. Gonna go for a whip here, I imagine. Nope. Maybe going for the whip hit. No, a bolt hit. Still, free hits are free hits, man. Like at some point, they're going to translate into actual damage. And 19
and he does get a 19 opal bolt through the prayer and a whip, 21 through the prayer. And like we said before, he does it as his opponent off prey on robes there, and he only hits a 2 compared to the 40 damage that he got through the prayer and through the tank right before.
Yeah, absolutely. Although saying that YM right now isn't giving up. He's trying to get those freezes, getting a bit of RNG, but the second he does get a bit of RNG back, Soz just slaps him back down again and equalizes it to relinquish the advantage that YM's trying to get out of this fight right now. Soz catching the freeze, YM catching the freeze as well. Got a bit of a hybrid fight going on right now. The Rune Kite Shield versus the Dragon Square. Yes, I don't like questing. I haven't done Legends Quest yet. I'm sorry, Martin, if you end up losing the tournament because you've got a Rune Kite Shield. I'm so sorry, bud. Right, next.
I mean, that 5 defense bonus can add some difference on the tracker, but it really shouldn't be the determinant factor to if he loses or wins. It'd be really surprising to see that. But right now, I would say KemQ is up a decent bit of HP right here. Sorry, not mine. YM getting some damage, not a lot though. Getting that 28 bolt through prayer though, really helping to pull him back into the fight, into that 33 barrage. KemQ double clicking his prayer right there, putting it off. Unfortunately for him, takes a big hit as a punishment for that. KemQ should have the freeze advantage right here though, going for that claw right there. Only hitting about 8.
Oh, that was a bolt on robes, the right prayer. It could have been a KO if he got an open bolt spec in that moment and cleared up this fight really quickly. But right now, Martin's not really doing too much damage, and YM's really brought back this fight with a lot of consistent hits. Although saying that, Martin's chucking in some blood blitzes as well to try and heal himself up a little bit. Some ice blitzes as well. He's not restoring back up. Did 2 in a row. I'm not sure about that strategy right there as opponent's unfrozen. Getting bolted a 14 was that open bolt spec. YM can't be too happy about that one. YM's going really hard on the bolts right now, just constantly trying to bolt to get that RNG to chain. 29 as well. It's working for him a little bit, but Martin is getting the prayer flicks on pretty nicely here as well.
Yeah, I would say that the bolt is the strongest thing you can use in these type of fights. From what I know, bolts have the highest max hit out of anything apart from the claws. KemQ getting chanced right there though to that whip and claw actually. Right now, Con sitting very low HP. If KemQ can time this right, he might be able to KO his opponent. As I say that though, I do believe Mayhem has eaten up a little bit, at least he indeed has. He's eaten up to about 50 HP right there, taking a 31 bolt. It wouldn't surprise me if YM is up a little bit of food right now. But it seems, yeah, it still seems like KemQ is somewhat even though with him. Right now, YM getting a decent bit of damage. KemQ not really dealing too much. KemQ having a lead in the start. Doesn't seem like.
Oh, that's a nice move there. Oh, only a 13.
A 13 open bolt.
Oh man, he's getting hit on prayer as well. That's so unfortunate for him. I think he's almost out of supplies right now, something like 10 HP, and there it is. That could be the clutch.
And he does go down to that 16 opal bolt spec. Then bolt procs really coming through the YM. Seems like that was still a fairly even fight, but I do think YM it was at least up about 100 HP there.
Yeah, at the start, I think Martin was looking really confident and really good. And I think at that point, YM was like, well, I've really got to pull out all my tricks right now to try and come back. And his bolts were just going ham that entire fight. He just got constant bolt specs and a couple 30s that just added onto each other. Martin was just not able to really grasp the fight and stay in it as he wanted to, unfortunately. We'll check out the PvP tracker momentarily. It's currently 1-1 in this series, so next fight does go through to round 3, of course. Looking at the tracker, we have 32 hits on the right prayer for Martin, 24 for YM, similar hits being traded. And again, this fight was actually really, really even. Mine, like I said before, did get a little bit unlucky towards the end, which is why he had 70 damage less than his deserved damage, and YM had 50 damage more than his deserved damage. So that's just the way that RNG works sometimes. Pretty even though, it definitely could have gone either way. Not as
I mean,
much
I'm surprised
of a,
to see the deserved damage still being so close between the two. Honestly, with the momentum that YM had, I expected him to get a few more free hits in right there, but still not really getting that many, only 2 free hits. It does seem like KemQ handles his momentum a bit more though. A bit better, sorry.
Yeah, definitely. I think the first fight, Martin was looking much stronger and more consistent. He had like 12 extra free hits, and his damage deserved, and just his general play was much better. But I think what happened there was YM got a bit more warmed up, and he basically read Martin's strategy of using the mage predominantly and the melee, and just focused on those bolts quite a lot and caught Martin off prayer at the right times and just hit those 20s, those 30s that really brought him back in that fight. But like we said before, it's not over just yet. It's a best of 3. We'll be going into round 3 momentarily. If you had to choose, based on what you've seen so far, Casper, who do you think is going to take this one?
I do think KemQ is going to win this, if I'm completely honest. As long as he keeps up and does the same things that he's done in previous fights, I do believe that he's got the lead. Right now, between the two, though, both getting frozen. YM not equipping his K-top there, getting punished for that. Although saying that, KemQ took more damage on the initial freeze. KemQ taking a bolt on ropes there, only for a free, luckily for him. Dealing that 12 opal bolt proc straight away, though. And another 13. KemQ being up about 20 damage right now. Still being very early into the fight. There's not really a lot that's going to happen here. KemQ taking another bolt on robes, making a few more mistakes by the looks of things.
Yeah, definitely. Got that 30 bolt off there, which just kept him into the start of this fight. Both players just hitting zeros constantly, man. Both singing their tank quite nicely and both bolting a lot. Very even, both down about 40 hit points off the bat. Neither playing use their special attack yet. It'll be interesting to see as they're unfrozen if they go for it. Looks like YM does. Catches him off prayer on tank. A 2 spec. Can't be too happy about that one. Martin quite lucky in that exchange. Gets a bolt on the ropes maybe. Nope, hits a 0. Unfortunately for him. Tries to go for freeze in the DD, but YM is keeping his distance to ensure he can't be giving up any free hits, as that's what kind of lost him the first fight, I do believe. And then actually catches the DD himself. So he's able to eat up, step aside, and potentially get some nicer hits off the prayer right now. Martin really needs to catch this next freeze, otherwise he's going to be giving up quite the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, right now between the two, I'd say that we haven't really seen that many big hits being traded. Claw specs being kind of underwhelming. Martin getting a 25 bolt though, traded for a 16. Kind of getting nice some of that damage back into a 26 and gets... has he KO'd him? Oh no, YM sitting on about 1 HP right there. From that 35 claw, KemQ nearly getting his win right there. Oh, man. Very unfortunate for KemQ. But Martin did pray melee. Not Martin, sorry. YM did pray melee there.
Damn, that was actually so close right there. Both players now using both their special attacks up. Martin on his second spec. hitting a 0, unfortunately for him. I guess he just saw the potential for a KO opportunity there and just had to go for the second one as well, hoping that he might catch his opponent off prayer. YM getting the wrong prayer up there, putting up, was that Retribution? Getting hit a 23 as a result, getting punished for the misclick. Right now, I'd say that it's still looking pretty even, though, in this third fight, best of 3. Martin being DD'd upon, needs to catch this free, so important for him. Doesn't catch it, actually. He's going for it again. And hits a 32 into the whip hit and the DD free hit. Beautiful. Another whip hit free hit, hitting a 0, unfortunately. Another
Getting
whip
another
hit
free hit right
wow.
there. YMU's not hitting back at all right now. It seems like he bolted KemQ on ropes though, off prey right there, and only hit a 0, so that could have been detrimental to KemQ, but luckily for him, only taking 0 damage. Takes a 32 bolt on the ropes though, rightfully so. YM getting a little bit of damage right now. KemQ still getting the more free hits by the looks of things. Yeah. It looks like he's kind of adding on onto those free hits, and I think that will kind of make the difference on the tracker. We will see if that's going to make the difference in game right now. Trading a 24 for a 35 right there. KemQ kind of doing his best to stay in the fight right now. It seems like he might be healing up a little bit.
Yeah, again, YM's RNG here with the bolts are just really what's keeping him in this fight at the moment. He's going very bolt heavy in these fights, and actually catching Martin off prayer quite a bit, faking the claws and potentially getting a free hit, but doesn't get out just in time. A claw spec coming in, his third claw spec, a 1 retaliated by the 35 whip. Nicely done.
Yet again as well. Yeah, these claw specs have been so underwhelming so far that we've seen in the tournament. We haven't really seen a lot of big claw specs. We've seen a couple 60s. I don't think we've even seen 170 yet though. Martin getting a really nice whip there. 11 on the ropes, off prey. Fortunately not being that big. YM having a DD advantage right now. Seems like it's not really working out too well for him though. KemQ still getting those hits back. Doesn't really seem like YM's getting any free hits.
That was a nice 27 barrage from Martin into the blitz as well. And now it looks like players are both probably similarly almost out of food at the moment, since they're opting to use like blood blitzes and such. A claw spec on the tank on the prey melee, hitting a 0. Unlucky for Martin there. Getting a bolt on ropes though, 17. Again, slowly chipping away his HP, and hopefully for him, the free hits are going to be what really makes the difference here. But now YM on the retaliation, getting the DD advantage as well, getting a few hits in, getting a free hit there as well, the whip, but not really translating to any numbers once again, just hitting 0s back and forth. Both players most likely almost out of food right now. Neither player having a spec.
Martin getting a 26 opal bolt there through, not through the prey, off prey actually. Not entirely sure if KemQ is out of food here. He's not eating. He's definitely gone bolt chance right there. If he does have food, that is a very big mistake for him. I really hope he's going to be able to eat up. Right now,
it looks like he's
entirely sure. No, he has eaten up to about 50 HP, but
I think that's the last of his supplies.
Does seem like YM is up a decent bit of food here.
Yeah, I think he just got such bad RNG in this fight that he wasn't able to really bring into it. And right now, hitting a 36 whip, beautifully played by him, but seeing on that
getting that redemption though.
That's huge. And
bringing him back to about 15 HP right now. KemQ sitting about 15 HP, really needing this freeze right now. YM still opting for those bolts. KemQ getting another opal bolt block for a 31. It seems like YM is also out of food. Might go down to that barrage. No, but gets a redemption proc. Bolts KemQ back for a 6 right now. Both of them kind of trying to get that proc. KemQ does go down to that 14.
That was honestly so neck and neck towards the end. Both players getting the redemption clutch off right at the end. Martin actually staying in that fight when I thought it was all over for him. I just thought his RNG was too bad, but he gets that bolt spec, that bolt proc 31. And then unfortunately for him, it's a 0 of the barrage. And then YM, hits an 11, which triggers his redemption prayer. And then hits a 14, was it, to finish him off with the bolt when Martin just missed it.
Unlucky for KemQ right there. Wow. If he did actually pray that range hit, I do think he would have survived.
I think if he decided to do Legends Quest on my account for me, he probably would have won that fight. Just saying. Next time,
I mean, it will come down to the tracker, I think, but unfortunately for KemQ, he has not won that fight. Okay, yeah. I think you're actually right. I'm not even joking. I think you're right. If he actually had that extra 5 defense bonus, that might have made a difference right there. Looking at that tracker, we have 7 difference in deserved damage. KemQ having 4 extra hits, but YM getting a few more prayers right. So kind of evening out the playing field. Really even fight between the two though. Only 7 difference, but KemQ being a little bit on the shorter side on a major RNG, sorry. with 65 versus YM's 107%.
Yeah, like I said before, he's very much he was mage melee oriented. So if one of those attack styles fails and doesn't really do enough damage, which you know, the mage catching those freezes is just imperative in these NH fights when the DD mechanics give you such an advantage. And he just couldn't catch a lot of the freezes towards the end, and YM wasn't really freezing as much, but the freezes he caught meant a lot more, which meant that his bolts could then just steamroll Martin. Either way, though, like I said before, it really could have gone either way, and mine's not out of the tournament just yet. As a result of getting this far.
Yeah, going down to the losers bracket. So exactly. he does have a chance at redemption. That is two content creators going against each other though, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top in the who comes down to the final. But right now we're gonna have Sanctified versus Geluk, so that is Blazers versus Blazers actually. Not entirely sure if Geluk is also in Fruitcakes, it wouldn't surprise me. But right now, we're going to see two members of the same team fighting against each other. I would have to put my money on Sanctified, though. I do believe Geluk is a bit underrated. He has done better than what I've seen people expect from him in the past. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's an even fight, but I do think Sanctified is the more skilled player here.
Yeah, I haven't really played with Blazers for quite a while, but from back in the day, from what I remember, Sanctified was one of their top brids, especially from, you know, being an NA player when the rest of them are mostly EU. We're starting with this fight as two friendly competitors go at it in this best of 3 round 2 matchup. Those bolts being traded off the bat, doing a lot of damage, and looks like Sanctified's actually taking control of the fight with the DD, although getting frozen back by Galak, and both players actually being pretty evenly matched up right now.
Yeah, both of them getting a lot of damage there at the start. Unfortunately for Sanctified, though, he did kind of have that robbed away from him straight away. Yeah, like using an AGS.
We'll love to see it.
Yeah, I do believe he's the 3rd person in the entire tournament to use an AGS. Going for that double spec right there, though, not dealing him a lot. Sanctified getting a 70 claw, though, and a 40 bolt straight after. Seems like he should be able to get that freeze for a 24 right there. Going for another freeze as Geluk is currently brewed down. Going for that second claw spec on Prey, though, only hitting about 20, but a 40 whip straight after. Sanctified is really popping off right now. He's getting the RNG that he needs. Really getting some momentum here. Getting a 37 bolt as well. We're seeing a really fast-paced fight right here. A 40 bolt straight after. I think we're going to see a fight over within like 1 to 2 minutes here.
What is going on right now? The RNG is mad.
That's 27. Sanctified have...
These guys are friends, so maybe they decided to use Zamrak Brews and get the defense down to 0 just to make it more exciting for us to watch or something right now. I've got no idea what's going on, but this man's RNG is on roids.
Sanctified is really getting some strong bolts in this fight by the looks of things. And honestly, it really does seem like Sanctified is probably up about 200 to 300 damage already, which is absolutely insane. Saying that, though, Geluk is getting another 37 bolt right there. These bolts are really popping off. They should both use Campray range at this point.
I mean, he's getting pretty lucky right now to stay in the fight, like, with the RNG he's had, although saying that, he just can't seem to get
Takes another 53 damage.
Oh my god, and he's used up both his special attacks off the bat, which is a little bit interesting to see. Both of his AGS has just been wasted, to be honest, both hitting 0s, unfortunately for him. Sanctified still has a claw spec left, am I right in saying that? One of his claw specs hit a 70 off the bat, which really started his steamroll of RNG. He's catched his freeze and go
did actually dump that second claw spec as well.
Oh, he did. Second ago. It's all been so quickly.
Another Opal bolt proc for a 38. Geluk might be out of food here. Taking another 20. He's already out of food.
What? Oh, gets redemption off. I mean,
Geluk's sitting on about 20 HP right now, getting whipped a 9 right there. Sanctified is needing to deal about 15 damage to take Geluk out. Geluk still getting some decent damage though, dealing a decent bit of damage back, but still Sanctified is up way too much. I think for
I can
Geluk
just
to
hear
pull this back.
Galuk's voice in my head right now in Discord or TeamSpeak of the boys rolling there together, just screaming down the microphone like, "What is going on? You're so lucky, man!" But
honestly, I really want Sanctified to just KO him right now because I want to see the tracker.
The RNG evens out a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like the RNG is evening out.
He's not giving up.
Oh my god, Sanctified getting charged by an AGS as well. Geluk actually pulling this back right now.
That would have been the biggest turnaround of events we've seen so far. If that
is Sanctified also out of food right now? Oh, and he does go for that claw spec. Geluk not getting a heart prey off right there.
Oh my god. Dude, the scenes, if he got that AGS spec off and actually hit, what did he need to hit, like a 70 or something? Or a 60 maybe?
No, I think Gillick needed to hit like a 60 AGS.
Yeah, like
right
a 60 or so. Oh man, if that happened, Sanctified would have been screaming and Gluck would have been laughing all the way to the bank, man.
I mean, that was some of the most insane RNG I've seen in a fight. I do believe if Sanctified KO'd Gillick as soon as he reached about 20 HP right there, would that have been like a minute fight? It didn't really seem to go on for that long. Looking at the tracker between the two, though, we have it Sanctified with 72% prayers right versus Gillick's 59, with Sanctified having 47 hits to Gillick's 41. But look at the deserved damage. We have Sanctified with 395, dealing 603. Gillick having 328 and dealing 477. So both of them actually had really good RNG. But Sanctified, we just got a bit luckier by the looks of things, honestly.
Yeah, both players did 50% more damage than they should have done. I don't think we've seen that in this tournament. At least I haven't seen it personally from casting the EU weekend a couple weeks ago and today so far. You don't really see fights like that very often. They're so thrilling and so exciting, especially when you see a chance coming out of nowhere when you thought that Sanctified was going to take that so easily. Gluck just turns around and almost gets the KO. That would have been incredible, especially from somebody who's getting AGS. We don't really see the AGS in these tournaments, as you said before. He's the third or fourth person we've seen using it. So that's a 1-0 lead right now to Sanctified.
Going into the second fight, though, both of them standing in the robes right now. Sanctified getting a bolt on the robes off prey right there, only for a 7, though. But yeah, like you said, I don't think we've seen that before, honestly. I don't think we've seen two people have that good RNG. But we have seen one player have insane RNG, but we've never seen both of them deal that much more damage than what they deserved. Gillick, you're standing in his robes right now.
Well, apparently we're not going to have the same viewing experience as last time, as Method has asked Sanctified to remove the ACOG scope from his crossbow, which should result in a fairer fight this time. Okay, Clawspur coming in, 66 from Sanctified onto Gluck again, bringing the lead up in his favor at the moment, trying to catch this freeze as well to chain together some hits. Sanctified looking pretty strong. Gluck kind of losing his ground there, clicking all over the place, not able to actually click on his opponent.
Running off the map as well. Sanctified getting a 21 claw off prey as well, not exactly the biggest. Gillick's AGS failing him yet again, although arguably he did actually AGS on the prayer right there, so I'm not surprised that he hit low. Unfortunately,
still, it's unfortunate because like he's used like 3 or 4 AGS specs now, and all of them have hit absolute trash. You'd hope for at least one of them to hit like a 60 or a 70 to really, make it worthwhile, especially because it's a 1-tick hit, so you can do a lot of damage in that 1-tick burst.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between the AGS and the claws is that the AGS does have a lot more KO potential than what the claws does, considering it's a instant hit. It deals all the damage in 1 tick compared to the claws dealing the damage in 2 ticks, so it does kind of leave, like claws kind of does leave the leverage of eating between the hits. But Sanctified did get chanced in the last fight, so maybe Gillick can get another chance. Right now, Sanctified definitely having the lead though. Gillick bolting a 22 Opal Bolt spec though, not the biggest, but then again it was free prey, so he should be happy about that as well. Sanctified Optinflow's Barrage is trying to get a refreeze by the looks of things right now, both of them being unfrozen. I do believe both have used their specs. Maybe Gillick still has 1 AGS. Gillick getting bolted on his robes though with the correct prayer on, lucky for him. Both of them frozen next to each other right now. It seems like they're just going to be trading hits. He does go for that second AGS, only hitting his 0 again. Off prey as well.
Bit of an interesting strategy there to go for the AGS when your opponent's on 100, 115 HP though. I personally would have saved it for a potential of a KO opportunity. Although saying that, after the first fight, I doubt Sanctified will let his guard down and be chanced like that again and potentially throw this matchup. But it's the best of 3. Sanctified is currently 1-0 up, so if he wins this fight, which looks like he's definitely in the runnings to do so, he will be moving on to the next round. 34 whip on the right gear there. Beautifully done. 24 through the prep, but it was on the robes as well. Just, again, relentless. Sanctified's RNG right now is just almost equal to the last fight. Maybe not quite the same, but he's definitely hitting more than he is deserved to be hitting right now. Gluck trying to go for the DDs and trying to get back into this fight.
I would say Gillick is sitting a lot more in his robes, though, and I think that's kind of what's adding up the damage here. Like we said, like right there, Gillick taking 2 whip hits off prey on the robes. Him keeping a tank shield on, but the tank shield really doesn't do that much. The D-squat only adding about 60 extra defense.
Yeah, well, currently Gluck is trying to stay in the fight, but again, just sitting in his low defense gear, as he just said, a bit too much. Just stepping in and out, getting a few free hits to be fair, but not really translating into too much damage. try to catch him off prayer as best he can. Nice AGS spec.
Both of them trading.
Only.
Yeah, both of them trading specs right there, hitting about equal damage. I do believe Sanctified hit maybe like a 38 and Gellick hitting a 36. Gellick's taking a lot of damage again, though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, it seems like Sanctified really does have the upper hand in this fight. But saying that, though, both of the RNG, they have been hitting some big hits this fight. We're not really seeing a lot of small hits. Right now, though, Sanctified sitting fairly low HP. Maybe he should use that DD momentum that he has to eat up a bit. It seems like he's just opted for running away and eating instead. That did actually end up working out for him.
Yep.
Both of them trying to get the freeze right now. It seems like Gellick has caught the freeze, but he's not gone under. Gellick getting frozen right next to Sanctified, which seems to be good news for Sanctified considering he's in the lead. So if he does things correctly here, he should be able to take this home.
Yeah, I think he's up just too much HP right now for Gellick to come back from. But at the same time, we did see the chance last fight, and it looks like Sanctified's sitting a bit low at the moment, maybe giving his opponent a bit of a chance.
When he does get that 37 ball, really bringing the fight back. Gellick flicking his redemption, or camping it rather.
Yeah, trying to do whatever he can. I think at this point he realizes that it's probably all over for him. He can potentially get a redemption here, though, but Sanctified's kept that claw spec ready and waiting to finish his opponent off, I believe. Doesn't need it. 38
finish
spec.
Gellick off
the whip,
with
man.
a 38 whip. I'd say it really came down to the robes.
Yeah.
Gellick sitting a lot more in his robes than what Sanctified did. Still, though, Gellick doing a really good job keeping up with Sanctified, and honestly, it seems like it wasn't that even of a fight, but he still put up a good fight and gave Sanctified a run for the money for sure. Right now, kind of just waiting on the tracker because I'm a bit interested. It seems Sanctified doing better on that fight as well.
It was a bit closer, to be fair. Like, it wasn't as much of a steamroll as we saw in the first round.
No, definitely not. Sanctified having 10 free hits on Gellick though, and 8 extra prayer percentage, with Sanctified having 104 extra deserved damage on top of Gellick's. Sanctified yet again dealing more damage than what he deserved to. I'm not sure if it's the setups, honestly. I think a lot of players are kind of getting hit on ropes so much that it might be that's the reason why the deserved damage just keeps.
I mean, it's just the game we play, right? Like, there's a lot of RNG involved here. Like, sometimes you just get ridiculously lucky. Other times we'll see the PP tracker showing 800 deserved damage and like 500 actual damage, and that's what makes it really exciting. That it really can go both ways. Now, both these guys, like I said before, being in the clan Blazers, both being good friends, going way back many years. I'm sure they'll be shaking hands and patting each other on the back, and hoping that they still go through. Obviously, it is a double elimination bracket, which means that Gellick isn't out of the tournament just yet. He has a chance to claw it back and come back from the fights potentially. So it looks like both Sanctified and Con going through to the next round, round 3. We'll be jumping onto a short break momentarily, but as we return, I believe we will be looking at Eevee Meister versus Ayasu. We'll be looking at Pig Money versus Minza, and Alp versus Abyss. So we've got some big names there. For me personally, out of those 3 matches, I'm excited to see Eevee Meister. Pig Money is one of a member of Blazers. Lots of members of Blazers coming in today, and also Abyss, of course, being a content creator that we all know and love. So it'd be really cool to see how far these guys go as well. What do you expect
Abyss
to see
having
when
grown a lot this year as well. He's actually came to become a massive content creator at this point. I've seen his streams, and I've been watching him a lot, PK, in the Deep Wilderness, and it seems like watching his videos and watching his stream, he has improved. It'll be interesting to see how he does in a tournament setting. I do believe he's kind of used to like the 4-ways and stuff, like the shield switches and stuff like that, though. So I don't really think that's going to catch him off guard. I think he's used to these types of setups, and I think that's going to gain him the advantage, honestly. It wouldn't surprise me to see that Abyss actually does win this.
Yeah, I concur there. I think Abyss has definitely, grown as both as a content creator and as a really good hybrid nowadays. Whenever I watch his streams now, he's definitely improved a lot since the last couple of years. Pig Money, unfortunately, as before, the man with the golden voice, unfortunately cannot come today. He's had to sit this one out, so Minza gets a free buy as well. So we'll be watching that fight up. But we'll be back momentarily, guys. We're going to go into a short 6-minute interlude for us to go to the bathroom and all that kind of stuff. So stay with us. We'll be back momentarily, and we'll watch some more action ensue. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back in a second. Thank you.
Crash and burn, oh my God, stumble upon what is just my love. what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. I don't know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice.
There it is, a beautiful double kill. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taken control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Maro. This is a... Wow, look at this. In 3 hits. 40, 30, 30.
I'll thank him for that. Oh, we're actually live. Did I just say that? I wasn't looking at the webcam.
Yo, sick
Yo,
nerd! Thank you very
welcome
much for the raid, brother.
Oh no.
Anyway,
Yo,
we are
Adam,
back.
Appreciate that. We are back once again. For those that are just tuning in with us from Sick Nerd's host and everyone else, we're currently on day 1 of this weekend's Method Mayhem OSRS US West PvP circuit. So this is the Method Mayhem tournament. It's a double elimination bracket for those that aren't aware. It's an NH tournament. There is $1,500 up for grabs every single weekend leading up to a world championship in a couple of weeks' time. This is the third or fourth weekend so far out of the 6 that we're doing. Like I said before, $1,000 for first place, second place is $350, third place is $150. The top 8 from this tournament this weekend will be able to participate in the Method Mayhem World Championships in 2 weeks' time. All these fights are best of 3s. We've only just already started like an hour and a half ago, so you've not missed too much if you guys have just joined us. It should be pretty exciting stuff. The next fights we've got underway, we're about to check out. If you type exclamation mark, is it exclamation mark matchup or challenge?
Bracket.
Or the bracket, exclamation mark bracket if you want to check what you've missed out so far. we'll momentarily be jumping into a few fights. The ones underway we're about to see are going to be EVMeister versus Eyasu, Pig Money versus Minza potentially, Alp versus Abyss OSRS. Some big names here as well. And also Frankie versus AJ. Of course, everyone knows Abyss being a pretty large content creator and really improving his NH skills over recent years as well. Definitely one to watch. EVMeister being the hero of the community. And whatever happens, he said, if he does lose and gets knocked out straight away, then we'll see a few subs flying in the chat potentially for you guys. But yeah, really excited to see that. Once again, thank you so much, Sick Nerd Adam, for sending the raid over. And if you joined us, you know, tuck in tight. We'll be live for another quite a few hours through the evening. So if you want some NH tournament content to keep watching, then you're in the right place. We also have a prediction going away right now. Who wins the best of 3 in this fight? EVMeister versus Eyasu. Get your points in. Get your bets on. EVMeister not really being known too much for his NH ability. Eyasu, we're not too sure who that is. It could be one of these guys that just aren't very well known of. And tournaments like this one on these weekends are great opportunities for these titans that are hidden in the communities just come out and really show their stuff. We're starting the fight, EVMeister versus Eyasu, in this best of 3 tournament. Take it away, West Ham.
Going into the first fight here, right here between the two, it seems like EVMeister taking a 22 whip on the roads right there. Straight away though, getting that freeze, not really using any DD momentum though. It seems like he's just opting for standing away and bowling by the looks of things. I'm kind of interested to see EVMeister switches. Right now, him 2-ticking that freeway, still getting the barrage off prey by the looks of things. Not entirely sure who Eyasu is, but he seems to be doing decent on the 1-ticks. Going in for that whip, EVMeister catching it on the prayer, attempting to get that freeze. Both of them kind of not entirely sure. It seems like Eyasu does have the freeze advantage right now, but he's not really using it. EVMeister going for that Varix top barrage that we've seen before as well. Right now, EVMeister sitting in his robes with his crossbow on, praying mage. Not entirely sure why Eyasu hasn't gone for a claw spec yet. It seems like he's got some decent opportunities. He's sitting fairly low HP right now, though, sitting about 40.
I mean, I was going to say right now, somehow, EVMeister's actually looking like he's in the lead of this fight. His RNG
he is in the lead. I'm not exactly sure how, but he is.
On a ball spec 2 on the rope, sitting 11, like he's chipping away his opponent's HP nicely. The question is, how long is his RNG going to keep up for? And there's a claw spec.
He has it going in for a really nice anti right there, though, nearly KO and EVMeister. I'm not entirely sure if he was KOable HP. Eyasu trying to catch the freeze though as EVMeister is just whipping away at his robes. Both of them trying to get that freeze. Seems like EVMeister has caught it there.
I'm really surprised right now. Eyasu's not going for the DD very much at all. He could get so many free hits since EVMeister is mostly bolting at the moment and isn't the quickest with the switch, isn't the most accustomed hybrid in this tournament. But he's here for fun. He's here to have a good time, and I'll tell you what, he's not doing too bad right now, to be fair. He's actually hanging his opponent off prayer quite a bit. I don't think it's going to potentially last that long. Catches a freeze off prayer as well. Gets claw spade, almost KO'd as well.
Nearly getting KO'd. Then gets whip chanced as well on 20 HP. I mean, I will say, it is free to enter. So, like, there's no reason for people not to enter. That's the thing. I've said this before to people who are, like, doubting entering a tournament like this. Even if you don't think you'll win, you can still enter and see how far you can get, because it's good practice nonetheless. You're never going to get better unless you actually fight people that are better than you. That is my key motto to improving on this game. I think if you want to make it far, you truly do have to fight some of the demons on this game and kind of have to take that beating so that in the future, you can maybe be the one beating them. But right now, Evan is running around in his robes, not really doing a whole lot, getting bolted on his robes on the mage prayer right there. Not entirely sure what he's gonna do right now.
Yeah, he's missing
Seems like
quite
he's
a lot
just
of free
opting
hits.
back for the bolts.
He needs to really trade hits one for one at the very least at the moment. Although saying this, like, you know, we said before, he's not the best hybrid, the most accustomed hybrid, most experienced. But we've seen time and time again in demo tournaments where, you know, the tank meta, the range and melee meta actually ends up somehow beating the hybrids. And we might see that again today if, you know, if Eyasu goes quite mage heavy and just gets a bit of bad RNG and EVMeister's constantly sinking those bolts into him, you never know. There's an AGS.
Oh, and he gets a 68 AGS off the prayer right there. Wiggled has confirmed as well that EVMeister is getting bad RNG. Yeah. And it does look like he's deserving to win this fight so far. I mean, he's outplaying his opponent really well, really one-ticking all of his switches. Eyasu currently struggling with those 2-tick two-ways right there. EVMeister doing that beautiful 1-tick 4-way, going in for the barrage. Unfortunately, getting hit off prey. Right now, Seems like Iyazu does have the lead,
Yep.
but Evemeister truly is just getting bad RNG.
Yeah, I think every single hybrid in this tournament right now is watching very carefully to try and understand Evemeister's tactics, being one of the most feared hybrids in this tournament right now. Legend has it that 1013 almost backed out the tournament last minute, knowing that Evemeister was in the same bracket as him. Evemeister trying to go
Right
for that
now,
second
Evemeister
AGS
just holding out that AGS. He's really scaring his opponent, making sure that he sees that big sword. And honestly, right now, Evemeister sitting fairly low HP, but he knows that he's going to be able to win this fight regardless. So he's just taking these risks, giving his opponent a little bit of hope before he goes in for that final AGS pack.
I mean, we know that NH is all about, you know, faking out your opponent. It's all about mind games right now. And Evemeister actually allowing his opponent to claw him on that HP, to let him give his opponent the idea he potentially win this entire bracket. That's a 1-0 lead, but it's not over yet. Evemeister's going to come back, win 2 in a row, and then say sit at the end to his opponent. But I mean, it could have gone either way, that fight, in my opinion. I think Evemeister got a bit of bad luck. We saw a nice little 1-tick AGS in there, hitting a 70. We'll see
Yeah, I mean, I'm really
round.
interested to see the PvP tracker. It does seem that Evemeister is going to have at least 2,000 deserved damage compared to his opponent, only having about 450 right there. If we can get the tracker for that fight, that would be wonderful. If not, Warriors conspiring against him.
If not, we just know that Evemeister deserved to win that one.
It does
was
look like the
close.
tracker has bugged out. It seems like Iyazu has won that fight, which is clearly not what we saw. Iyazu having 65% of the prayers right versus Evemeister's 23%. So I do believe that's a little bit of a technical difficulty.
No, I think what's actually happened here is that they forgot to add a few zeros on Evemeister's hits there. He was meant to do 130 out of 56. Which obviously adds up, but unfortunately, yeah, the tracker bugged out, as you just mentioned there previously. Well, next fight is the one to watch, of course. Iyasu leading now 1-0 versus Evemeister in this best of 3. And hey, man, even if Evemeister goes down for losers bracket, he's not out. It's the double elimination bracket, which means that, of course, if you do lose, you've got to win. You got to lose again to be knocked out of the tournament altogether. Maybe Evemeister's thinking, you know what, I got to give my parents a chance here. You know, everyone in this tournament not quite as experienced and as good quality as I am, so he's going to go into the losers bracket and then, you know, destroy everyone in there and then come back and take the whole tournament for himself. That's the plan I reckon he's doing right now, to lot his opponents into a false sense of security. But we're jumping to the next fight. What we're going to see is Evemeister going to play the bolt tactic again, or is he going to go for some more whip hits?
Has taken a ball off prey right there though. Iyazu seems to be doing well with the mages book and everything. I mean, he's really opting for the anti-mage right now. Honestly, though, I don't think it matters. Like, I'm sorry, but right now, I don't think Iyazu needs to kind of overperform. It seems like Evemeister's just camping at D square, even though they are both with, what's it called, out of bolt range. But Iyazu going in, stepping in, getting that bolt and getting a whip off prey by the looks of things. Still, both of them kind of hitting very small hits so far. Iyazu failing that freeway by the looks of things, barraging in his Varrock skirt. Evemeister trying to catch that freeze, but gets open bolted for a 34 right there. Iyazu still just running about, kind of using that extra momentum that he's got. He's just running around the fight, trying to use his movement as much as he can. Evemeister standing still. Iyazu not really using the DD momentum that he's got though.
And he's doing a few fakies around Evemeister. He's definitely improving, getting his tank on a little bit more compared to the first fight. He just had to warm up a bit, I guess. Going for the fakey staff bash there to try and catch the opponent off guard. Of course, like a D-long, it still can pack a punch. Evemeister going for a few bolts as well. Unfortunately for him, just the RNG right now isn't really there. Looks like Iyasu going for some DDs as well, getting a few free hits, giving him the lead at the moment. And it'll be interesting to see if Evemeister does manage to pull off that AGS once again, get those 70s in there, and maybe turn the tides for his fight.
We're good as well, saying this guy standing under Evemeister, tell him to fight like a man or he will be disqualified. Well, unfortunately, in this tournament, there is no rule against DDing. But right now, he isn't really DDing him that much. Even though he can, he seems to be avoiding it a decent bit. Evemeister still is going strong with the bolts. He's kind of just opting for bolt and melee, not really using his mage a whole lot. As I do say that, though, he has gone for a barrage right there, finally catching it. And, I mean, as much as we are kind of joking about on this fight, Evemeister's not down that much. I'd say it's fairly even between the two.
I personally think it's great to see someone like, you know, a people's champion coming in and giving his best shot. He doesn't care what the odds are of him winning. He's having a good time right now. He's playing the game for fun. He's trying to improve a little bit and just getting involved, man. That's the most important thing, right? Everyone starts somewhere. People forget that, I think. He's just getting some experience. The first tournament's he ever done. So props to the man. You know, props where props are deserved.
Yeah, Iyazu is getting a decent bit of momentum right here, though. But he's not... I mean, Iyazu is obviously showing off his switches a bit more here, kind of utilizing those barrages and tribing him a bit more than what Evemeister is. Evemeister just bolt camping for most part. Still, though, he is doing a decent amount of things wrong. Barraging in his Varrock skirt and taking hits on robes and stuff like that. Evemeister doing a two-way barrage right there, though. Unfortunately for him, only splashing. Going for that bolt again and hitting a 38. Evemeister does have an AGS though, so maybe he can actually get a KO if he times it nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. He's still got one spec left. And he's
getting a load of damage with these bolts right now.
A 20 barrage as well. I think it's a little bit too late potentially for him to come back right now. I think Iyasu knows that the just to prey range the entire time and is getting a few hits off prayer. The question is, when Evemeister does switch into different gear, if he gets those hits off prayer and they're big ones, it could, actually end up resulting in him winning the fight. He's still got that spec left, as I said before. He's still got some KO potential. We did see him almost KO his opponent last time. It could happen. He's not out just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Evemeister is two-ticking his freeway barrages, but he's still catching his opponent off prey. I'm not entirely sure if Kayasu thinks it's a fakie, and that's why he's not praying mage all that much. He seems to have improved on it, though. Really doing better on those prayers right now. Evemeister still just opting for the bolts, hitting his 0 on his opponent's robes right there. But right now, it really seems like Evemeister is just kind of bolt camping versus his opponent. Actually bolting his opponent off prey on ropes though.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Hitting his 0, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here for Eevee is he needs to make sure he's in his tank more often than not. As we can see here, a little tip for anyone else who's watching the stream, new to NHing perhaps, or new to LMS and such. If you get caught in your off tank a bit, even on the right prayers, you're going to take a lot of damage. Being able to stick in the tank gear as much as possible is so crucial to these fights. And that's kind of why he's stuck in this fight for so long. You saw there, he got caught in robes and got hit a 40 instantly. Unfortunately,
sitting on about 1 HP right now, though. I don't think he's out of... Oh, no, maybe he is out of food. Going for that redemption right now. Not even hitting his opponent back. Evan is about to go down. Sitting 1 HP again.
Oh, got the redemption.
Doesn't get... Yeah, he does get a redemption proc off.
This man is sticking in the fight right until the end, doing his utmost best to catch the freeze. He's not giving up, which I can highly respect, especially when he's down so much food right now to the bad RNG he's had. Can he inflict enough damage? Maybe get an AGS spec out right at the end. He's for it.
He's trying to get it, but he does go down to that 21 barrage. Evemeister does go down to the losers bracket for now. Iyazu advancing through. I mean, let's be honest. Iyazu really did roll Evemeister up into a spliff there. Unfortunately, Evemeister did try his best. He did decent, to be fair, but Iyazu, seeming to be a decent in nature, truly has brought that fight home.
Yeah, still, like I said before, great to see some underdogs coming into the tournament and giving it their best shot and having fun, taking part. That's one of the most important things about this. Looking at the PvP tracker right now, as you can see, once again, Evemeister just getting really, really unlucky, hitting 57. Oh wait, sorry, that's the wrong way around. looks like Iyasu indeed did deserve to win that fight. Surprising to many, I'm sure. But Evemeister, being the champion he is, gifting 10 subscriptions to the Method community. Reese, James, Coomby, Addicted, Cosmic, Cavity, Doobie, Valor, Purple Hat, and Jimmy Jenkins. Who's on the team with us right now, broadcasting with us. Guys, please give a thank you to Evemeister and respect, a salute in the chat potentially, or a PogChamp for the man, the myth, the legend, for taking part and giving it his all. Iyasu does go through to the second round. Evemeister drops down to the losers bracket. He's not out of the tournament yet, as I mentioned before. It is a double elimination bracket, which does mean you've got to lose 2 fights. So we will be watching Evemeister again very soon. Hey man, like I said before, maybe he's just trying to lull his opponents into false insecurity. Go into the losers bracket. People thinking that it's a free win and they've got through that round, no problem. And then out of nowhere, he pulls out all the works, starts doing 17-way 1-tick switches and just destroys everybody. But we'll have to wait to see that a little bit later. Next up, we do have another fight momentarily.
Yeah, we do have Abyss versus Alp right now, which is definitely going to be an interesting fight. I'm really keen on seeing how Abyss is going to perform. I do believe this setup really compliments him, honestly. He's played the game for a very long time. He's been around for the era where shield switches were a lot more relevant than kind of used the less spirit shield camp. So I think Abyss will do well in this for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned before, like Abyss obviously being someone that everyone knows as a content creator, has been streaming for many years now. And in recent months, whenever I pop into a stream, not to say that he was ever a bad NH grid or anything like that, but the last time I fought Abyss was at the Jagex tournament, the All-Stars tournament, where I got a bit lucky and actually knocked him out of the bracket. Since then, he's definitely improved tenfold. His switches are decent. He's able to one-tick things really well. I'd say this is definitely one to watch, and he's definitely a favourite in this tourney. Unfortunately, we couldn't watch Pig Money and Minza a second ago because Pig Money didn't turn up, so Minza got the bye, got the got the free win straight through to the second round. We'll be jumping into this momentarily, which I'm very excited for.
I will say as well, Abyss not really being a competitive player though. I do think Abyss kind of plays the game in a very casual way. I don't think he practices for stuff like this. I think he just kind of takes it and like as it comes and stuff like that. So although I do think he should have the odds on this fight, I'm not entirely sure who Alp is. So maybe it could be some undercover demon or something like that, but it will be interesting to see how he performs. I'm really excited to see this, and we'll be jumping into the fight as soon as we can. Just kind of waiting on both of them to go in. Okay, starting off with the fight, we have both of them kind of just... seems like Abyss is going to go for the freeze, while Alp is going for the bolt on the robes right there. Abyss catching the first freeze, going for the DD straight away. Unfortunately, gets whipped on robes there, only for a 14 though, getting that 11 barrage back. Abyss being down about 15 to 20 HP right now. Make that 50 right there. Sorry, 50 from a 16, maybe 36.
Hobie catching that freeze there was really crucial for him to stop Abyss from getting the DD mechanics on him. But a 32 whip on the robes and getting the DD advantage as well. Abyss slightly, you know, in falling behind right now. Another 20 whip on the robes as well for Alp. He's really putting the work, focusing more so on his range and melee as opposed to Halsey or Abyss going for the claw spec. Oh, 46!
Getting a really nice claw though, but unfortunately for Abyss, he did take that 35 bolt. And Alp doing a really nice anti there, actually. Nice. That was really nice played by him. Very surprised to see that this early on.
Well bolt, man. And another
followed by another 22 opal bolt, going for that claw. Unfortunately, only hitting a 0. Abyss actually could have clawed him back there, considering that he ate so much that he would have been able to eat without any, spec without any delay there. Right now, though, Abyss being down about 150 to 200 HP, but getting a decent bit back. Yeah, getting a decent bit back. About 60 damage taken back right there. Right now, Abyss, seeming to go for the freezes. Alp not really praying too much mage here by the looks of things. Kind of camping that prey range.
And that's probably why he's going for it. But also, you know, Abyss, as a Deep Wilderness PKer who's normally PKing in absolute max, he opts for the Ancestral setup, which in, you know, I'm guessing Deep Wilderness, with all the gear available, if you've got the Ancestral and the max mage, you're going to hit so much more damage with it. That's why he's mostly a mage fighter. But right now, he's getting torn apart by the bolts. Maybe it's a bit of a negative of, you know, not maybe practicing more with this setup with the Mystics and such. He doesn't really PK as a Mystic Brid very often at all. As a result, again, he's just trying to catch that freeze and just getting hit on robes so much right now. My God.
Unfortunately, Abyss is just not catching the freezes. I do believe that Abyss really needs to kind of collect himself here and actually adapt to the fight. At this point, I would have given up on the freezes. He does need to flick his tank a little bit more. He's taking so many hits on robes right now and is really punishing for him. I do believe that he needs to work on the tank switches, and that's maybe something he can improve on for the second fight, because I believe that he's fallen back way too hard. Right now,
of course,
to pull this back.
Hobie or Alp definitely has had a lot of better RNG, I'd say, here as well, chaining just constant 20s and 30s together. Equally, though, you know, like you said, if Abyss doesn't sit in his tank more, it's just going to continue for him and needs to switch up from maging constantly. There's a nice little bolt, 32. Does get DD'd upon, though, so can't really chain those two hits together. Another hit off prayer, but it was on the tank, so going for the whip now, trying to switch things up a little bit, but looks like he's almost out of food. Sitting on 20 HP, is he out already? That is such a fast fight. Wow.
It could be possible that Abyss actually is out of food, and he is out of food. Does get a redemption proc though, but I will say
it's too little, too late,
ALP's RNG has been good. I mean, although Abyss isn't really flicking his tank as much as he should, still getting hit on robes. I mean, ALP has been rolling out the high damage hits almost every single time. Abyss does go down to that 20 barrage right there. I mean, honestly, I do believe that Abyss should have taken damage because he was getting hit on robes a lot, but still, ALP definitely getting lucky with the hits that he got. I mean, it was non-stop 30s and 40s. He wasn't really dealing any small hits right there.
Yeah, I think just being, again, like being a hybrid that goes deep wilderness, where mage is like the strongest out of the attack style. If you have max gear, he's probably used to, you know, flicking the mage on way more than most PKs will do. And right there, he just overcommitted to the mage. Equally, though, he did have some bad RNG. He just couldn't catch those freezes, so he couldn't then translate mage into melee into range as well. But yeah, being caught in ropes, just devastating for him.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing, right? It's like sometimes in these fights, you kind of, when you have splashed 3 or 4 times already, you kind of need to take away and just be like, okay, well, I'm clearly not catching this freeze. Maybe I should just do what he's doing. And instead of trying to catch the freeze, I'll just start hitting him back, kind of staying with my tank on. And until he tries to go for the freeze, then I can start doing it as well. Unfortunately for Abyss, though, every single time he got caught on robes, it seemed to be really, really punishing for him. Really taking those 30s and 40s. Because, I mean, the way RuneScape works, I believe, is as soon as you get any form of XP drop, you hit a roll between 1 and your max hit. So that person just constantly rolled those high hits. And unfortunately for Abyss, he got punished really hard for every mistake that he made right there. So I will say, although Abyss did do a bit worse, he definitely got a little bit RNG'd.
Well, it's not over just yet. It is a best of 3, of course, in this double elimination bracket. Even if Abyss does lose, he goes on to the losers bracket and still has a chance to come back. Again, opting for the freezes off the bat, getting the DD and looking a little bit stronger here, actually, switching it up, going for some whip hits, faking into the range. Zeros being translated constantly. That was a weird mage switch there. He decided to switch into the gear before he DD'd, actually, so his opponent managed to pray melee and mage in time. His opponent isn't even opting for the mages. He's not even trying to get the DD. He won the last fight.
Yeah. It seems like he really saw that like Abyss splashing the last fight worked out for him, so I think he's going to keep on going with that strategy. And I do think Abyss is kind of relying a bit too much on his mage. When he does catch the freezes, he does really well, but unfortunately for Abyss, he's not really catching a whole lot, and it's really punishing for him. Right now, though, he does have the DD advantage. Not entirely sure. If he can get some free hits here, he might be able to bring the HP back a little bit, kind of even out the lead.
I mean, he's still got his 2 special attacks left. Alp used up 1. There's his second spec as well. Both specs not hitting too much, unfortunately for him. Now, Abyss, with that spec, if he can catch this freeze and get the DD advantage right now, depending if he can catch or not, both players splashing. If he can, then maybe he can force his opponent to pray melee a lot. There's a spec coming off prayer, only hitting a 16. Going for the freeze afterwards, catching a 32,
but does get a 32 barrage. And another claw off prey by the looks of things. Only for a 25, though. Kind of some unlucky claw specs right there for Abyss. Right now between the two, I'd say that the damage has kind of evened out a little bit. Abyss seems to do a lot better whenever he is catching those freezes, though.
Yeah, he's faking the claws with no special attack, but still his opponent's falling for and getting hit at 20 there.
Yeah,
but
I mean, again, ALP has just completely given up on the freezes. He's just going straight. He knows that the last fight he really won because he was catching Abyss on robes and that Abyss was splashing a whole lot. Not entirely sure if I would rely on that, though.
No. Because I mean, you know, that's our RNG. You know, comes around in circles. Like last fight, he didn't get the best mage RNG, but looks like right now Abyss is getting some good hits. Once he's able to catch that
2 free hits right there, make that free as well, getting a lot of damage right here. Abyss is actually pulling this fight back, if anything.
Yeah, I'd say he's potentially like even if not up food right now as a result of those little translations of constant hits when he gets the freezes. Another freeze
finally going for those barrages, and this time Abyss is the person that is getting splashed on. And it seems like he's really utilizing that. I would say that Abyss should be DDing right here instead of going for the movement because last time he DD'd, he did get 3 free hits on his opponent compared to this time where he got no free hits, actually. Does get frozen right there, though. Abyss being up about 50-60 HP right now, I'd say, versus ALP. ALP still not going for the DD.
He's going to go for a freeze here potentially once again and try and chain once again that you know, constant free hit stepping underneath. Halsey looking real strong now compared to the first fight. I believe it's much more even. Another bolt spec coming in on the tank. I'd say that as well. Alp prays range pretty much most of the time in these fights. So Abyss using the whip as well to his advantage and getting some nice hits in here is really crucial. But again, being caught in his robes there potentially. A claw spec coming in, 3rd claw spec of the fight, not hitting too much on the pray melee on the tank gear as well.
Abyss should have another claw spec as well. Abyss really doing a lot better this fight, not getting hit on robes as well. As I said, although he did get whipped on robes, but honestly, I will say Abyss has done a lot better this fight compared to the last one. It seems like he's taken away a little bit from the last one and managed to
38
improve.
whip on the robes as well. Just again, just sitting in those robes a bit too much. 25 constant free hits for Alp right now. Chaining constantly a 16 as well, just chipping away. The advantage that Abyss might have had from those step outs and getting a few free hits just been relinquished in that little exchange right there. Abyss does still have his claw spec. I'll be interested to see when he uses it. 27 through the prayer as well. Already a max whip hit if he got the prayer right there. Going for the mage once again. Is he going to go for a splash fest? Splash and caught in the robes as well. It's not good. He's got to learn from the mistakes from last time. Another whip hit on the robes. Another one on the robes. He's getting quite lucky this exchange though, not getting hit too much damage. Going for the DD again.
Kind of seems to just be camping one prayer at the moment, and it's not really working out for him. I mean, he's camping pray melee versus his opponent that's just non-stop bolting him right now. I would say that they are fairly even, but Abyss takes that 37 bolt, and it seems like ALP is in the lead again.
And now ALP is going to go for the freeze after, being unfroze. A 22 whip again. Abyss right now, if he loses this fight, I believe it's going to be as a result of just sitting in the robes just a bit too much, a bit too long right now.
Yeah, I mean, he knows his opponent is
Yep.
really just relying on Abyss to splash, and still he's going for those freezes. Instead of waiting for his opponent to hit him on the tank and maybe then going for a barrage, he's kind of just hoping that he'll be able to catch the freeze, and right now it's not working out for him. Taking a lot of hit on robes. It'll be interesting to see the tracker between the two. It wouldn't surprise me if ALP does have more deserved damage, but Abyss has definitely done a lot better on this fight than he did in the first, that's for sure.
I mean, it's not over just yet. Abyss used up his third spec that he recharged earlier, but this fight's gone on for quite a while, so we might even see a fourth spec coming in, potentially, if it drags on. It looks like Abyss almost out of food right now, sitting about 50 HP, losing a few free hits there as well to Alba. 24 on the robes again. The robes is the big part here, which is making him lose a 20.
And it seems like Abyss is out of food, sitting on about 10 HP right now, really needing some damage, but he is not getting it. Not flicking the redemption enough. He does get a redemption right there, though. Maybe
a fourth claw spec potentially.
Yeah, he is holding out his claws right now. Not entirely sure if he does have another claw spec. He is camping the redemption.
HP. No
way. He's not even flicking the protection prayers right now, so he can be taken out at any point here. Abyss really needs to flick his protection prayers and then put on the redemption to kind of minimize the amount of damage that ALP is going to do. Otherwise, he is just one shot away from being KO'd. ALP sitting full HP.
He's staying in the fight as best he can, hitting 26.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the DD advantage right now. Gets a 26 into a 39 bolt right there. Into a 38 and actually wins the fight. I mean, that's an insane comeback for Abyss right there. Really needing that RNG at the end, and actually someone manages to win that. I will say that is very lucky for Abyss to just camp that redemption and still win, but I mean, I would say Abyss did a lot better that fight, for sure.
He was charging up the crossbow, man, using Mage Bite pretty much the entire fight. Then, right at the end, managed to execute his opponent with that barrage of hits, just 30, 30, 30, just like that, and it's all over for him. That means Abyss does tie up this battle right now, it being 1-1, Alp versus Abyss. I guess we'll check the tracker, potentially, momentarily, if we have a link. Wow, again, I think...
Yeah, I kind of do want to see the tracker for that one.
I think Abyss definitely did learn from the first fight a little bit better to start using different attack styles and not overcompensating with the mage and being caught in his robes. But again, just being caught in his robes a bit too much there. He's got to, like you said before, maybe wait until he gets hit in the tank, then switch into the mage, so he's not trading hits one for one, which is where Alp really took the lead in some situations there. It is a best of three, so next fight is going to decide who goes through and who goes down to the loser's bracket. Could go either way, I'd say still. But Abyss really does need to, like I said before, change up his strategy just a little bit. He's not in max Ancestral with an Elijah in Deep Wilderness, so he can't afford to be caught in his robes as much. It's very punishing and Mystic, of course, against Dragon Crossbow and such.
Yeah, I mean, Abyss is kind of used to PKing and max gear, and when you're in max gear, Ancestral is the best, like, Mage is the best DPS in general if you have the max gear. I will say, though, in this setup, it really doesn't seem to be paying off for Abyss to go for the freezes as much as he is. I think if he can adapt a little bit better, he did adapt a bit more on that second fight and really evening out the score a little bit. The tracker definitely was a lot more even for that fight than the first. So I think if he can take that away and go into this final fight, and he knows that ALP really isn't catching that many freezes on him and not really using as much barrage as he is. So if he can learn that and take that away into the final fight, I think he can actually come out on top.
Yeah, and of course, you know, this is a very anticipated fight. Of course, a lot of people in the chat wanting to watch Abyss. We have a lot of viewers, of which are Abyss viewers or fans or subs. And on the other side, we've got players such as Guap in the chat that probably died for Max to Abyss recently on live stream and are pretty embarrassed as a result. We have Halsey going in again versus Hobie, Alp versus Abyss in this currently 1-1 fight. Halsey trying to catch the next freeze, but unable to do so, unfortunately, and goes for the bolts, actually, not relying too much on the freezes off the bat, learning from his previous mistakes.
Actually getting those tank flicks as well. I mean, he's doing a lot better
than before.
Yeah, a lot better here at the start. So Abyss starting off really strong into this third fight. This is the final fight between them. Whoever wins this will advance, and the loser goes on to the losers bracket. So it's not completely over for whoever loses, but still, you really don't want to go to the losers bracket, as that is your final chance at being able to win. So right now, Alp going for that claw. Abyss doing a nice anti though. Unfortunately, only hitting a 2. Getting that opal bolt for a 36. Really nice opal bolt right there. Abyss catching the freeze, going in for the claw.
No way!
It's a 24. Not entirely sure if that was off prey. I do think Alp caught that on prey, so I don't think that was a chance. But Abyss still really nice play. Stacking that barrage in the claw could have been something if he got a bit high in barrage there. But right now, Abyss, I mean, he's doing so much better than what he did in the first and the second fight. Really learning from his experience right now. And it seems like Abyss will be the favorite to win this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's doing really well right now. Unfortunately, that claw spec wasn't on prayer, but it was a really beautiful transition into that stack, which could have potentially ended up, you know, cleaning up this fight, this best of 3, really nicely for him. Doing better now, as again, like you said before, and getting his robes and his tank switches on. Oh, it's a claw spec on robes, though.
Oh, and Abyss nearly does go down to that claw.
That was so close. It could have been all over there.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, really, Abyss getting clawed really big there. That's one of the biggest claws we've seen so far. I mean, unfortunately for Abyss, all of that lead that he managed to gather throughout the fight, it has been robbed away, and Alp is now up at least 50 to 100 damage, and Abyss is really just on a receiving end right now. He's getting tormented, and it seems like he really needs this freeze.
His opponent Alp there actually hit like a 24, 25, 20 whip hits constantly on prey melee, on tank. He got really lucky there. Although saying that, now Abyss is trying to get an advantage through DDing, and unfortunately getting caught in those robes again a little bit too much compared to the start of this fight. He needs to start switching it better, hitting a 17 whip again there, getting the prayer up at least. And I guess he's just kind of giving up a little bit more on the... No, I'm wrong.
Still, he knows that he's going to get hit there. Yeah, didn't flick the tank, got hit on robes again. I do think Abyss is down a decent amount now. Unfortunately for him, he did get RNG'd very hard just a second ago. But
I mean, as Mason in the chat says, though, it's not over until it's over. As we know in this video game, RNG is one of the most important factors as well. You can just get really unlucky or really lucky sometimes. If Abyss can continue this... Oh,
and he does get a 27 into a 43 right there. That was very nice damage. Really putting Abyss back into the fight,
catches
getting
the freeze
a 15
as well.
barrage.
The freeze there was just so crucial to him coming back into this fight too. He's going to go for a DD now, getting a free hit 19 bolt as well, chaining into a whip hit, hitting a 6. Not the best, but it was on the right prayer as well. Is he going to get frozen? Oh man. Alp's RNG of the freezes, although he's not really using Mage very much at all, every time he does go for it, he's getting very lucky in catching them, and they manage to turn the fight back around again. I'd say right now it's relatively even. Abyss opting to stay prey melee up right now, knowing that Alp potentially has a claw spec ready and waiting. Goes for his own claw spec.
Doing a decent fakey there. Abyss really coming through with that claw spec. Only hitting a 2, getting a decent whip straight after though. It seems like ALP might be out of food here. Actually, Abyss really took back the lead. I mean, he's gotten some good RNG right now. Still getting a 19 whip through the prey right there. ALP is out. Abyss on prey.
Wow,
seems
that
like
was a
both
chance.
of them have ran off screen right now. Really not the best that we could hope for, considering this is the final stretch of the fight. ALP coming back into the screen region though, sitting on... Oh, he has gone up a decent amount of HP, so he might not be completely out of food, sitting on about 30 right now. Abyss still being off screen though.
HP. I think Abyss is probably going to take this fight out, even though he got hit quite a lot earlier. Looks like Abyss is on 30 HP as well. Both players being caught in the robes. Looks like ALP
going for that freeze as well.
Oh, the
ALP sitting on about 1 HP right now. Anything... Oh, he does get a redemption right there.
No way. Next freeze coming in. Abyss needs to stop going for freezes, hoping not to hit their redemption. Proc. Looks like Alp down to like 5 hit points. He's one more freeze to finish this one off, but equally, if he gets hit their robes a few times...
ALP camping that redemption, not really flicking his prayers correctly. Any hit right now will take down ALP. As long as Abyss can get a decent barrage, all he needs is about a 5 barrage right now, but he is not getting it. Abyss is getting some really bad RNG right now, and he finally gets that 13 barrage, and Abyss actually advances through. I mean, I honestly think that is a very good example of someone performing poorly in the first fight and taking his mistakes, learning from them, and then actually improving whilst his opponent is sticking to the same strategy that he had in the first fight, not really switching it up too much, because throughout the fights, ALP really wasn't barraging a lot.
No.
Abyss throughout learned how to flick his tank a bit better and really performed better in the second and third and managed to win it. I mean, I'm surprised to say the least.
Yeah, a respectful GF ALP in the chat from Abyss, who, like you said before, definitely did change up his strategy a little bit and learned from the mistakes that he made. I guess it's the first fight of the day for him, unless he was practicing beforehand, and knowing Abyss and his late night schedule, he might be up a little bit earlier than he's used to, so it took him a bit to get back into the fight. But yep, ALP now gets moved down to the losers bracket, of course, in this double elimination tournament. Abyss moves on to the next round, which will be against Frankie, full send, since I assume AJ did not turn up for his fight. So the next fight we're watching, I believe, could potentially be Goofy Llama versus Adamzor in... Oh wait, no. Yeah, I think we're on to the next few rounds, actually. We're going to be seeing 10-13 momentarily, actually, and Lil Goy for Walla Fienzi. I don't know who the second guy is, but everyone knows 10-13 being one of the best hybrids in the game. Really, you know, taking numerous titles and victories over the years. Being hated by many and loved by some too. It's a titan in the tournament for sure. One of the potential winners of the entire thing, including the World Championship. Apologies, actually, no, I am wrong. I'm getting people hyped up because I am new to hosting and I have not read the bracket properly. We're actually going to be seeing Ayasu versus Minza. My apologies, chat, getting you all hyped up a bit too early for that. And after which, we'll also be seeing Abyss once again taking on Frankie, whose fight was not available to be coming in today. So momentarily we're seeing Ayasu versus Minza. Ayasu took down Eevee Meister, of course. So I guess there's a lot of fans in the chat that probably want to see Ayasu fall. And Minza got a free buy. We've not seen him perform today yet, as Pig Money wasn't available to be on for the tournament.
Yeah, there is something about that max cape, though, because I have never seen a player with a max cape perform badly in one of these tournaments, and I do believe that point is still staying strong. I mean, Minza getting 2 whips right there on the ropes, 3 whips on the ropes, straight away getting about 60 damage. Not really opting for those freezes right now because he doesn't really need to. He does get caught. No, he actually got splashed on right there, even though he had his Varric skirt on. I'm not really sure what he's doing. Barraging a lot with his K-top and D-square on. Unfortunately, still not catching any freezes. He does get the freeze finally there, getting his first bit of damage. Right now, Minza being up about 60 or 70 damage though.
Yeah, Ayasu, you know, after catching that freeze there, being able to, you know, help me turn around the fight for himself, hitting a 14 free hit, another potential free hit. No, gets hit. Whip hit. 50 claw spec isn't too bad, though. Into a bolt spec, only a 7, unfortunately for him. Minza did get up the right prayers and the tank gear in time. Another claw spec off prayer again, hitting a 38 this time. Ayasu deciding to dump all of his specs, try and come back to this fight, and it kind of paid off for him, to be fair. Although saying that, Minza still has his claw specs, still has some KO opportunity, as well as able to turn the fight around and create some momentum for himself. And like I said before, man, this guy with the max cape, I agree. I've not seen anyone in this tournament so far that's got a max cape that aren't, you know, somewhat accustomed to NH and pretty confident with their switches right now. Looking like Minza at the moment is doing absolute work and probably up at least 50, 100 HP despite the claw specs being hit on him.
Yeah, right now Ayasu sitting semi-low HP, sitting on about 50 right there though. Not really taking off that prey range. He knows that he can get bolt KO'd and he is not taking it off. Finally eating up and switching his prayers. Trying to go get that freeze again. Gets bolted on the ropes, only for a 0 though, luckily for him. Doing a fair few bit of mistakes though, like bolting in his Mystic Top there. And he's getting whipped a decent amount here. I'd say Minza is getting a little bit lucky with how much he's staying unfrozen. But still, Minza being up the damage right now by the looks of things.
Yeah, I'd say Minza's definitely looking a little bit better in this fight right now. First fight of this best of 3 though, of course, so it can still go very much either way. Minza mostly opting for a lot of mage at the moment too, trying to get some great RNG, and the whip too coming in, like getting a few hits on the run, catching Ayasu off guard, being frozen again, so another barrage, double barrage there, both hits hitting, a triple barrage, third one unfortunately not as much.
Yeah, Minza really
just
opting
misses
for the mage melee in this fight by the
Oh,
looks of things, and
35
gets a 35 bolt. I do believe he's just bolt chanced his opponent right there. Unfortunately for him, not getting a KO, but still getting a decent bit of damage. I'm sure he's happy with that, getting another 22 bolt on the ropes through the prey. Right now, Yasu really needing to improve. He's not really holding up too well in this fight. Minza is just pummeling damage right now, tormenting his opponent. And
once again, being able to get
really
the
being on the
DD.
defensive.
Getting the DDs, man, it's just really what's working for him at the moment. He's getting a lot of free hits and catches his opponent off prayer. And right now, just running circles, as you said before, tormenting his opponent, unable to really get much damage back. Ayasu does catch that clutch freeze right there, which is so important for him to try and turn the tide. Hitting a 33 bolt as well, trying to stay on top of his opponent too. And you're not giving up just yet. I believe Minza does have some special attack left, or at least coming up soon, which he'll be using momentarily too. This fight's gone on for quite a bit, so both players will get that third spec in as well. Minza stepping out right now, going for the barrages again, very mage heavy, and faking into the whip and getting a 35 barrage to follow.
Yeah, I mean, Minza really just focusing on those that mage, and it's doing well for him, honestly. He's getting a lot of decent barrages. Right now, Iyazu being on the defensive again, though. Actually getting the DD, maybe going on the offensive now. Getting one free hit at least. Fortunately, not getting the second. Gets whipped on ropes, but closes his opponent off prey. Unfortunately, not for very big damage as it was on tank. Only taking about a 30 claw right there. Minza trying to anti him with a claw spec. Unfortunately, Iyazu sidestep in there. Right now, though, Minza having one claw spec. Iyazu still seeming to be very low HP. Minza maybe going for that claw spec right there on 20 HP on prayer. Fortunately for him, Iyazu still in the game. Gets taken out by that 40 whip, though. Yeah, I mean, that's a landslide win for Minza.
Yeah,
I have to say, he really did outperform his opponent.
Yeah, Minza really was doing so well there with the constant whip hits on the runs as well. The mage RNG that he had too was pretty solid. He had the DD advantage for a lot of that fight. His claw specs weren't the best. You saw that at the end. He could have finished his opponent off with that claw spec too, but I think he was just up so much throughout. Ayasu couldn't really get his foot in the door and just couldn't really bring it back at all. So that's a 1-0 lead for the boy Minza, who we didn't see in the first round, but being a max cape user, of course, we did expect that he'd be pretty quick on the sticks. Looks like the Twitch chat will see the revenge of Eevee Meister, with Ayasu being pushed down potentially to the losers bracket if this keeps up. Although saying that, we might see a rematch of Ayasu and Eevee Meister in the losers bracket in a little bit later today. Anything else really to say about that fight? Anything else you noticed that the players were doing right or potentially doing wrong?
I mean, I'd just say Minza was outplaying his opponent. Someone did say it's KKZ, but I don't think so. I do believe KKZ already participated in the NA East. So, I mean, right now it really does seem like Minza does have the upper hand versus Iyazu skill-wise. It seems like Iyazu really needs to improve a decent bit in order to win this if he is going to manage to pull it back. Right now, needing to do a reverse sweep, needing 2 wins versus Minza's 1. And, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Minza really has got this in the bag. Iyazu really not doing too well in these fights so far.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Going into the second fight, though, might be the final, actually. Minza going for a tank free straight away and catching a 26 into a 31. That is some insane RNG to catch a freeze on tank for a 26. But, I mean, if it works, I suppose.
Yeah, he got incredibly lucky there, to be fair. And right now, he's just catching his opponent on ropes as well. 21-5 through the prayer as well. Looks like Minza's really starting solid at the moment. My God, he's up like 100+ hit points and taking no damage whatsoever. He still has his claw specs as well, which we'll probably see coming in soon. Both players anticipating the claw specs, praying melee. And Minza, again, just being so top-heavy with the mage switches at the moment. And it's actually working out for him. Some fights we see, for example, the Abyss fights. Abyss was just getting the worst RNG with magic, but when it does pay off and the opponents don't expect it, you can really do a lot with the mage hits. And obviously, of course, freezing your opponent in place too is huge. Right now, Ayasu does manage to get the freeze though, and has his opportunity to try and come back into the fight, but he gets the wrong switch on his leggings there, keeps the Varrock skirt on, and gets frozen. And again, just praying the wrong thing.
Minza really getting some decent barrages here. He knows that his opponent also just is using Bruiser at the start, which lowers your magic attack, which also lowers your magic defense. So you can really use that to your advantage. Right now, both of them not having dumped any claw specs yet. I'm kind of
Surprised,
yeah. I'm just waiting for them to use their claw specs, hoping that one of them's going to catch it at least off prey here. It seems like Minza has tried to go for it there.
That's so unlucky. Yeah, he didn't have PID right there, so the movement basically stopped him from being able to claw spec him as Ayasu ran away.
Does go for a double, one off prey and one on prey right there, only getting 4 damage though.
Yeah, unlucky.
Very bad claw specs. Ayasu still having both of his claw specs, might be able to pull it back with those.
Ayasu right now being down 2.
Gets bolted at 22 right there though. I mean, Minza still just really keeping up with his opponent, reading him as best as he can. And he seems to be reading him very well at that.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, like, despite his opponent hitting those 2 claw spec zeros, he's down so much HP right now. I think the only chance he's already got to come back is going to be from hitting a massive claw spec and then chaining a load of damage together, or potentially even getting a lucky KO. But I imagine at this point, Minza, you know, being such a strong lead, he was sitting on over 100 hit points there, you know, prioritizing the prey melee when he's frozen 2, knowing that Ayasu does have those claw specs.
Yeah,
still.
and he does anti his opponent there beautifully with a 41 whip into a 21 barrage into a 15 blitz. Right now, he's sitting so low. I mean, it really seems like Minza is up like 200 to 300 damage, and I don't see much chance of a comeback here. It seems like he might be out of food even, barraging with his V-Scar again, actually.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit shaky. With the claw spec finally coming in, a little bit of a last-minute attempt to come back into this fight, but it's too little,
and he's sitting 1 HP after that 37 bolt. Minza just needing to do any damage, and he does take him down with that 10 whip right there. I mean, that's a landslide win for Minza, I must say. He really did outperform his opponent. He read him a lot better. He's doing a lot of mistakes sitting in his robes, not really equipping his tank shield as much as he should. When he's taking bolts, he seems to be doing it with the mage prey on, not really keeping his tank on either. So
I think right there, Minza just, you know, showed he was a superior hybrid, and the Twitch chat as well probably being quite happy about that situation. Nothing against Ayasu personally, he just happened to be the guy that knocked EB Meister down to the losers bracket. That does mean that Ayasu is going down into the losers bracket as well, and Minza does go through to the 3rd round. Momentarily, we will be seeing the next matchup, which is going to be match 27, which should be, if I am right in thinking this. Wait, no, sorry, apologies. I'm getting it all wrong again. Match 9 is what we're going to see next. We're going to see 1013 to God. Finally, a lot of the Twitch chat viewers have been highly anticipating this matchup, 1013 being known as one of the best hybrids. No, I'm wrong. God damn it. I'm so sorry. It's quite difficult to go from casting the fights and watching them intensely, then to quickly switching over screens to look at all these different brackets as they're being, you know, updated in live time. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, I know I'm the worst, chat. I'm sorry. Right, looks like, rather than that, we will be having Abyss going into the next fight. Once again, we saw Abyss in the first round fighting against ALP. He managed to win that pretty closely, actually. He did learn as he was going through. The main thing that Abyss did wrong, as we mentioned before, was that he was unfortunately in his robes being caught out quite a lot. He's going against Frankie. We did not see Frankie in the first round as his opponent AJ was not here, so we got a free buy. So going into this, I don't know this guy Frankie Full Send. Have you heard about him, West Ham?
Yeah, actually, I have seen Full Send. I think anyway. I'm kind of guessing here. I'm pretty sure I've seen Full Send compete in tournaments before. I'm pretty sure he's a good nature, so I do believe that he's going to give Abyss a run for his money. I will say though, Abyss performing really poorly in the first fight, but then really pulling it back in the second and third versus his opponent on the first fight that we saw. I think if he keeps up in the way he did with the third fight or the second fight, for example, I really do think he's got a really good chance of winning this.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think Abyss is definitely a favorite as well. To go through as a content creator and as someone that's been hybriding for many, many years, you know, in leading clans as well back in the past. Used to lead Cutthroat, I believe, CT, a massive clan back in the day. If he does go through,
Abyss
though,
definitely sorry.
I'm sorry. No.
Yeah, I mean, Abyss definitely being an OG. He's been playing and being in clans since about 2005, I believe. So to see him still be able to compete in today's era is crazy. I mean, we've seen people at his level of OGness before compete in this tournament, especially people like Bad Boy 12, who I believe has been making PK videos since 2004. So he's just at Abyss's level right there as well.
Yeah,
going into the first fight between them though, it seems like Abyss is going to opt for the barrage here. No, he's going for the bolt straight away. Very nice move there, catching his opponent off prey for 33 damage. Abyss starting off really strong. it does look like he's going to be able to perform a lot better.
Yeah, and whoever wins this fight, of course, will be going against Minza, the guy we just watched with a max cape as well. So going to be a hard fight, even if either of these players can go through. As we saw, Minza was a bit of a demon. Right, it looks like Full Send getting some distance right now, anticipation for Halsey being unfrozen. But Abyss, rather than stepping inwards, decides to step back out and then goes in after the freeze. Double barrage, but getting frozen just before he's able to get in too close. Looks like Full Send at the moment doing a real good job right now of keeping his tank on at all times. Now, this is where Abyss really has to focus up and make sure he's not being caught in his tank much, because this guy Full Send seems to be, you know, a really experienced hybrid based on his switches that we're seeing right now. One ticking the barrages with his Mage's Book switch as well. Anticipation again, Full Send knowing he's going to get
doing
frozen.
a nice claw, but unfortunately not fooling his opponent, and Full Send going in for the anti straight away. It seems like Abyss right now kind of underperforming versus Full Send. Still, Full Send performing a bit better, but Abyss keeping his foot in the fight, though. He's not completely down just yet. Being down about 100 HP, though. Full Send having a decent bit of a damage lead right now. Getting another 20 whip right there without Abyss hitting him back. Getting another free hit right there. I do think Abyss kind of needs to go for the whip or the bolt right here rather than going for the barrages.
Right there again, he got caught in his robes, getting hit an 18 Opal Bolt spec as a result. He does get the DD, though. And he managed to get, was that a 41 into a claw spec? His second claw spec, hitting a bit better than the first, but still only 24 damage. Getting a few free hits too. Getting his opponent on robe, 17 bolt there as well. You know, clutching back, staying in the fight as best he can. As we know with RNG, it can still go either way. We really don't know how this fight's going to go. Getting hit off prayer on the tank, but creating some distance right now. His opponent still has one special attack, I believe. So Abyss has got to be careful for that. And as a result, you know, starts to pray melee. His opponent gets in close. Does he get frozen here? Both players splashing the bad RNG from both. Halsey does get frozen and freezes his opponent at the same time. So we've got a bit of a hybrid fight. Range and Mage going
opponent on robes as well, off prey. Unfortunately, Abyss only bolted a 3. Very unlucky for him. But still, they're both keeping it in the fight. It seems like Abyss is dealing a little bit more damage than his opponent right now, kind of evening out the lead that Full Send has. And like we saw before, it kind of seems like Abyss charges up throughout the fight and really like starts performing a lot better in the midst of it rather than at this very beginning. Saying that though, he's getting very unlucky here, getting bolted double 40s on tank. Seems like Abyss lost all the damage that he managed to gain back already.
Yeah,
still
28 too. Like Full Send right now is going full send at the moment. He's just, you know, constantly, every time Abyss gets his foot back into the fight, he's just unfortunately taking so much more damage back again. A 26 whip as well coming in there, and Full Send opting mostly for the melee and the range. Not really maging as much. Although saying that as he mages there, hitting a 28 too, his RNG is definitely on point, catching Abyss quite a bit more off prayer, I would say. And Abyss again being caught in his robes twice in a row. Pray melee up at the right time for the second one. 3 times in a row, I believe.
Not getting the barrage off. Not entirely sure what happened there, but Abyss did just let his opponent get free hits, unfortunately for him. Right now, Abyss really kind of needing a miracle because Full Send is getting some really good RNG. Abyss constantly being on the defensive right now. Shouldn't really be opting for the mage. Should try his best to kind of just catch his opponent off prey with the whip and the robes. Not the whip and the robes, sorry, the whip and the bolts. Still doing attempting to fake his opponent and does maybe get taken out. No, he is still alive. Abyss sitting on about 1 HP trying to get that redemption right now.
Did he get it off? Or did he put it back on again? Or is he still on 1 HP?
No, I think he just double clicked it by mistake. But Abyss getting a redemption on that free barrage right there. Still in the fight. I will say Full Send does have a massive lead on Abyss right now, though, so Abyss really does need a miracle. But we did see him get an insane amount of RNG towards the end of his fight before, so maybe we can see it happen again. Not entirely sure how that redemption didn't proc right there.
Oh, a little bit too late there, unfortunately, for Abyss. I think just the entire fight, every time he tried to get back into it and caught those freezes and started to change his strategy up a little bit or get the tank gear on at the right times, Frankie just... you know, just chained like 30, 40 bolts and 30 whips constantly and caught Abyss once again in his robes just a little bit too much. That's the biggest difficulty for Abyss right now. He needs to really make sure that he sits in the melee gear, in the tank gear a little bit better. But Frankie taking that first win in this best of 3, so that's a 1-0 lead for him.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before as well, I mean, compared to how we saw Abyss do in the first, he's still really improving. I do believe Full Send is a bit more of a competitive in nature versus Abyss, who kind of just plays the game in a very chill way. I believe Abyss is just in this fun, hoping to get as far as he possibly can, and still he's doing really good. I wouldn't exactly say he's doing bad at all. Right now, Full Send definitely seems to be the more skilled player though, but still, Abyss stands a decent chance as long as he can improve on flicking his tank a bit more. It seems like the barrages that he's throwing is really punishing for him, honestly. Looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, though, we have Full Send doing a bit better under prey. Actually, a decent bit better under prayers with 71% versus Abyss's 51%. Really didn't expect that many free hits, though. Full Send having 73 hits, the Bodhi number, versus Abyss's 57, with Full Send being up 184 deserved damage versus Abyss.
Yeah, I think right there, the PvP tracker goes to show us well that Full Send just did really just play that much better than Abyss did, saying that his major RNG wasn't the best, but equally he needs to change up the strategy still. He needs to keep that tank on as best he can and switch up the bolts and the melee a little bit more too. Full Send going for the bolt on the robes, 27 deserved damage too. And then a 4 to follow, and then now catching his opponent with the freeze too. Both players stepping one square away from each other. Now, in this situation, a 54 claw spec
taking a massive claw straight away. Full Send going for the second claw spec there as well, getting a decent claw on the prayer, on the tank. Yet again, I think Abyss is down a massive amount just at the beginning here, so he does need to pull back. He still has his claw specs though, so he might be able to do something with that. Getting 31 into a 36 ball right there though, really pulling him back in the fight. Abyss still having those claw specs. I mean, if he can catch his opponent off prey and get some decent claw specs right here, I do think that he will be able to take the lead. Right now, though, Abyss being unfrozen, I'm pretty sure, does catch his opponent off prey, but for a very unlucky claw, they're only dealing about 10 damage.
I'd say at the moment, though, Abyss is probably, like, based on his hits right now, he's definitely out DPSing his opponent. Just that claw spec is what's really tied the fight at the moment. But like you said before, having those 2 claw specs is huge. It also enforces his opponents to have to pray melee and play on the defensive quite a lot when they are close together. Now, Abyss...
Yeah, I will say, if I was Abyss right here, I would save that last claw spec that he has right now until he gets another another one. Because keeping his opponent on edge and making him pray melee... I will say, I don't think Abyss is using his whip a lot anyway, so to keep that claw spec and kind of focus on the major and range might be able to keep his opponent on edge, pray melee a lot more, and he might be able to utilize that in his favor. Again, he's like, Abyss is just getting caught in his robes a little bit too much. 19s and 20s, being constantly hit on him from Full Send at the moment. Saying that, though, he is forcing his opponent to pray melee constantly. He's going for whip hits, interestingly enough. He should just bolt constantly. There you go, 39. Abyss getting some decent bolts, though.
Isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Going for the claw spec on the run, but his opponent just getting out of sight as he's trying to catch that special attack off.
I wouldn't say it... Sorry, go on.
No, go on.
So, I would say that Abyss isn't really too slow to flick on his tank. It's just that he's doing it at the wrong moment. Yeah. So whenever Abyss does go for the barrage, it's at the same time that his opponent is able to hit him. So he flicks his tank 1 tick late. But as long as he can improve on that, it does seem like he's got the lead in this fight so far. Still saving that second claw spec, getting it off right there for 40 damage. Really nice claw through the prayer. Getting Abyss in a decent lead right now by the looks of things. He might actually win this fight. Abyss is probably up 100 HP right now, going for that freeze right there. Seems like Abyss is going frozen, though.
I think he's still got a claw spec as well, waiting for him, ready to go in. And Full Send will get his 3rd claw spec soon as well, as a result of the special attack, increasing over time.
Yeah, that last claw spec that Abyss dumped was his last, so he is regenerating right now. Full Send is probably going to get the claw spec before him. As I say that, he does go for it, going for his 3rd claw spec right there. Not really dealing a lot of damage, only getting zeros, unfortunately. Abyss doing a tank flick correctly there, getting his opponent frozen, improving throughout the fight that we've seen before, really pulling back. Still, I would say that Abyss is still in the lead in this fight, so if he can just keep this up and make sure that he's not making any mistakes, he should be able to win this.
I think it's much closer than it was during the start and such. Abyss's RNG was just mad. His bolts were really going in hard, hitting constant 30s and 40s. But currently, Full Send, this last minute or so, he's really done a lot of damage back again. I think it's much closer. And Abyss now sitting on about 40 HP. It could actually be
getting a decent barrage right there, though. And he does have the DD momentum right now. I do believe Abyss is just taking the time here to eat up to full, repodding, and then going back into the fight. Abyss, I mean, I'd say both of them haven't really been on the defensive so far. They've both been dealing a decent amount of equal damage. As I say that, though, Abyss takes a 51 bolt. Very unlucky on the tank as well. Seems to have been dealt a decent dose of RNG there, unfortunately for him. And it seems like Abyss is just getting RNG'd at the end here. Yeah, and he does go down to that 25. That's so.
Yeah, that could have gone either way, really. Like, at one point, Abyss there was looking so strong and solid, and then just Frankie really kept calm and managed to chain those bolts, like from the RNG he had, like you said, the 50 bolt and such. It's just so hard to come back from that when you're not really hitting the numbers that you want to be hitting too. But
yeah, I mean, Abyss
there,
did do really well towards the end of that fight.
Yeah.
I will say he did actually get really unlucky there. Just both of them basically having the same amount of HP, the same amount of food, and then just immediately getting bolted at 51. That's immediately set him back, and then just followed up by that 25 and 30. It's taken him out, unfortunately. Looking at that PvP tracker, though, like we saw before, Abyss improved throughout the fight. Managed to get a actually decent tie between them. I will say, Full Send getting a lot of free hits, unfortunately. Still, Abyss doing a lot better on the prayers. Full Send doing worse on the prayers this time, which means that Abyss has improved in the fakies and such. But still, Full Send being up 154 deserved damage, so he definitely deserved to win that fight.
Yeah, I will say though one thing as well, Twitch chat viewers, if you are rooting for Abyss, don't worry, he's not out of the tournament altogether just yet.
Yeah, he still has the losers bracket.
Yep, it is a double elimination bracket, which means you've got to lose twice in this tournament to be knocked out entirely. So we'll be getting into his fights a little bit later. We're not too sure who he's going to be going up against next, but we'll be finding out soon, I do believe. With that being said, our next fight, finally, I'm not getting this wrong this time. We have 1013 Zaza Zips versus Lily Goif Walafiensi. So 1013 to the 4 is, you know, one of the best hybrids undoubtedly in the game, if not like the best around. He's won so many tournaments. He's feared by many and loved by some too. Should be an interesting matchup here. 1013 probably one of the, you know, the guys to look out for the entire way through. Definitely can go through and win the entire World Championship as well in a couple weeks' time. But today, of course, $1,500 on the line that Method is giving away, $1,000 for first place. And you know that someone like 1013 is coming to this competition, you know, fully intending to take that first place prize money. Who is Lily Goif? Do you know this guy, Walafiensi at West Ham?
I actually have no idea who he is, but knowing 1013, it should be a landslide for him either way. 1013 being probably the fastest player to ever have played RuneScape from what we've seen. And honestly, I think 1013 is just going to have a landslide win versus every opponent in the bracket that I see so far.
Yeah, I think we're all really looking forward to seeing 1013 just absolutely just switch in between everything constantly. The man can do like 8-way one-tick barrages. His clicks, like you just said, are some of the fastest, if not the fastest in the game. Very consistent PK as well. Been around for quite a few years now, but also being very young. I think he's under 20 years old compared to a lot of the competitors like in here. Like we said before, Abyss being around since like 2005 or something. Myself as well, I'm pushing almost into my 30s now. So the game's been around for a long time, of course. But 1013, definitely one to watch coming up momentarily, as I said. Lily Goif, well, like we said before, there are some, you know, some players in these tournaments that we don't really recognize or we don't know, but end up being, you know, really able to hold their own against players. And of course, it is, you know, a lot of RNG involved in these tournaments as well. 1013 might get some bad luck, but equally, it does look like, you know, going into this, we'll probably see him have a landslide victory in Season 6, which I want to see a KO. I'd love to see him take out the AGS rather than the claws. If you hear me, 1013, give the viewers some what they want to see. But yeah, I'm excited to see this one for sure.
It would be sick to see some really nice switches covered in from 1013. It is expected of him. Obviously, in these tournaments as well, you don't really want to be freestyling too much, depending on who you're fighting. If 1013's fighting someone really good, he probably doesn't want to like freestyle and just focus on the fast switches and instead focus on doing the best that he possibly can. But yeah, we are kind of switching back and forth between old school and new school right now. I do believe a bit. Someone said that 1013 is only 16, which means Abyss has literally been PKing since 1013 was born, which is very interesting.
Oh dear. Well, those guys are good friends as well, I'm sure. So either way, they'll be rooting for each other. Right, we have 1013 versus Lily Goif starting off in this first round fight. Best of 3, of course, as well. But the question is, will 1013 need all 3 fights to win this battle? Off the bat, going for the freeze. And looks like Walla is managing to get the DD and to get a bit of an advantage at the start of this fight.
Yeah, really waiting on that hit as well. I mean, he waited about 4 seconds there, trying to read 1013, maybe catch him off prey, but still 1013 catching his prey on. Right now,
He's doing
Seems like
really well. Like, this
Yeah,
guy
Rala
is
getting a
impressive.
decent bit of RNG with that 36 bolt. Trying to keep up with 1013 right now. 1013 running off screen, catching his opponent off guard by the looks of things, because Walla is just sitting in his robes. Maybe zoomed out trying to locate where 1013 is, but right now 1013 getting 2 free hits right there. Still just trading hits with each other though. 1013 one tick in that 4-way barrage, hitting a
Step out as
27,
well.
putting the lead that Walla had kind of at an even.
It's just so enjoyable to watch players like this go at it, and with their constant switches, like faking in between all the gear perfectly and seamlessly, stepping out as well, getting a few free hits here and there. And it's the mage hits that I just love to see. Although saying that, beautiful freeze from Lily right there, catching the 30 barrage and staying in this fight and delaying his hits as well, just remaining really calm to try and catch his opponent off prayer. Really nice switches from Lily as well. I believe that if anyone can actually match 1013 here from what we've seen so far, surprisingly, Lily's not someone we've seen really. No way!
1013 staff specking as well.
Oh,
a very
God.
crucial mistake, but still, he's getting a decent bit of RNG there on the bolts, getting about 36 damage on those 2 bolts.
Big misclick. For those that aren't aware, the Staff of the Light spec negates melee damage by 50% for 1 minute, but you
While going in for a claw spec, while 1013 wearing a staff, kind of an interesting decision there, considering that 1013 having both the melee prey and the staff on would have put Walla's claw spec at 25% damage just about. So
right now,
not really a
getting,
wise move.
He's getting a little unlucky with the bolt hits, saying that he get off 34 right there. No way, the Staff of the Light spec actually comes in and helps him out with the claw spec. Now,
Yeah, Walla's still getting about a 20 claw.
Yeah, I can't really be too mad about that through the prayer and through the tank as well, of course. But Walla looking pretty strong right now. I believe it's pretty 50-50, although that 30 bolt back again has put 10-15 back in the fight, catching the freeze too, potentially stepping away before he gets unfrozen. And Walla keeping some distance right now. 25 ball being exchanged, and as a result of Walla playing mage a lot, 1015 is getting a lot of hits off prayer, but not really doing much damage, unfortunately, for him. Walla goes to the step under, but 1013 catches the clutch freeze, steps away before he managed to do so. Really important there. But right now, they are trading hits almost 1-for-1. I believe it's pretty even at the moment, and Walla still has... does he have a claw spec left?
No, Walla has done both of his claw
He's done both
specs
of them
right now.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
well,
so
we're getting
it does...
50% more soon, I imagine, so we will see some... As well as 1013 has not had a single claw spec yet, because he used the Staff of Light spec, of course, bless him. So we'll see those claw specs coming in, then maybe change the pace of the fight, or maybe even open up some kill opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, right now it seems like Walla's 2-tick switches isn't really doing him all that well.
Yeah.
He really needs to 1-tick that freeway in order to catch 1013 off guard, and 1013 getting a 44 whip, 1 away from the max there right there, into the 27 barrage, still going really strong on those barrages. Basically 1-ticking every single switch right here, Walla going for a 2-way barrage right there, gets caught on robes. 1013 hitting a 0 though, 1-ticking that 4-way barrage back onto him.
Yeah, the freestyling, as you called it earlier, like stepping around, switching between free attack styles so his opponent doesn't know exactly what he's going to use. And then the last game tick possible, he switches into what he's going to use and catches his opponent off prayer. Really beautiful plays right now. I'd say that at the moment, 1013 is definitely looking way stronger than Lily, but at the same time, another 40 whip on the robes. My God.
Whip. Yeah, I mean, 1013. Although doing very
steamrolling his opponent right now.
Yeah, he's really steamrolling his opponent, but also getting those high hits right now. Really getting the RNG that he so desperately, well, not really needs, considering that he's got a significant lead on his opponent right now. But still, definitely putting him on the upside. It does look like 1015 is back at 50%. Walla still really being down like 200, 300 damage even. 1015 attempting to anti his opponent there with the claw spec by the looks of things, but decided to cancel it.
Yeah, Walla is really waiting and biding his time in between hits to try and delay and catch his opponent off prayer there. 37 whip right now against 1013 was really clutch for him. Now 1013 gets the claw spec off, 28 on the robes. Walla does get the prey, the gear on at the right time. Oh, that was a KO opportunity right there. Hit like a 2 on like 50 hit points. Both players out of food. Walla down to about 15 HP.
I don't think 1013's out of food.
You really don't think so?
No, definitely not. I think 1013 was
the start of
the
the fight, Walla was, doing fantastic, but it's all over regardless.
Oh, and he does go down to a 45 bolt. Jesus. I mean, yeah, 1013 definitely steamrolled his opponent there.
Yeah, I mean, he could have got the claw spec at the end as well, unfortunately for him hitting solo. But look, right now, Walla actually got a kill opportunity here. Of course, if 1013 had food left, he was able to eat out of it. But just here we see the claw spec coming in. It was just before this, I believe. But yeah, he was a close on like 50, 60 hit points and hit a 2. So Walla actually could have won that fight right there. But 1013, unsurprisingly, winning his first fight of the day. That's a 1-0 lead versus Lily Goif, of course, and we do have the PvP tracker, which is wow.
And it is definitely
What
in
a one-sided
10-13's
fight.
favor.
Okay,
yeah,
I take it
sure.
back. Wala
10
he definitely had food left, didn't he?
Yeah, at 10-13
Oh,
having
dear.
67% praise correct, Walla's 31, and at 10-13 having 577 deserved damage. Actually dealing a bit more than what he deserved though, so definitely getting lucky on the RNG somewhat, still outperforming his opponent massively. Walla also doing more than what he deserved, but 10-13 absolutely stomping his opponent.
10-13 says in Twitch chat, my monitor turned off at the beginning of the fight. Ah, that's why he has such a bad start to it. Yeah, dude. Walla, at the same time though, like at the start of the fight there, I really did think it was so 50-50. I think it was going to go either way. I thought if anyone's going to, that we've seen so far today could beat 10-13, maybe this guy Walla's got a chance. But, as we know, 10-13, he adapts. He read his opponent really well. And just out of nowhere, like within a minute, 2 minutes of the fight, he just really put up the pressure and his switches started going completely crazy from compared to the start of it. It is a best of three, so Walla's not out of it just yet, though.
It's kind of hard to even tell what is freestyling for 10-13, because although that looked like freestyling, that genuinely might just be how he fights. I've fought 10-13 before, although most of the times I've fought 10-13, I have gotten incredibly lucky. I've seen a PvP tracker similar to that one, but where I actually won with 31% versus 10-13 70. So it's definitely interesting. Walla can still win, even with being down on the tracker that much. Still, 10-13 is so fast that like it's hard to be able to read him. You kind of just have to try predict what he's gonna do.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people in the chat like basically flaming out 10-13, saying that he's cheating and such like that. We are screen monitoring every contestant in this tournament as a reminder to those watching. 10-13 really is a magician. He is a wizard on the sticks with his clicks. He's very fast, whether you like him or not as a person. You got to give credit where credit's due. 10-13 is considered one of the best and fastest hybrids in the game and has been known to be for many years right now. So, maybe put the egos aside for a moment, accept it for what it is, enjoy the show, because
they do have
players in the game that are quite as good as 10-13.
Yeah, they do have to send their recordings as well. So we are monitoring the fights. 10-13 wouldn't be cheating in a tournament like this. I mean, we've seen him do this stuff in other tournaments as well. So it's not surprising. I'd say most people have seen his videos. We all know how fast he is. I don't think it's AHK, honestly.
No, it's definitely not. The man is just very good and very experienced, been around for many years, and that's what, putting in the time and the work, that's what it does, man. Like anything in life, you just gotta commit to it, and maybe you could be as good as 10-13 one day as well. Starting with this fight, looks like Walla is actually, once again, taking a little bit of a lead, but as we saw from the last one, it just takes a few seconds for 10-13 to really get motored up and to start off and start switching like a crazy demon. But right now, Walla again getting the DD advantage and opting for a few whip hits in here, trying to change up a strategy a little bit after using a lot of range and mage there. Oh, an overball spec, only hitting an 11, unfortunately for him. And 10-13 biding his time around, not going for a freeze just yet until he's unfrozen. Goes for the freeze, doesn't catch it, gets on the mage defense gear beautifully. Unfortunately for him, though, Walla does catch the freeze once again and goes underneath for some more DD advantage.
Yeah, 10-13 trying to go for that anti on the claw spec right there. Walla predicting it though, putting his prey melee up, so 10-13 didn't get it off. Probably good for him as well, considering it would have been on prey anyway. Does get another claw spec though, really nicely timed there. Goes for the second one, both off prey. Walla going for a claw spec as well, off prey.
Wow.
Both of them dealing just about the same damage. Walla still having one claw spec. Might be able to bring him back in the lead. Still, 10-13 being up a little bit from those two claw specs, I'd say. But I don't know, right now it seems like it's fairly even between the two. 10-13 definitely being the more experienced player. Still, it is RuneScape that we play. RNG can sometimes just be in one person's favor, and 10-13 could just get really unlucky and just lose the fight anyway. But right now, it seems like 10-13 being in the lead about 60 or 70 HP maybe. Walla getting a very nice 34 barrage there. Seems like he's improved on the switches. Does get that claw spec for about 20 damage right there. Kind of evening out the lead that 10-13 had.
One thing that 10-13 does really, really well as well is, when he moves away from his opponent and his opponent's trying to freeze him, getting that mage defense armor on makes a huge difference. Although saying that, he gets caught straight away there by Walla. I would say that 10-13 currently is slightly in the lead. But as I said before, RNG goes both ways. We could see him having a comeback. But then again, 32 barrels.
Getting some really nice hits there. Yeah, it seems like 10-13
together.
has gone up in the triple digits lead. Still though, Walla actually doing a lot better this fight than what he was on the first one. I'd say he's keeping up with his with 1013 a bit better this time.
Yeah, definitely. And get those DDs as well. 38 whip on the ropes, 2 into a bolt 9 on the ropes again. Could actually KO'd his opponent there if he got a big spec with the opal bolts. But right now, sitting on 100 plus HP, not giving his opponent any room to breathe or really to get back into this fight. And also the predictions of his prayers are on point right now, catching his opponent like on the right prayer quite a few times. Walla now unfrozen, opts for the DD and tries to switch it up. 1013 beautifully chaining to his mage gear right there, trying to catch the freeze to negate that advantage the opponent has. But Walla does get lucky there and catches the freeze, whereas 1013 misses it, gets the DD, but again 1013 catches the freeze beautifully as he steps out for that 1 second. We saw that in the EU tournament as well. The players that are able to do that, to catch those 1-tick freezes, the opponents are DDing them, are the ones that are really experienced and can stay calm in high pressure situations.
Unfortunately for Walla as well, 1013 has had the freeze advantage almost for the past like 1.5 minute by the looks of things. Walla really has been on the defensive for a long period of time, not really getting any moment to catch his breath. And 1013's really utilizing that to keep that momentum snowballing. Walla having the freeze advantage for once though, still not really getting any hits in. 1013 doing really well to predict his opponent. Does get a 0 barrage, unfortunately, off prey. 1013 going in for the claw as well, hitting a 0 off prey, but gets a 32 bolt straight after, so he's probably not too fussed about that. Getting a 35 barrage as well into a 21 bolt. Like I said, Walla has been on the defensive for so long now. I don't think he's got a way back into this fight, unfortunately.
I think it's just too little too late, unfortunately.
And he does go down to that 27 bolt.
Yep, that's a 2-0 victory for 1013 to God. I don't think anyone in the Twitch chat is remotely surprised, but of course he came in full fierce as usual and managed to take on the first fight with a clean victory both times. He does go through to the second round. Walla isn't out of the tournament just yet, as we keep mentioning. It is a double elimination bracket, so that means that he goes down to the losers bracket. He still has a chance to claw his way back out again, as we've seen before, and respectively drops the GF as well. Good fight to both players. Really good matchup, and great to see 1013, you know, going crazy with his switches again. He says in the chat he's so ass right now. I guess for a lot of these players, maybe a different time zone to what they're used to. A lot of these guys, no lifers on RuneScape and big nerds like we are, so usually staying up a little bit late when the PvP scene's a little bit more active. But I'm sure as the tournament goes on, these guys will continually, you know, improve. But he's being a bit modest right now. What do you mean, you ass? Your switches are on point, dude. Keep it up. Lil Goyf as well. Lil Goyf, even though it's a name we didn't recognize, I think he, you know, really impressed us as someone that we've not seen before. He did really well as well.
He definitely did really well still. Doing a lot better on that second fight as well. 1013 having 63% praise correct. Walla's 48%. 1013 getting 13 free hits though, definitely putting him in a significant lead. 1013 having 613 deserved damage to Walla's 420. So Walla definitely having a lot better freeze RNG though, with 143% to 1013's 84%.
Yeah, really interesting fight, really good matchup. Enjoyed watching that one. Our next fight coming up is going to be Goofy Llama versus Adam Zor, Violate. Both these guys don't know too much about yet, but sitting tight, and I'm sure West Ham will fill us in. Before I do that though, before we watch this fight, I do have some stuff to plug. So if you guys would like to type !community in the Twitch chat, we do have a Method community team, so feel free to check it out by typing !community. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. We also provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. That's !community in the chat. Also, if you want to show support to Method, of course, as well, you can type !merch in the chat too. Get your hands on some of the hottest new Method merch. It's very comfy, very cozy. After we've just experienced some very stormy, wintry months, I'm sure, at least in England, it's been pretty horrible. I have the jumper. It's soft. If you want to support the streams, if you want to support the organization, feel free to check it out. And lastly but not least, !socials in the chat. !casters too, if you want to follow myself and West Ham, if you're enjoying our content, our casting, then feel free to do so. But yeah, we'll be jumping into the next matchup momentarily.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at this fight, I actually don't know who Goofy Llama is, but I do know who Adam Zor is. Adam Zor being, I do believe, one of the leaders of Solitag, has actually performed really well from what I've seen in PvP. I'm not sure if I've seen him in tournaments before though, but I do think he has what it takes. I do think that he's a good nature as well. Looking at how he's performed in PvP, it wouldn't surprise me if he was well above average. So I do hope to see some skillful plays from him. Saying that though, we have no idea who Goofy Llama is, so he could be the underdog here and maybe getting some really nice plays in.
Well, I mean, whoever wins this fight, next round is going to have to be against 10-13. So good luck to both of them in that regard as well. Solid Tag, of course, being one of the most prolific clans around in the singles scene. I think in the EU tournament bracket, we saw a lot of their members doing really well and going really far too. So this guy, Adams, or if he's one of the leaders of the clans especially, I've not seen the guy perform before, but based on what I've heard about the clan, I'm sure he can go really far. Someone in the chat's saying ST versus Frontline, so potentially this guy, Goofy Llama, might be with Frontline, that's a big fight, isn't it? Both these clans being kind of arch nemesis in the wilderness, right?
Yeah, I mean, Frontline has taken big pride and are kind of self-proclaimed to have the best hybrids in the game. I'm not entirely sure how that stands in terms of facts, but I mean, they do have some really good players like 1013 and Kevin, who has an insane track record in terms of tournaments. So, whoever Goofy Llama is, I do hope that we are going to see some really nice plays. Like we said, we don't know who it is, so it would be nice if we could find that out somehow. Yeah,
definitely. Predictions going into this one, I guess you know Adams or you don't really know Goofy, so I guess you have to say that Violate is the one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, starting off right now, though, it looks like Violate is going for that whip. Goofy goes for the freeze straight away, actually doing a very nice job getting a free hit right there. Does go for the DD advantage straight away. Might be able to get some free hits. No, Violate does hit him back for 17. Still Goofy getting a free hit right there. Getting a little bit in the lead by the looks of things, having about a 30 damage lead right now. Still, Violate catching him straight back. Does claw him off prey, only for a 1 though, unfortunately for him. But does get a 35 bolt straight after, getting a free hit as well. Into a 25 barrage, but Goofy does barrage him back for 31, evening out the damage yet again. Violate getting bolted on his robes off prey right there. Still only taking a 0, and does get chanced by a claw spec right there. Goofy going for the second claw spec. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late, so he did catch his opponent twice on the prayer. Violate going for his last claw spec right there. Both of them not really dealing too much damage with him, rightfully so, considering both of them clawed each other on prey as well.
Yeah, looking relatively even right now in terms of hits being exchanged. Goofy, though, those one-tick switches with his barrages are absolutely doing fantastic right now and catching his opponent off prayer. Also, a 41 whip on the robes. That was huge, too. And a 22 to follow up.
Taking a massive amount of damage right now. Really getting violated, you could say, by Goofy. And it looks like Goofy is really pouncing on those one-tick barrages right now. And it's catching Violate off prey constantly.
Yeah, Violate catching the DD right now, able to eat up after being down to 30 HP. His opponent sitting on full green bar, going for the step out and trying to get some free hits. Unfortunately for him, though,
Violet's putting the smite on as well.
The disrespect. He believes that he could come back and completely take this fight. He doesn't care about having to do the right prayers.
Yeah, he does get hit on the robes a decent amount, but it's not really punishing him. I mean, he's taken 3 hits on robes so far, all off prey, and it's not really turned out too bad for him. He's still keeping in the fight. He's not really taking a lot of damage from those. He's just bolted Goofy a 38 right there. Still, I would say that Goofy has a significant lead on him still. So, getting whipped a 31 there on the ropes off prey, I do think Violate, if he's going to step out with those barrages, has to predict his opponent a bit better.
Yeah, he needs to either pray melee or step sideways so he can't actually get whipped on the defensive there. At the same time, though, like Violate's, he's sticking in it. I guess, again, as being someone like Abyss, who's used to deep wilderness PKing, which usually you'd be using, especially with a massive clan, full ancestral and such, and Ellie, so you don't have to worry about too much about sitting in the tank. I guess it's a different play style. He is keeping on his mage defense armor quite well here, so his opponent can't catch a freeze. But Goofy's learning from that and chucking a few bolts to hit him on the robes and try and chip away his HP as well.
Yeah, Violate getting a few bolts on Goofy's robes. Unfortunately, still both of them not really hitting a lot whenever they are hitting each other on robes. It seems like they're doing more damage on tank than when they are hitting each other on robes, actually. Goofy getting some decent bolts to a 19 followed by a 13, chopping away his opponent's health. Yeah, again, getting bolted on robes, and he only takes a 7 and then gets bolted on the tank for a 40.
Yeah, Goofy's looking great right now in terms of his switches. Getting that 40 bolt was huge as well there. Trying to go for some claw specs, but keeps scratching and not really finding the opening that he's looking for at the moment. Steps in, maybe here we'll see a claw spec. No, that is beautiful play, but an anti from Violate as well. The claw spec being real big there into a 30+ bolt as well. Goofy on the back burn all of a sudden after looking so strong for so long. Looks like Violate might be down a little bit of food, but that Claw Spec definitely brought him back into the fight. Goofy will get another Claw Spec coming up soon as well, I do believe. So we'll see how he utilizes that and if he can turn around the tides despite being down potentially a little bit of food. Right now, Violate sitting on half HP. He might be almost out as well, getting frozen as he went in, and Goofy going for
Goofy going for a really nice claw there, chancing Violate.
Could have been over.
Violate might be out of food here, even
sitting
on about 30 HP. Goofy sitting almost full HP right now. As I say though, he does get hit at 29, and it seems like Violate has been bolted at 18 right there. Goofy taking a 29. Violate still dealing more damage than what he's taking. So if he can keep this up, he might be able to pull it back. Saying that, and he does get the last opal bolt there for a 36 and wins the first round.
Literally, I read the chat. Someone's saying that Violate got violated as he turns around and smacks his opponent for a 30+. It's not over until it's over. What a comeback as well there from Violate, catching the freeze, getting the DD, getting another mage hit in there as well. Really beautiful play. It was pretty close, but that comeback at the end, you know, that's why it's so important to stay calm and not to give up until it's completely finished. That's a 1-0 victory then for Adamzor. Violate, I'm sure his team, Solid Tag, are going to be all screaming in Discord in support of him for winning that matchup. It's not over yet. Best of 3, of course. Goofy Llama looked great in that fight, though, I must say. His switches, his one-ticks were really on point. And
it wouldn't surprise me if Goofy Llama actually did better that fight. Still waiting on a PvP tracker, though. Actually, as we say that, we do have the PvP tracker in.
Right, while you jump into that and then start the next one, I need to go to the bathroom very quickly, my friend, because I've been holding it in for a bit, so continue that
no
one.
Problem. Looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, though, we have Violate with 62 hits to Goofy 66, with Violate having 63% of the prayers correct to Goofy 64%, so it's still being fairly even between the two. Goofy having 55 more deserved damage, though. Both of them dealing well above the deserved damage, so definitely interesting to see. We've seen a lot of people deal above their deserved damage, which doesn't really happen in the normal tri-breeding staking setup, but I would say that because that you have the shield switch and it is a lot more punishing to get hit on robes in this setup, I do think that really adds to deserved damage. We are waiting for them to go into the second fight, though. Still not entirely sure who Goofy Llama is, unfortunately. He does seem to be one of the better players in FL, so it would be nice if we could get some confirmation for one of them. Just finding out who it is, because he definitely seems to be on par with someone at the likes of 1013 or Kevin, for example. Welcome back again.
Apologies for that. When nature calls and all that. I've been casting for approximately 3 hours now, probably about halfway through the show. Based on that first fight, I reckon it's going to be very close, this matchup. Very 50-50. Did we see the checker? Oh, we did. Just as I thought. The tracker. Very close as I thought. Wow, yeah, very even.
Yeah,
that was so neck and neck.
Doing a little bit better though. Actually getting more deserved damage, even though he only had 70% freeze RNG versus Adamzor's at 95%. So I do believe Goofy is slightly in the lead here. He might be able to do that again versus Adamzor, but still, like you said, it's not over till it's over, and Adamzor really proved that getting that last 100 damage, getting some free hits on his opponent at the end there, and it really got him the win.
Yeah, absolutely, should be interesting. And again, like, no matter what happens in this matchup, their next fight's gonna have to be against 1013, so they've really got to play at their utmost best. This is just the warm-up battle for the final boss, so to speak, which should be pretty interesting too. Cool, I'm excited to get into the next fight. I believe the guys are just getting into it now, and we'll be starting momentarily. Anything you want to see today, my friend, that you've not seen so far? I personally want to see more of the AGSs, some of the, you know, the AGS wax. Like, that's a very confident style that you use quite a lot, right? Getting the free hits and such, and trading 1-for-1. What do you want to see today that we've seen so far today already, or if it's something we've not seen so far?
I mean, in these fights, there really isn't a lot that you can do. Like, there's not really a lot of uniqueness to these fights. I will say, some players like 1013, Saladin, and Bill Jetty does have some really nice footwork compared to a lot of other people. I'd say most people in these fights really just rely on the freezes and getting the DD advantage and kind of just using that. But it's nice when you see a change. Just a change in the movement and people that kind of run around a bit more, play around with their food almost. making sure that they are staying zoomed out for the most part of the fight, that you can't just sit zoomed in and just constantly DD non-stop. So I think that we're going to see some of that from 1013 here. Seemed like Goofy was kind of on that edge, but still definitely not being as good as some of the people we've seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add on to that movement that you mentioned right there, like these guys are like, you know, as artistic as figure skaters, as I mentioned before in the EU bracket, almost the way they just glide across the arena and, you know, wiggle out of the way. And the thing about the movement as well is that, you know, there's like almost like a stall mechanic that your player will just like kind of jump across the screen suddenly and kind of, you know, force your opponent to misclick and all that kind of stuff. So we'll probably see that in a little bit as well. That'll be really good to watch. I do believe we're still waiting for these contestants to jump into the second fight. Not too sure reason behind it. Oh, here we are. We're getting started once again. Looks like Adam Zor, Violate, is up 1-0 in this best of 3 versus Goofy Llama. The last fight was very neck and neck, very equal. And
Violate not really starting off that strong though, taking that 35 bolt, but getting a 16 bolt and a free hit right there to kind of even out. Oh, as I say that though, he does get clawed a 70. Very beautiful anti from Goofy right there. That has really set Adam Zor back a decent amount. He does get 26 barrage, but gets it traded for a 27 and takes a 37 bolt straight after. Violate going for that claw spec when his opponent is so far away. Goofy really getting the momentum right here. Violate desperately trying to get back into the fight, but getting clawed off prey again. Fortunately, this time not for that big damage. Only taking about a 30 right there. Attempting to anti his opponent, but Goofy getting so many free hits right now. Violate probably being down about 170 damage. Takes another 17. Not entirely sure if he got bolt chance there. I do believe he had range prey up at least. He does take another 22 bolt. Goofy doing his best to stay unfrozen right now. Goofy taking a 37 bolt right there. Violate trying to claw him. Fortunately, Goofy takes his prey melee on and his tank on, so Adam Zor didn't really hit a lot.
Yeah, and start of the fight, the 70 claw spec being like a
Violate getting
max
bolt
spec
chance there as well.
The 70 claw spec being such a huge advantage, you know, having that max spec coming in, the RNG in his favor just really turned the tiles. He was able to just, you know, connect all those hits together and chain such a big amount of damage in such a short space of time. You know, freezing his opponent next to him though right now. Violate has an opportunity to try and come back a little bit. He does have claw spec as well remaining, which he can potentially use at a good moment. Gets the DD, gets a free hit as well, steps beside him. Does get a hit off prayer, but unfortunately there's no damage. Looks like Goofy again there, getting another hit off prayer. 18. Goofy looking real strong right now, catching the freeze. 33, massive for him. Violate once again
like
on the back
Violate
burner.
really needs a miracle right now to get back in this fight. We did see him pull back last fight as well, but unfortunately he is down a lot more this time. You really need some good RNG right now to get back. Goofy's still just doing not too much damage, but still getting a few decent hits and bolting his opponent on ropes there. Off prey only for 8 damage though, getting an 18 barrage straight after, followed by 33 barrage. Goofy really snowballing his RNG right now. He is not stopping him. He does not plan to, getting another 32. Really violating him right now by the looks of things. And it seems like this is going to go to a 1-1. Goofy having some good RNG still.
Insane RNG, man.
Yeah, it seems like he's outplayed his opponent, but still, Adam Zor has constantly been on the defensive there. I don't think there was a lot that he could have done. After that RNG really started snowballing for Goofy, Adam Zor was just in the defensive for the rest of the fight, and it really didn't seem to stop.
Yeah, this guy Goofy Llama really is insane. Actually, he's really impressing me with his switches right now and just the way that he's moving around and catching his opponent off prayer constantly. And the other thing as well, like we said before, the RNG he's had, yeah, it's been disgusting. Every hit, most of the hits that he's hit off prayer have been like 30s and 40s, and he had some crazy momentum with that claw spec off the bat as well. But equally, I reckon when we see the PV tracker momentarily, we're going to see that Goofy Llama did hit, you know, quite consistently off prayer too, and Violate just couldn't really get his foot back into the fight any moment. He just splashed a lot of those freezes, couldn't get the DD for long enough, and couldn't even get off his specs like at good optimal times either. Goofy's spec off the start just really set him the opening to be able to continue through and really take the win.
Yeah, I mean, just like we saw that, unfortunately for Violate, he really was on the defensive the entire time. There was nothing. I mean, obviously there is something you can do, but when you are in the defensive, it's hard to get a foothold back in a fight because you are constantly sat there just taking damage. And if you are already getting snowballed upon, it's hard to predict your opponent since you have to focus so much on eating and so much on keeping your HP up that I do think that was a very bad situation for Adam Zor, unfortunately. Currently waiting on a PvP tracker though. It doesn't exactly look like we're gonna get one. But I would be interested to see it.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious too. I think the last fight we saw was obviously very neck and neck, both players having about the similar kind of damage dealt. But they don't seem to be sending one in right now, so either that was a very embarrassing defeat for one player, or just in general they don't have it at the moment and they're just getting set up for the next fight, because the next fight is really the one that matters, of course, it being 1-1 right now in this best of 3. Loser goes down for loser's bracket. I can imagine Goofy's feeling a lot more confident after getting his win potentially taken away from him in the first fight. Adam really needs to pull out the bag at the moment. He needs to just hope and pray that he gets the same RNG as Goofy got there, but equally, like you said before, kind of get his foot back in and really chain some damage together as well. Goofy just looking so strong though, I gotta admit, like, I don't know the guy myself, but he's looking real confident with his switches.
We do actually have the PvP tracker for that fight though, so looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, we are Violate with 35 hits to Goofy's 42, so Goofy did get 7 free hits there, but I will say, for a fight to be for a fight to be over in 42 hits, that really is down to RNG. Like, you have to get some insane RNG in order to do that. And Goofy getting 585 damage dealt when he only deserved 390. So he was in the lead versus Adam Zort. But I have to say as well, whenever you are that much on the defensive, it's hard for you to even be able to even out the PvP tracker because you're constantly getting snowballed upon. There's not really much you can do. So I'm not surprised that Adam Zort is down that much on the tracker, because he really did get RNG there, if I'm completely honest. Like,
yeah, man, I think that's the biggest.
I do think it would have been a way more even fight if Adam Zort could get his foot back into the fight and maybe stop the snowballing from Goofy. But it is RuneScape we are playing, so don't be surprised when you see someone getting really lucky on the RNG and he's completely destroying his opponent on the track.
Yeah, I think it was probably the biggest discrepancy we've seen so far in the tournament in terms of someone doing so much more damage dealt than they deserve to be. Starting off the next fight with a few bolts and mage hits being exchanged, Violate Adam does get the freeze he needs to start the fight off a little bit better than the last one. And a 50 bolt
starting off really
beautiful.
strong with a 50 right
Very
there.
nice.
Goofy attempting to anti his opponent, but still Adam's all going for the sidestep, not allowing that to happen. Getting a lot of free hits in right now. Does get bolted on ropes though, off prey. Doesn't take any damage. Goofy going for that claw spec on prey, on tank, hitting zeros. Gets a 34 barrage, which is a really close to a max hit as well. So he has taken himself back into the fight at least, kind of evening out the lead that Violate just had.
Yeah, definitely. Both players still got their claw specs as well. Being able to open up with those is usually the tactic players go for, so they can respec as the fight goes on. But it doesn't look like Ivy's players are opting for that at the moment. Violate going for a few mage hits, not actually getting his mage book on there either. Both players deciding to actually create some distance. They have to zoom out, as we talked about before, rather than just DDing and staying close to each other the entire time. Violate opting for a bolt on the robes, hits a 0, unfortunately for him. Looks like Llama catches the freeze, now decides to start to step in to try and get the DD.
Does bolt his opponent on robes. It seems like Adam Zort still is getting hit a decent amount on robes. I would say that he's getting hit on robes a lot more than Goofy is. Fortunately for him though, it's not really been that punishing so far from what we've seen.
No, definitely not. And again, it's just that experience of being deep wilderness and the ancestral with the Elysian usually, which, and in a situation like that, you don't have to worry about as much about being in tank the entire time when you're focusing and the opponent's just having to defend. Violate opening with a claw spec, 44, not too bad on robes. Could hope for more.
38 bolt right there as well. A really strong bolt, really putting Violate back into the fight. Seems like Goofy's going to have to get a decent bit of RNG to pull himself back. Gets to that 33 barrage though, does have the DD momentum right now, so might be able to do something with that. Currently just trading hits with each other. Does go for that second claw spec, hits a 0. Doesn't fool Adam Zord though. He did attempt to equip his robes there to try faking him out, but it didn't fool Adam Zord.
Oh my god, off prayer spec as well. Those hits chained together from Adam Zord. He's looking so much stronger compared to the first 2 fights. He's definitely improved as the matchups have gone on, and his RNG is actually finally catching up, despite, you know, the first couple of fights not hitting as much off prayer. Beautiful barrage
really
right now,
getting
26, 35.
Insane RNG right now. Definitely pulling himself back in the fight, getting some good damage finally. I mean, after that second fight, I really do think Adam Zort is due for a treat right now. He does deserve some RNG after what happened on that second fight. And it seems like he's getting it right now. He's getting some really good barrages. A 35 followed by an 18 right there. Adam Zort having about an 150 HP lead, maybe even more on his opponent right now. Goofy needing that DD so he can get that HP up and repot again.
Yeah, right now, Gibby's doing his best to stay in the fight, but just can't seem to catch his opponent off prayer too much. Adam's doing a great job of being able to get the right prayers up and catch his opponent off prayer consistently. An 18 bolt, the DD of 29 barrage off prayer as well. Just the hits are constant for him. Although saying that, getting hit a bolt spec back on the robes. Not the biggest damage splat that Goofy was hoping for, but still it's consistent damage and it adds up over time. Violet right now being frozen by a 35 into a 28 bolt as well by Goofy Llama, now getting the DD advantage. Just like that, the match switches up.
And takes a massive
spec.
claw right there, followed by a 0 bolt. Goofy getting the RNG that he needed to pull himself back in the fight right now.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely even up for him. And another 35 barrage to match, although being hit back by a 24 whip from Violet. Adam getting the DD now as well. This fight has been much more intense than the last two, going back and forth constantly. I would like to say right now that Violet's most likely up a tiny bit of HP, and he should have a special attack soon, which is why his opponent's just praying melee the entire time, not letting him get that off.
I do think Adamzor is up at least like 100 or maybe 70 damage. Right now, Goofy looking like he's out of food, sitting on about 40 or 50 HP, not really eating. Still seems to be going for that freeze, really needing that freeze, that DD momentum. Seems like he has caught his opponent, but does take a sidestep instead of going under.
Damn, that's unfortunate for him. That's what he needed to try and come back into this, but I think at this point it's just a little bit too little too late. Adam about to finish this fight up. Goofy sitting on about 10 hit points, trying desperately to get that redemption flick in to try and come back. He does get
his first redemption right there on that 15. Adam's going for a claw spec, maybe taking him out. No, Goofy is still in the fight, sitting on 1 HP, and he does get taken out by that 21 bolt right there. Yeah, and Adamzor dropping the flame as Goofy does
what did he
go
say
down.
In game? I missed that last little mess. We'll see in a second.
He called him a Discord ult that right there.
Wow, the disrespect. Well, Adam does knock out Goofy from the winners bracket down to the losers bracket. They may fight each other again later. Both players being extremely good hybrids, but that was so close towards the end. Really fun matchup to watch, actually. Adamzor goes through to fight 10-13 in the next round, and of course, Goofy goes down into the losers bracket. I'm guessing we'll probably get the PvP tracker from Violate, since he did, destroy his opponent and drop the disrespect right at the end there as well.
Yeah, we are currently waiting for the PvP tracker, but it seems like Adamzor will be fighting 10-13, and unfortunately for him, I don't really see him winning that, if I'm completely honest, but maybe he can actually do some insane plays and maybe outplay 10-13 even. But I will say 10-13 definitely being a favorite of this tournament. I think a lot of people are expecting him to win the entire thing, and it seems like we will be moving on to Grizz versus the OG Monkfish, who I believe is 2 solid tag members going against each other. Monkfish being in Wolves before, it wouldn't surprise me to hear that he also has joined solid tag along with the rest of them. So I do believe that's 2 solid tag members going against each other. Grizz, almost being at 10-13 speed. I'm not entirely sure if he keyboard clicks or if he mouse clicks. I have seen some really nice stuff from him. I saw him one take a 6-way barrage even. So Grizz definitely being one of the faster players in this tournament as well, so I'm expecting to see some maybe 1-tick 4-way barrages. I'm kind of having some big hopes on this fight.
Oh, I'm excited for this then, exactly. Yeah, we got that fight matchup, and then after that we'll have 10-13 versus Adamzor, who we just saw take the win versus Goofy Llama a minute ago. So the next couple fights coming up are going to be full of high adrenaline, insane hybrids that are just so experienced and quick on the sticks as well. Looking forward to seeing this especially. I guess we're jumping into this fight momentarily to give Adamzor just a moment to relax, to stretch out his fingers after fighting that Goofy Llama dude, because going straight into a fight versus 10-13 after 3 rounds of constant clicking, you need a little bit of a break, drink some water and stretch your fingers out.
Someone did just remind me as well though that Grizz will be playing off ping. I don't think he made it into the EU bracket when he applied, so he's competing in the US West, and he will probably be playing on about 150 to 170 ping here. So unfortunately for him, he's gonna be at a massive disadvantage here. If he does win this, I do believe he's in the same bracket as 10-13. So it's definitely 2 fast players going against each other if they both win those fights. But I will say Grizz definitely having a massive disadvantage playing on about as I said before, 150 to 170 ping.
I mean, when you're off ping like that, it's that much ping. You have literally sometimes you click and the next game tick or the next second it actually switches over, which in fights like this, when you need to switch on your tank gear in between hits perfectly, it really is going to be so difficult for the man to come back. We do have a PvP tracker of the last fight for those interested, actually, just before we jump to the next one, as the players are getting ready. Violet versus Goofy Llama, and again, I thought it would be much more in favor of Violate in this situation, because it did seem like he was absolutely destroying his opponent, but it was very, very close. And actually, Violate's RNG is what won in the fight there. Even though he did get about the same hits and hits off prayer, he just got such better RNG with the actual damage compared to the deserved damage.
Yeah, I mean, arguably though, Goofy did get some insane RNG on that second fight, so I think Adam's Orb was due for an RNG win. Yeah, he truly did deserve that. I don't know, it's interesting when that happens, if I'm completely honest. Grizz has confirmed though that he does actually keyboard click. People are saying that's against the rules. It is not against the rules to keyboard click in this tournament. So it's not against Jagex rules either, for that matter.
Yeah, for those wondering what keyboard clicking is, Amenity's the guy that really, I guess, I could say popularized it, or there's probably other people that did it too. Since he was a content creator, people saw what he did. But in short, keyboard clicking is where you map out your left click to one of the keys on your keyboard to left click. It takes a lot of skill and a lot of time to get used to it, as you can imagine, because you're not just switching between your F keys, but you're also switching between other keys as well to try and click with. But it does result in you able to not really drag your clicks as much, because you're not having to click the left mouse button as you're moving your mouse around. Jumping into the fight right now, it looks like both players not being able to catch any freezes, and Monkeys is staff bashing in the robes. Is Monkeys the guy that's not on ping, or is it Grizz that's not on ping?
Grizz is the person that's playing off ping. I'm not entirely sure which region Monkfish belongs to.
It could be the same situation,
yeah, he might be UK as well, but I'm not entirely sure.
Well, as I said before, these guys are both good friends, so regardless of what happens here, they're giving each other a good fight. Both representing Solid Tag, one of the big clans in these tournaments, well known for their deep wilderness antics. Right now, back and forth, really. Both players doing a decent bit of damage dishing out. I mean, Monkey just hit a 37 bolt there, and Action's, hitting on prayer, doing some good damage to that. But I think those guys are probably, like you just said, both off ping, because their switches aren't.
Monkfish go for an AGS spec right there, off prey. Unfortunately, all AGSs we have seen in this tournament have been really underwhelming, if I'm completely honest. They haven't really paid off. Most of the specs we've seen haven't even been above. I don't think we've seen above a 30 AGS so far.
No.
But either way, it's interesting to see a bit of change. It's always nice to see someone pulling out an AGS. Maybe Monkfish will be going for some AGS wax rather than using his whip. Which, if you are trading hits on a DD, it is better to AGS whack, actually. Monkey getting heavily bolt charged right there. Fortunately for him, he hasn't died there. He got bolted on about 30 HP. Really surprised to see he didn't die there.
This fight is really back and forth, actually, in terms of damage hit and DPS. These guys' RNG is huge. 43.
Getting a 43 through the prayer as well. That's a massive hit. Probably would have been close to a max hit if he actually got it off prey. Right now, Monkey's running off screen right there, but he's back into it right now. Grizz still pulling, really, doing really well in this fight so far. Gets bolted on the ropes right there, though. Fortunately for him, only for a 0. Not really getting punished too hard. It does have the freeze momentum right now. Should be able to get some free hits here. As I say that, he does. Gets a free hit right there with the bolt. Trading whip hits. Seems like I'm not entirely sure who's up right now. I would say that Monkfish might be up.
I would say Grizz, honestly, based on what I've seen so far. His claw specs were bigger as well. Monkfish got that one AGS spec hitting a 40, but aside from that, he's being caught in his robes a little bit. And Action, just in general, his bolts are really popping off. We just saw there, 34 bolt as well. And he's been chucking in the whip hits quite a bit too when he's able to. Right now, though, Monkeys is getting a couple free hits, playing the advantage of the fact that Grizz is playing
doing a really nice job, though, catching that free straight away for the 30 barrage right there, really putting himself back. And it seems like he's getting a couple free hits as Monkeys is in the defensive, trying to eat back up the fall and repot again. But right now, Grizz having the advantage. It will end fairly soon, though, that this freeze is about to be over in about 2 hits right here. Grizz already running away, trying to catch his opponent again. Seems like Monkeys just caught the freeze. Grizz getting a decent bolt right there. Couldn't exactly tell what it was, but still opal bolt off prey.
30 plus, but Monkeys, getting that freeze there was huge for him. A 31 staff bash from Grizz. You can't go wrong with those, man. You got to accept them when they come in. It's a misclick regardless. Monkeys getting that freeze there was huge for him, though, but right now he's not really trading hit for hit. He just got hit at 27 bolt, trying to go for AGS, but Action did get the DD advantage here. Got the freeze at the perfect time. Got another free hit 17. Got a big bolt hit 31. Monkeys.
I mean, Grizz's opal bolt procs are really going off right now, and it seems like Monkeys is out out of food, 5 HP, trying to get the redemption, and he does get it, but he still gets KO'd, unfortunately. He did actually get the redemption there, but regardless, that claw did enough damage to take him out as soon as he healed back up anyway.
We've seen these guys using the claw spec as a way to finish off their opponents quite a bit lately, and I really respect it. Like, just save it up, because, you know, that redemption can be so frustrating when your opponent chains it a couple times in a row. You're just like, is it over? Is it over? Oh, is it over? Yeah, and they just somehow come back.
Yeah, and you can really get some, like, you can get a massive comeback off of those, honestly. We've seen it before. It might happen again. Looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, though, we have Grizz with 58 hits to Monkey's 50 hits, with Grizz having 64% praise correct to Monkey's 68%. Grizz having 92 extra deserved damage, yet again, dealing way above what he actually deserved, but still outplaying his opponent a fair bit. I will say, unfortunately for Monkeys, he did actually get RNG'd a decent bit and was constantly in the defensive for the last part of that fight.
It was those Opal specs, man, that Grizz got. They just, you know, there's so many of them, like 4 or 5, I think, almost in a row at one point within like a minute. And Monkeys just couldn't really catch those freezes and get the DD advantage that Action got. That's why he had an extra 8 hits on top. And yeah, that deserved damage extra, like 20, 30% extra damage than he should have done. Whereas Monkeys got less damage than he should have done. That's just the way that RNG works sometimes. But hey, these guys are friends. They're playing, obviously, for pride for their clan, as well as the $1,500 prize pool that's available. But they're you know, they're good mates, so regardless of what happens, I'm sure they'll be happy for the other person. Starting the next fight with OG Monkfish versus Grizz. Grizz up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, so right now Grizz being up a little bit of HP, dealing that 27 bolt, but saying that Monkeys hasn't brought it back, and it seems that they have even out the lead. Monkeys being up about 30 HP right now. Still, Grizz getting another really good bolt 42. Right there, that 42. Monkeys just using that DD advantage he has to get himself back. He manages to claw his opponent off prey for about 60 damage right there, or 58 to be exact. Still, Grizz running away from his opponent, trying to catch that claw. Monkeys trying to go for that second claw spec, but Grizz running away from it as good as he can. Monkeys has begun regenerating his third spec though, so Grizz should do his best to get a claw spec off.
Yeah, definitely. I really respect the movement here. These guys not just standing next to each other going for constant DDs, but like flying around the map to try and outplay their opponents and catch them off prayer. Monkey starting this fight off, I think, a little bit better than Grizz is right now, by using those claw specs too. Getting that DD, 33 barrage, a free hit as well from the bolt, not hitting too much, but still a nice little bit of footwork here from the man. Stepping underneath again and having quite a big advantage as a result. Action actually caught that freeze in a half mage gear somehow. Really desperately for him. That was very fortunate. Monkeys still trying to go again, going to try and keep a little bit of distance and pray melee priority, since his opponent Grizz does have his 2 claw specs out. Be interested to see if Grizz actually uses them anytime soon. Now, Monkey's getting the bolt RNG, hitting a 19 Opal bolt spec. He deserves
unfortunately for him though, his Opal bolts are not nearly as strong as we saw Grizz getting in the last fight. He's done about 2 of them so far and only done about 30 damage from both. Grizz going for his first claw spec, I believe, only hitting 0s. Monkeys does a beautiful anti right there. Both of them hitting 0s. I do believe Grizzy's got chanced. I think he put the prey melee up 1 tick too late right there.
Was that Monkey's 3rd spec already? Nah. Can't have been. He couldn't have regen it that fast, could he?
No. That was his second.
I was going to say, like, where'd that come from? Where is he another spec? Action getting his spec out there really beautifully, so now we will start to regen as well, which is crucial for him in this fight. Question is, will he get it in time before the fight's over? The RNG from both players right now being, you know, pretty neck and neck, but I would still say that Monkey's up a little bit of food. He desperately needs to win this fight to stay in this best of 3 matchup before he gets pushed down to the loser's bracket. And now again, Action stepping away so far, then coming in with the whip. Really nice play.
Some really nice movement.
Yeah,
seems like Grizz does have the upper hand right now. Monkey's being in the defensive yet again. Does bolt Grizz off roads.
Those hits. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Grizz really getting some RNG right now that he desperately needed, and he seems to be in the lead after all of that. Still though, Monkey's trying to keep in the fight, barraging with his K-top there. Unfortunately for him, seems to have misclicked one of his items. Though he does have the DD advantage right now, so he might be able to do something with that. Gets a 38 whip right there, going in for the bolt by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's done a great job of really staying in the fight. I think off the bat, Monkeys had quite a nice little lead. Then Grizz brought it back, and now Monkeys is trying to translate that back into his favor, but hits a 0 claw spec on the right prayer, unfortunately for him. Trading 20 for 20 bolt on both players running to the south side of the map right now. Big bolt spec again, 34 for Adam. Action. His RNG at the moment is, with his bolts, is just ridiculous. He's going absolutely nuclear with the hits. Monkeys right now are going to try and catch that freeze, I do believe, to try and keep that advantage that he's been having throughout the early stages of the fight, but unable to do so, splashing twice, not going to go for the third attempt, chucking a bolt in there too to try and catch his opponent off prey. Does manage to catch him on the fourth bolt, but hits a 0. Action does catch the freeze, gets the DD, hits a 22. He's starting to really put up the pressure right now. Monkeys is forced to eat up to full hit points. But these players must be almost out of food at the moment as well. Monkeys does realize that I believe Action does have a spec left, praying melee quite a bit, getting a 31 bolt in 2. He's doing pretty well to keep his opponent really playing defensively as well.
It seems to be really even between the two right now. Monkeys does have the DD advantage right now, so he should be able to do something with that, hopefully. Trying to get as many free hits as he possibly can, but Grizz is doing a good job keeping up with him. Trying to go for that freeze back of Grizz right there. Not really paying off for him, though. He does take a 27 barrage, and it looks like he's been refrozen again, but he has frozen Monkeys right there. So they are both neck and neck right now by the looks of things.
It's a big sports spec.
I do think Grizz has a, what's it called, his third claw spec right now, so he really needs to dump that before this fight is over, because it wouldn't surprise me to hear that he is out of food right now, so he's gonna go for that, I think. Gets a 25 on the prayer, though. Still, decent damage. I mean, he does desperately need this right now. Seems like he is out of food, 40 HP right now. Not entirely sure how much food Monkeys has. He should be out as well.
Really nice move there from Action, actually going for the claw spec, then faking into the staff, going back into it. But these guys are friends. They probably know each other's strategies like the back of their hand. You know, they probably fought quite a bit against each other in practice. Monkeys hitting a 31.
Unfortunately,
Action almost out of
Grizz
food.
doesn't get that redemption off because it was a whip. And it seems like Grizz has gone down to that 16 whip, unfortunately, and that means that it is a 1-1. So the next round will decide who goes through. Whoever loses, though, still has a chance in the losers bracket, but that is their last chance in this tournament.
Yeah, these guys are really evenly matched. The first fight we saw it being a little bit of RNG in Action's favor, of course, but regardless, they got a similar amount of damage on the right prayers. And I think right at the end there, actually, Monkeys was probably pretty much out of food as well. So it really was neck and neck throughout. Like one person gets the lead, and the DD exchanges. Again, Action's bolts, though, were pretty hectic. We have the PvP tracker, which we can check out as well. Looks like 71 hits for Action versus the 79 for Monkeys. Those 3 hits really came in clutch for him, probably won in the fight, actually. Similar amount of hits off prayer, 46 to 44. In terms of actual damage and deserved damage, Action deserved to do a little more damage than he did, and Monkeys finally got a bit of better RNG compared to the last fight, doing a bit more damage than he was supposed to. Yeah, again, these guys are just pretty evenly spaced out. I don't know what else to really say about the PvP tracker. Pretty similar.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely came down to the stretch right there. Grizz deserving to win only by 24 deserved damage, though. So I would say that it's not that big of a lead.
Yeah.
It really, I mean, it is RuneScape, so RNG really makes the difference there.
Yeah.
Going into the third and final fight between them, though, they are both just kind of... Monkey's following him, actually, trying to go for that whip straight off the bat, but doesn't get it off. Does get a bolt on ropes, though, for a 24. Grizz does get a splash as well. So, Monkey's been up 24 damage right now, trying to get that first freeze. Grizz hits him back with a 17, evening out the playing field right now. Grizz being in the lead, both of them having each other frozen right next to each other right now.
Monkeys is doing work with the whip hits. Action goes for a claw spec. Unfortunately, on Prey Melee and Tank hits nothing. And Monkeys hits right now are just doing work at the moment, actually. Bolting into the melee, constantly being the best DPS compared to Mage, which can be a little bit tricky when it comes to RNG. And if you splash a few times, it gets very frustrating. Now, creating some distance, Monkeys then steps in again, hits a 14 barrage into a bolt hit. On the prayer, though, Action retaliates with a barrage as well. Doesn't manage to catch it. And now Monkeys does get the DD advantage and a free hit in there. You know, just increasing the lead that he probably had from the start. He does still have special attack as well, so Action's probably going to have to Prey Melee a little bit more accordingly, and as a result gets hit a 32 Mage.
Oh, and he does get clawed off prayer right there. Seems to be a chance, but I mean, you never know, considering the claw spec is 2 ticks, so Grizz could have just read the first zeros and known that he didn't need to eat there. But still, definitely a disappointing claw spec for Monkeys. It seems like Grizz is pulling himself back in the fight, getting a decent bit of damage here. Catching his opponent off prey. Seems like Monkeys is not really getting a lot of hits back. Grizz having a pid right now.
Yeah, like off the bat, like we said before, Monkeys was again starting off strong, but like this fight's it goes very back and forth. Monkeys goes for a claw spec, hits only a 20, unfortunately, on the wrong prayer, but still gets it off and tries to cement in the lead that he started with. Action catching that freeze was so clutch, hitting a 29 bolt to follow as well, getting hit back by a whip, but doing no damage. Both players right now neck and neck, zeros for zeros. Grizz does go for the DD the second he's unfrozen, steps out, gets a free bolt here, which those will add up over time. Goes for the whips as well, which means he could get another free bolt in here, but he does misclick with the staff bash. Monkeys now having to catch this freeze while Grizz tries to get some distance. Doesn't able to do so. Gets a free hit as well.
Grizz has been bolted on robes right there. Not entirely sure though. He could have had his tank on, but still taking a 0 bolt. Grizz dealing back 22 barrage for being bolted on robes, and Monkeys gets a 26 barrage straight back, going for that blitz. Another 26 because Grizz has double clicked his prayer right there. Unfortunately for him, kind of crucial misclick right there. Still, Grizz running off screen right now. Might be able to catch his opponent off guard.
Yeah, they're running off screen mechanics of like trying to step out when your opponent's not expecting it. Really giving these players a couple free hits here and there, but saying that, Monkeys does get the DD advantage here. 27 bolt on the tank, on the right prayer though, steps out again, misclicks. Of course, this guy potentially not being on ping, so he's playing with a little bit of lag at the moment, which is resulting in those misclicks. Still getting a few free hits on the whip as well.
We do know that Grizz is playing off ping. We're not entirely sure about Monkeys though. It seems like he's got the better prayer flicks and stuff like that, so it wouldn't surprise me if he is playing what's it called, on his own ping right now. But Grizz, for playing off ping, he's doing really well.
He's doing great, yeah. Gets frozen there though, unfortunately for him. Monkeys really doing well with those freezes the second his opponent gets stepped out. Both players actually will have a claw spec coming up soon as well, so to be aware of that, which could create an opening for some momentum shift, or at the very least, potentially even, no, sorry, at the most, sorry, it could be a KO potential as well. Monkeys right now getting a few free hits in here, and 28 barrage as well. That's some huge damage splats. Action is unfrozen, goes for the claw spec.
Getting a really nice claw though. Not entirely sure if that was off prayer though. Still some decent bit of damage right there. Fortunately for him, gets bolted a 38 straight back. Monkeys really getting the RNG right now. Seems like Grizz has constantly been in the defensive. Not really getting any massive claws though. Yeah, again, very disappointing claw spec off prey right there on chanceable HP, what it looks like. It wouldn't surprise me to find out that Grizz is out of food. Grizz goes for that last claw spec that he has. It's a 0-0-35. Still, probably needs a good amount of RNG to pull himself back.
Yeah, Monkeys ate up straight to full HP straight after seeing that claw spec. Saying that though, both players are almost out of supplies. Monkeys sitting on about 50 HP, Action sitting on about 60. Neither player eating at the moment. Monkeys going for the freeze again. Is Action out? I believe he could be. Monkeys is almost out too, just drinking a brew sip right there, potentially the last one that he's got. No, Action does have a little bit of food left. Action is going to have to really like pay attention right here and try and catch
the next 0 barrage right there. Not even a splash. Unfortunately, rolling the lowest that he possibly could, but does get a 19 to follow it up. Bolts his opponent on ropes for a 22 right there. Goes for the whip. I think it all comes down to who gets this last freeze right here, if I'm honest.
Yeah, and Action actually opting for the bolts instead, noticing his opponent is just sitting in the robes. And then Monkeys does go for the
getting a really nice whip right there, though. All he needs to do right now is just to hit something. Oh yeah, no, as I say that, Monkeys has ate up. He still has food.
Low, as if that would have been all over for Monkeys, but Action now having to redemption flick as best he can. Misclicking it once, both players down to 15 hit points. Next hit is going to make the difference. There it is, Monkeys takes the win.
Oh yeah, he has gone down. Grizz actually goes down to Monkeys right there. Unfortunately, getting taken out, and it goes down to the losers bracket, which means Monkeys has advanced, and probably, if I had to guess so myself, I do believe he will be fighting 10-13.
See what happens there. Anyone can win these fights, remember, and Violate did prove himself to be quite the demon as well in his first round. That fight was so insane. Towards the end there, I thought both players were out of food, but I think Monkeys just lulled his opponent to a false insecurity and decided not to eat and elongate his eating for a little bit longer so he get a few more hits off and not stop that momentum that he had. And I guess it paid off for him as well, making that decision. Really close fight, both those guys, both being the same clan, of course, like you said before, both being Solitag, representing them, being good friends. So can't be too mad at their opponent, you know, going through and the other going down. Of course, it's double elimination. So as before, you'd have to win 2 fights to be knocked out entirely. So we get to watch Grizz in action once again a little bit later too.
Yeah, we do have the PvP tracker for that fight, with Monkeys having 80 hits to Action's 76. So him having 4 free hits there, but Action doing a decent bit better on the prayer with 12 extra percentage right there, putting him up 42 deserved damage. So unfortunately for Grizz, even though I do believe he won most of the trackers, actually winning all of them. Now that I say that, still lost the fights themselves, and he goes down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, that was so close, and the action did get more hits off prayer. A little bit unfortunate for him. Our next fight is going to be Series 29, 10-13 once again. The man with the insane clicks versus Adam Violate, who is one of the leaders of Solid Tag. Now, which clan is 10-13 representing? Frontline, right?
Yeah, frontline.
So Frontline Solid Tag. These guys are, I guess, pretty big nemesis in the wilderness, correct? Big names in the clanning scenes.
Yeah, I do believe the people that have the most hatred for each other at the moment probably would be Solid Tag and Frontline.
Okay, so we have like one of Frontline's best hybrids, 10-13, who's won many tournaments, versus one of Solid Tag's leaders, Adam Zor Violate. This should be quite the matchup. It should be really exciting, and of course the winner goes through to round 3. I'm very excited for this. We've been waiting for this fight for the last couple games as well. Whoever wins this fight as well is going up against OG Monkfish, who we saw in that last fight for Solid Tag again. So, I mean, if 10-13 does go through, he's got to take on another Solid Tag member that could potentially come back and honor Adam Zor and get the revenge, potentially. But I have to wait and see how this first fight goes. So far, it is indeed a grudge match. But
yeah,
it
for
should be
sure.
exciting.
And I do think 10-13 is the favorite to win here. Just based off of what I know on their skill set, I do think 10-13 will win this fight. But still, it is RuneScape. You never know what you're going to see. And sometimes the underdog does come out on top.
Yep, but we do have a double elimination bracket for that reason. Of course, $1,500. $1,500 on the line today for all these players. So it's not just, the fact that they're fighting nemesis in the clanning scene and fighting for pride. It's also a lot of money on the line they want to take home for their clans or, for their respective solo selves. We're jumping in shortly. I believe the players are just getting ready momentarily. There are quite a few Solid Tag members in this tournament. We've seen a lot of them. We've seen a couple frontline ones too. One of the frontline members getting knocked out, actually. Wait, it was actually Goofy Llama that got knocked out.
Yeah, I do. Someone did say that Goofy was frontline. Still haven't really gotten any confirmation on that, so that could just be someone guessing. But so far, I do believe we have Goofy.
Oh, even saying it's not
10-13.
Ah, well, I was going to say that'd be make it even more interesting. It isn't Alt though. Is it a frontline member? Oh, it's not frontline. Oh, okay, it's a different person. Never mind.
So apparently it's not frontline, but there is a lot of Solid Tag in this bracket. We have Skate being a bit of an OG PK participating in this tournament. We have Apache who's playing on the TA account that I believe Barnes and Hamza competed on.
I think Apache didn't turn up, potentially.
Oh yeah, no, he already has lost. It seems like his opponent either won the fight or he just didn't turn up. But seems like we have 5 to 6 Solid Tag members in this tournament so far.
Well, we'll be starting this next fight, 10-13 versus Adam Zor momentarily, guys. Please do wait for us. Be patient. So the guy, he's in a different clan. Asked to remain anonymous. Ooh. Fair enough. Interesting. Well, that should be pretty exciting as well to watch. There's so many, I didn't expect this roster to be so stacked. Obviously, we all know that 10-13 is US West, but there's so many more players in here that can really hold their own against him. Here we go. We're jumping into the fight. 10-13, also known as Zaza Zips in game versus Violate Adam Zor, one of the Solid Tag leaders. This should be quite the fight. These guys fighting for pride, as well as a $1,500 prize pool that's available this weekend for the NA West tournament. Here we go. Zaza starting off with the first freeze, stepping out, getting a couple free hits on Mystics as well, hitting a 19 only though. And
you're definitely showing off some nice movement right there.
Yeah, nice.
Flying back in with that whip. Seems to have caught his opponent off prey and on robes again with that whip as well. 10-13 really utilizing his movement right now. Violate seems to be on the defensive, but is still, we haven't seen a lot of damage being dealt, so it's still very early into the fight.
Yeah, currently pretty even. Both players still having their special attacks as well, of course. I believe both these guys both off for claws, of course, which are best for DPS as well. 10-13 doing a great job there of, just switching up his Prayer, the perfect game tick, to what he expects his opponent to use. And as these fights go on, it's all about kind of getting your opponent's mind and trying to really outplay them and fakey them into submission, so to speak. Looks like Zaza getting a nice hit there off Prayer.
Ooh, and does get clawed off Prey, I do believe, for a 44 right there, but still 10-13 doing a really nice anti with the bolt as well. Unfortunately for him, not hitting a lot on Violator robes. So he did get a short that nice time, but he does get a really nice claw right there for 60 damage just about. Going in for that second claw spec, only hitting zeros, rightfully so. I mean, Violate was praying melee and had his tank on.
Oh, that's a nice claw spec.
Yeah, trading about the same damage with those claw specs right there.
Yeah, pretty evenly done. Now, if players opting for this next freeze, going to decide which direction the fight goes in. Zaza misses his bottoms off there, but as a result, doesn't catch the freeze. Goes for it again, doesn't catch it again. Violate trying to spin all around the map as well, trying to act like 10-13. Steps underneath beautifully, gets a free hit off as well. Violate is not giving up, despite he's against demons such as 10-13.
Might even be up damage right now.
Yeah.
Looking at the fight, I mean, he has dealt a decent bit of damage. He seems to be doing more damage than 10-13 is right now. Does double click his mage prey though and gets hit at 29, so very punishing right there. 10-13 having the DD advantage right now. Does whip a 0 off prey right there. Not entirely sure if that was on ropes though.
Nice freeze from Violate there. The second that 10-13 steps out, he catches it. Really clutch for him, really important. And chipping away his HP, even through prayer, hitting those 10s and 20s, which really do add up over time. Hitting a 0 there on the right prayer, unfortunately for him. Getting a few free hits in here since Zaza was trying to eat up HP. Does catch the freeze, which is so important for him as well, though. And now both players frozen next to each other and just kind of trying to fake each other out. Zaza is now finally unfrozen, 10-13, going for the DD, actually stepping away instead, which catches Adam out. It takes him a second to click on his opponent and zoom out of the map. Zaza now stepping back in again, constantly going back and forth, so his opponent's having to zoom in and out and have different clicks based on his, his muscle memory for being zoomed in all the time. Again, another freeze coming in for Zaza. 10-13 catches it, goes for a barrage and a DD, trying to get some easy free hits in here too. Doesn't manage to get a nice retaliation from Adam. Wow.
Yeah, really getting that whip off still and actually going for it rather than switching back to his bolt after he saw that his opponent was so far away. I mean, I guess he knew that 10-13 was still going to go in for that DD and just decided to stick with it. Right now, I would say that Violate is maybe up HP. It seems like they are both kind of neck and neck on the tracker by the looks of things. 10-13 going in for a barrage followed up by the staff bash. Does get a 7 whip on the robes off prey, followed by a 1 off prey on the robes. 10-13 really not getting the RNG that he needs right now. Violate definitely doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, oh, nice claw spec. It was on the right prayer, but on the tank. Only a 2, unfortunately, for Violate. Really wanted that to hit as well to just increase his lead or keep in the lead of this fight. I'd say right now, though, that 10-13's probably clutched it back a little bit. He's going... Oh, what?
Oh, almost KOing that.
Beautiful backstep.
Oh, my God. Only clawed about 58 damage right there. Nearly taking Violate out. Really putting Violate into the defensive right now.
He's really stepping the pace up right now and just going absolutely crazy with the hits. Fortunately for Violate, though, he does catch that freeze to try and stop the, the barrage of damage that was coming into him, all the hits off prayer. That claw spec was beautiful. Spark Mac calls that the switchback when you run back and back in again with the claw spec. It works beautifully for him, an old trick in the books that 10-13 most likely picked up from watching his videos, I'm sure. Anyway.
Yeah, definitely learning from the Ninja Turtle and the little bullets right there.
No, it looks like Zaza, 10-13, stepping underneath, trying to go for some free hits right now. It's coming down to the wire. Both players being almost out of food. I think actually 10-13 might have taken the lead as a result. And 19 staff bash
as well.
Man. Look at that 27 barrage as well. He's on fire right now. 10-13's RNG is insane. He must have a little bit of food left as well, I imagine. Adam needs to keep in this fight as long as he can, but it's not too late.
He does go down to that 15 right there, unfortunately for him.
16. Well, I mean, to be honest, I honestly thought that Adam was in the lead for the majority of that fight, but I think towards the end, 10-13 got some really great combos and just constantly hit like 20s and 30s. And I think that the reason why he didn't really manage to get his foot in the fight at the start is because Adam's freezes were just much better, and 10-13 couldn't really catch many of them, unfortunately for him, as we'll probably see from the PvP tracker, unless I'm wrong, of course. But yeah, really, really close matchup, I think, there. Came down to the last few bit of food or the last bit of health that both players had. And 10-13 takes the first fight, which I'm sure is not a surprise to many in the chat who are rooting for him versus Adam Zor. Oh my God, what? Okay.
I'm sorry. I did not expect
I didn't expect that either.
Oh my God.
So I guess
okay, so 10-13 having 74% of the prayers correct versus Violate's 35%, with 10-13 having 245 extra deserved damage. I'm so sorry, Adam's eyes didn't expect that.
Again, it's just, I think it's just a lot of the freeze RNG. 10-13 was a bit more freeze heavy and just kept hitting zeros. But yeah, wow, what a storm! Like, 67 out of 91. You don't normally, it's usually around the 50%, 60% max in fights like this against two really good hybrids. You don't normally get 3/4 of the hits off prayer, but 1013 showing that, you know, to all the haters out there that he deserves to be here, and he's definitely in the front running for being one of the potential victors of both this weekend as well as the World Championship in 2 weeks' time. Wow. That was.
Yeah, I mean, I
that's
knew
so
that
surprising,
Violate was doing a bit worse. I just didn't expect it to be that bad.
No, same.
Like, it's hard to take. Like, I know we're saying like, oh, it's neck and neck and stuff like that. We can only take what we see at face value, right? It's very hard for us to sit there and calculate every single prayer wrong.
Adding up in our
it.
heads every single one. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot to take in. So when we're not looking at the stats directly during the fight, it's hard for us to kind of keep up with that. But that is insane performance from 1013. I mean, the prayer percentage is just crazy right there, but still, I would say that Adamsor did a decent job keeping up nonetheless.
Yeah, well, we're into round 2 now of this best of 3. 1013 taking the first one by quite a landslide as well, although the RNG was slightly in Adam's favor, as we saw just there. Off the bat, looks like Adam's going to change up his strategy. It'll be interesting to see how he does that, and if he still opts to go for the DDs, or if he tries to maybe keep in distance a little bit. Now, 1013 running back and forth constantly, trying to confuse his opponent as he did before. Catching that freeze was huge for him. Goes for a second freeze, splashes unfortunately, but does get the DD and gets a free whip hit in there as well. 1013 looking very strong now once again. He's managed to actually warm up after probably waking up in a time zone he's not really used to, as a result, like most of us have been doing lately. But yeah, after a few fights now, he's really showing his stuff and why he's considered one of the best hybrids in the game. Although saying that, looks like Violate does catch the freeze back, gets a free hit off 2, and an Ogre Bolt spec, only a 9 unfortunately for him. Both players still have their specs, and Violate's
still getting a decent bit of damage. 1013 attempting to anti him right there with a claw, but unfortunately doing the prediction wrong. Still, Violate getting a few free hits and just kind of opting to go with the bolts by the looks of things, and it seems to be paying off. 1013 going for that claw spec, actually catching him off prey. Kind of surprised by that. Almost KOs Violate straight after as well. Really nice movement, and almost barrage KOs as well.
Damn, that just constant chain of hits there was huge for 1013. Now, Violate still does have one claw spec remaining, I do believe, but 1013 has used both of his up, and I think it was worth using them both there because he just managed to get such a big lead, and now it's going to be so difficult for Adam to really come back. He's going to have to need so much RNG and to outplay 1013, and based on the last fight up we saw, 1013's hit off prayer just so much better than Adamsor's. Adamsor can't even get the freeze right now. He does catch it, and he's able to, you know, quickly catch his breath and hopefully try to switch around the fight.
Yeah, right now it still looks like Violate is attempting to get his foot back in the fight, but it's not really working out for him, getting that 0 claw. 1013 really doing a good job right now, just out damaging Violate and outplaying him, hitting him on ropes right there. Still, Violate isn't really down all that much. He still could come back here, but with the last tracker that we saw, I think 1013 really has this in the bag unless you get some really bad RNG.
We've got to remember as well, a lot of people in the chat are like, oh, it's a solid tag leader, what the hell? Well, to be fair, like, he's a leader, he's not meant to be one of their best hybrids. Not only that, but he's also playing off ping, apparently, someone in the chat too. He might be lagging quite a lot. And 1013, anyone against 1013 looks like, you know, suboptimal. 1013 is just so good. But right now, the distance being kept from both players, exchanging barrage for barrage. Adam's going to need some real good RNG here to come in and bring this one back. He's got a claw spec, I do believe, so utilizing that at the perfect time.
Violate trying to go for that claw spec right there, but yeah, really not getting it off. 1013 doing a really nice job predicting it. Right now, it seems like 1013 is still keeping up with the momentum, and he's making sure that Adamsor is staying on the defensive, doing some really nice barrages right there. He's catching his opponent off prey non-stop.
Yeah, currently the free hits that he's getting too, and just like you said before, the style he uses, the freestyle, where he just goes around and just quickly switches from style to style constantly, thinking, oh, find an opening. 50 claws from Adamsor.
Getting it, yeah, decent claw off prey though.
Yeah, man, like, I mean, he gets a few more like bit of RNG like that, potentially he can come back, but I think right now he's down a lot of free hits, which is a huge
not entirely
negative.
sure if he's out of food here. He's sitting at 40 HP, not really eating. He has eaten back up to full, yeah. I mean, right now, 1013 is still just snowballing on him. Catching his opponent off prey, chancing him again with that claw spec. That is the third chance that he's gotten on
and the
Violet
38
so
whip
far.
on the ropes again. Like we said before, being caught on your ropes is just so frustrating. You just get hit so much damage. You really got to try and sit in the tank a bit better. 1013 does catch the freeze. Oh my god, what a beautiful little one-tick fakie from the whip.
Oh,
whip
yeah, that fakie into the mage and then straight into the whip, and he does take him down. Wait, no, Violet's still sitting on 1 HP.
I mean, I think at this point, Adam, although it was pretty even a lot of the time, I don't think that redemption's really going to be enough to bring him back into this fight. I think 1013 has quite a lot of supplies left right now. He needs one more barrage that hits more than a 5 to KO him, so I think he's going to close this one up pretty quickly. Unless, you never know, to be fair, Adamzor might have some crazy RNG. No, it's too little too late.
Yeah, it definitely is too late, and he does lose to that 25 barrage right there. And Adamzor has been taken out, and he does go to the losers bracket, though, so he still has a chance to come back. But 1013 still staying strong. Not entirely sure if 1013 has lost a single fight yet. I do believe he's 2-0 on every single fight. But like I predicted, we will be seeing 1013 go against Monkeys in the next fight, which I do believe will be tomorrow. Looking at that PvP tracker though, it's about the same that we saw last time. We have 1013 with 67% praise right to Adamsor's 38%. 1013 having 15 free hits and 271 extra deserved damage on Adamzor.
All right, so next up, I believe we'll be going to the bottom category. We have the last few fights in round 1, which is going to be Grey versus Herbie. Grey is a well-known content creator, streamer who does a lot of hybriding and high risking on her live streams. She'll be fighting Herbie as well. Adamzor in the chat saying he's good. I know him. Hey, respect, man, for not, talking, smack and that, being in opposite clans. He says, guys, too good, not going to lie. I think everyone realizes 1013 is definitely a beast. We did really well there, I think, as well, to pop a good fight and to stick in it for as long as you could. Yeah, well played to both players there. We have Grey versus Herbie coming up momentarily. Gosu versus Degenerate, who, as we mentioned before, is Skate, who's been around, I think he used to lead Frontline as well back in the days. A really well-known, notorious hybrid used to stream too.
Yeah, Skate will be representing Frontline though.
Yep.
Not Frontline, sorry, Solid Tag.
Solid Tag is in now, he's switched.
Yeah, he has switched and gone to Solid Tag as of recent.
Then we have Novus Lol versus Sam. Apache versus Might Be, but I think Apache was a no-show today. So Might Be gets a free bye to the next round. The first fight we'll be watching will be Grey, but before we do that, we have a quick couple of announcements to make, so bear with us, my friends. We have the Method community team. If you'd like to check it out, then please make sure that you type !community in the chat. Signing up, becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content and opportunities and giveaways. Method also provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. That's !community in the chat. Also, if you're looking for some brand new clothes, a bit cold in these recent winter months, then show your support to Method. Type !merch in the chat. Get your hands on some of the hottest new Method merch. Very comfy, very high quality. I've got the jumper myself and I've worn it a lot, as I said before, over these last few cold winter nights. But also in the chat, !socials to keep up to date with all the Method stuff. Of course, these tournaments going on every single weekend. This is the US West PvP circuit. Every weekend leading up to a World Championship final, Method's giving away $1,500 with these tournaments going on for like 13-hour, 14-hour broadcasts every weekend. The World Championship's almost here. It's only 2 weeks away, so be prepared for that. But guys, we're going to go on a short break right now, just a short 10-15 minute break, whilst we go have some dinner and all that. It's 10 p.m. for West Ham and I in the EU.
Yeah,
we're a bit hungry. Need a little break, need a breather. But yeah, stick with us. We'll be back momentarily. Go stretch your legs too. Don't forget to hydrate, gamers. And we'll be back shortly with some more exciting fights. Thanks for watching.
You seem to know something I don't. What's going on? Can you tell me what it is, please? I'm not that slow like you think.
whisper to me there's no maybe. There's only time for dreams even greater. I hear the call, and I close my eyes to see even clearer. I see it all. I know that we can go higher if we keep our faith, if we keep our faith. Sometimes I'm like a whisper in a riot, but I grow stronger, keep believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Still holding tight through every fight, 'cause sometimes I can see through the echo of every day, always the same, until you take a step and let go. You told me that the shakes turning brighter, I don't know how. You showed me every heart is a fighter, time is now. I know that we can go higher if we keep our faith, if we keep our faith. Sometimes I'm like a whisper in a riot, but I grow stronger, keep believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. Say you're believing in me. You're believing in me. You're believing in
I know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice.
There it is, a beautiful double kill. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taking control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Maro. This is a... Wow, look at this. In 3 hits. 40, 30, 30.
Well, welcome back once again to another broadcast. Thank you everyone so much for bearing with us while we just prepared our food and had a quick bite to eat and all that. We appreciate you guys sticking around for that little interlude. And we are currently casting the OSRS US West PvP circuit. So those just tuned in, we have a few more matches to go through today, a couple more hours left. This is the, like I said before, OSRS US West PvP circuit every single weekend up until the World Championship in 2 weeks' time. We have different brackets from different areas where players are competing for a prize pool of $1,500 US today. And the breakdown of that is first place 1,000, second place 350, and third place 150. Excuse me, I'm just eating some food. So the top 8 players in this tournament for today do get placed into the final World Championships in 2 weeks' time, of course. All these matches are best of 3 today, and tomorrow in the finals we'll be seeing some best of 7s as well. It's a double elimination bracket, which means that, of course, if you do lose one fight, you go down to the losers bracket, and you've still got a chance to come back up and stay in the tournament. And maybe we'll see someone that gets knocked out early, going all the way through and, managing to actually take the win. So, now we are back. The next fight up that we're going to see is a wonderful content creator by the name of Grey, who's well known for her PvP content. I believe one of the first female competitors that we've seen, or at least that I've seen since casting the EU tournament.
Yeah, I do believe it's the first one.
So we'll see if she can do it for the girls. And she'll be going up against Herbie. I'm Herbie. Do you recognize this name, West Ham?
Absolutely no clue. I do know Grey has been putting in a lot of practice, though.
Okay.
I've seen her improve throughout the year. I do think she specializes in deep wilderness PKing,
Nice.
sort of similar to what Abyss does, but maybe in a bit lower risk, I believe. So I think she's a bit more used to the whole like mystic meta, because from what I know, that's mostly what she fights people in. So this shouldn't really be out of her comfort zone, and I think she will be able to compete fairly decent with this person. We have no idea who he is, so yet again, it could be another underdog. Or it could be a free round for Grey. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a few competitors in this tournament, to be fair, that have kind of taken us by surprise, names that we didn't recognize that end up showing up with max capes and then really putting all the stops and proving themselves that they deserve to be here today. We'll be jumping into that matchup very shortly, guys. So, yeah, bear with us. They were told to start, but we're just waiting on them to continue. So just got to wait a couple minutes while they get set up and sort out their inventories and bank up and all that kind of stuff. Wish each other good luck, as respectful contestants have been doing so far. There's not been that much drama in this tournament today, to be honest. We've had a lot of players that are representing different clan teams who have, huge rivalries in the clanning scene and deep wilderness as well. They fought each other many times, usually in situations where it's like, 30 versus 30 and such. But it's all or nothing in this tournament, of course. And everyone's obviously playing for the $1,500 prize pool that Method's putting up this weekend. But as well as that, there's a lot on the line in terms of, the bragging rights that your clan has gone through. So we're jumping into this.
Yeah, definitely.
Grey.
Yeah, so they definitely seem to care a lot about these tournaments, considering, it's something to add on to your clan as like a trophy, right? In the same way we see like IRL football leagues. They obviously keep these, and they're kind of precious, since it's a bragging right for the team. It kind of proves a point that like, oh, we are the best, or you have that bragging right at least. But right now, Grey starting off somewhat strong here. She's bolted a 36 right there, still taking a decent bit of damage.
Ooh.
Seems like Herbie did attempt to go for that claw spec, but failed it very shortly after. Go for a double staff bash right there. Not entirely sure what he's doing right there, but Grey should have the DD advantage right now. Seems to be going for a freeze though instead.
She's got some nice movement right there. She stepped away for a moment there, got a whip hit off, which was beautifully played by her. Nice 35 barrage as well, going for the DDs too. She's zipping around the arena right now, just constantly moving. Gets a claw spec. She doesn't manage to get it off prayer.
Goes for the second one as well.
Wow. Oh, could have been a barrage.
Getting
here,
a really nice barrage here. Might be able to try. No, the opponent did triple E indeed. And it seems like Herbie is in the defensive. Grey doing a really good job right now. Not really utilizing the Mage's Book as much as she probably should, but if you're more comfortable doing the freeways and you play better with that, then you should stick to that. She does take a double
two
claw.
specs.
Yeah, 2 claws right there off prey. Unfortunately for Herbie, not hitting anything. Still, he manages to get a decent bit of RNG right now. Still hitting something rather than nothing. Grey still hitting though. Seems like Herbie is down a significant amount by the looks of things. Herbie taking a 30 whip right there. Not entirely sure if that was a chance, but he is taking the moment that he has with his freeze to eat back up the full and get straight back into the fight. It starts off strong as well with a 35 barrage. Maybe follows that up with a whip. Not entirely sure. He's kind of calculating what he needs to do right now. Does run away to try catch another refreeze. Grey bolting him on his robes. Get a 35 and rightfully so. Whips him on his robes as well. Some really nice movement from Grey. Regardless, Herbie going in for those whips. Right now, it seems like Grey definitely seems to be better on the offensive than the defensive. We've seen her miss quite a few of prayers, but still, whenever she's on the offensive, she does really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Abyss in the chat right now, you know, bigging up his girl, saying she's thick and slick with the movement, gliding around, and it's really showing today that it's giving her a lot of advantage in terms of, you know, trying to get those one-tick switches and really catch her opponent off guard as well. Currently, I believe Grey is most likely up about, I don't know, at least 100 HP at the moment. She's doing so well. He's catches barrage though.
That Mystic Top and Tank barrage. It did actually hit a 19. Unfortunately for her, it wasn't a refreeze. So Herbie is still slick on the movement. He does get frozen right there though for a 16. Not entirely sure if Grey is meaning to do those Mystic Top barrages with the tank on, but we have seen those used in the tournament before. According to Panic, who I believe ran the calculations, it is better deserved damage. So right now,
really? Wow.
Grey still being good on the offensive. I mean, she is dealing a decent bit of damage here. Herbie not really dealing a lot back. I say Grey probably up 150 damage so far. Herbie still on the defensive, not able to catch the freeze. Does try go for that whip, gets bolted on robes instead. Lucky for him, it was only a 0. Gets whipped on the robes for an 18 right there. Grey still going really strong in this fight. Herbie yet again catching his breath. Healing up to full, stepping out with a sidestep barrage. Really nice right there.
Avoiding the claws really beautifully, actually. He's still in this fight, and is, of course, a best of 3. This is the first time we've seen Grey in this tournament, of course. This is her first fight, too, and she's looking great today. Doing really well. 30 barrage, steps underneath, gets a bolt off prayer as well, and just running circles around her opponent right now, I believe. The fakies right now as well, stepping out sideways, but then going for whip hits. Beautifully, actually.
Both of them
I was going to say moving away from
there.
that claw, but yeah, it was a trade. Both players hitting on prey melee, so kind of even damage throughout. Herbie trying to get the DD advantage, but, you know, Grey's decision there to freeze straight away was perfect for her. Getting a whip hit 38 as well. Herbie really struggling right now to stay in the fight. And every time he... Oh, my God, number 30 was
gets
like that.
bolted a 42 right there
40?
into the 17. I mean, Herbie is constantly in the defensive here. Gets an Opal Bolt spec and hits the most disappointing number I've seen off Prayer today with a 9.
Yeah, really nice switches from her, actually, and the fakies as well. Utilizing the whip quite a lot more than we've seen other contestants using it. Of course, range believed to be the most accurate and the best DPS, but these whip hits, getting them off prayer consistently is really helping her. Redemption for Herbie out of food already. Wow.
I mean, this is a landslide win for Grey right here, honestly. She's done really well on the offensive, and she's improving on the defensive as well. So throughout the fight, she has improved, but still... It seemed like even if she didn't improve with the defensive, it really wasn't needed. She's in a significant lead right now. Saying that, though, she should eat up right here. Probably healing up to full HP. Yep, full green bar right there. And it seems like this has been a landslide win for Grey. Whipping a 19 right there.
Trying to go for the barrage.
Currently sitting on about 1 HP. She does take him down with a 6 right there. Very good decision to barrage. Because for those of you that don't know, when someone is sitting extremely low HP, it's better to opt for the barrage, since a splash doesn't actually trigger the redemption.
Yeah,
a 0 whip or a 0 bolt will trigger the redemption. So opting for the barrage at the very end is very smart to do.
Yeah, Grey really coming out swinging today. First fight we've seen of her, like I said before, and she's not someone to joke around, clearly. Taking the 1-0 victory versus Herbie in this best of 3, round 1. From what I've seen so far, like I said before, we don't really know this guy Herbie or who he is. Maybe he's someone...
Looking at the...
Wow, that's actually much more even than I thought it was going to be. Oh, Herbie got really unlucky.
Herbie actually got unlucky. Despite... Yeah, so despite being in the defensive for that long of the fight, he actually did better than Grey. And had 9 extra deserved damage. Even though getting RNG that hard, he was actually up on deserved damage. Grey dealing 50 more than what he deserved to. And Herbie dealing 200 less than what he deserved to. So definitely unlucky for him.
I mean, RNG does play, as we said before, numerous times, a big role in these fights, of course. I say regardless of that, these guys are looking pretty evenly stacked. If Grey continues this RNG, of course, there's very little that Herbie can do. But, they've had a fight now to analyze each other's gameplay. And as you quite rightfully said before, Grey's a little bit weaker on the defensive when she starts getting attacked and not getting the right gear or the right prez up at the right time. But when she does create that momentum for herself, she's very, very good and very slick with the 1-ticks and the fakies. So it's going to really see, depending on how this match starts up, which direction it really goes in terms of momentum swing. To see if Grey can continue this win.
It's surprising to see Herbie being down that much actual damage and still being up on the tracker. That is honestly very surprising. It's very hard to win on the tracker when you're down that much in damage dealt, since he was basically on the defensive for the entire time, right? So for him to actually be up is almost a miracle. But it seems like he might be the better player here. Not entirely sure though. Going into the second fight, Grey still looking strong. Getting a 33 barrage there. Herbie really not dealing too much damage. I'm seeing a fair few bit of mistakes from Herbie as well. Currently, Grey getting 2 free hits right there. Does follow it up with a whip. Herbie tries to anti with the claws, but Grey, knowing his freeze is about to be over, doesn't need to go for the DD. She knows that. She steps away, tries to get as much movement as she can in. And it seems like she's taking a 39 bolt into a 15. Did get a decent hit back though.
Yeah, I was going to say, none of these players actually use their claw specs yet, but Herbie just sends his first one. Unfortunately for him, it was off prayer, but only hit a 15 or so. Now, Grey still has both her specs. I'd say right now they've traded damage pretty evenly. The main advantage that Herbie has... Oh, that's a nice spec. That's a 34 spec off prayer. Could have been more. Slightly unfortunate. 24 barrage, though, with the barrack skirt on as well. Not bad.
So low HP, really taking risks here. I'd say both of them are kind of sitting really low.
Off prayer. Oh, no way!
Grey's actually whipping it into a 35!
My gosh, never expected that, to be honest.
And that is a 2-0 for Grey. Herbie, I mean, I'm sorry, but you are dog water, unfortunately, getting KO'd like that.
I mean, he just, he misclicked, I'm guessing so. He just decided not to eat. Grey came in with a whip hit here, then she opts for the claw spec, hitting a 40 claw spec off Pret, and Herbie just whacks her back, but gets hit a 35 whip to KO him. He had plenty of food left there. It was quite early on in the fight, but yeah, Grey really chained those hits perfectly together and caught her opponent off guard. So fair play.
And that means Herbie is down to the losers bracket, and Grey advances.
Yeah, 2-0 victory. What a confidence boost for her, going through the first round, first time appearing in any major tournament as well, I believe, and really showing that, once again, she deserves to be here like many of the other contestants. And as like we said before as well, one of the only, if not the only female participant in this tournament. She's doing it for the girls, and she's coming out swinging today. 2-0 victory.
I mean,
moving on to the next round.
Fight, it seems like... oh, wait, no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong tracker. We don't actually have the tracker just yet, but I honestly, tracker doesn't matter. If you get KO'd like that...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but, she deserved to win that. Herbie... I don't know what you were doing, but it wasn't good enough, that's for sure.
Hey, we all make mistakes in these high-pressure situations. There's a lot of money on the line today. Of course, $1,500 prize pool this weekend. So I guess sometimes just gets the better of you, and we've all been there, haven't we? Herbie going down to the loser's bracket. He's not out yet, though. We don't know who he's going to be up against just yet. It depends on the next fight, which we'll be seeing momentarily. And that will be Gosu versus Degenerate, also known as Skate. We do have the tracker up now. Quite a quick fight. It does look like
Grey definitely winning on the tracker this time, having 52 extra deserved damage. But when it is a KO, right, the tracker really doesn't matter if it's a KO. that's kind of just how
Yeah.
it works. If you get KO'd, that's kind of what you deserve.
On your fault
it's
for
a
that,
crucial
basically.
mistake for sure.
Yeah, man. Hey, regardless, Grey does take the win, and she moves on. Our next fight is going to be Gosu versus Degenerate. Degenerate being known in the community for many, many years. Skate or Die, as he's known for, Skate or Die 77 or something like that. On Twitch, he used to stream quite a lot, Deep Wilderness PKing. He used to lead Frontline as well. Now he's representing the clan Solid Tag today, or this weekend. Do you know who Gosu is? Never Win. Have you heard of that name?
No, I don't think so. But isn't Gosu... Oh, wait, no, sorry. Okay, yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. If it's Frontline Gosu, then yes, I do know who that is. I've never really seen him compete in these type of tournaments, though. I've never really seen him tribrid. But still, could be yet another underdog that just is completely unknown. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I have seen a Gosu with only one U, but never seen one with two. So it depends if it's the same person.
I actually haven't seen Degenerate or Skate PK in a very long time, since the old days of him doing hybriding. And back then, if my memory serves me correctly, he wasn't much for NH in terms of actually flicking the overhead prayers. He used to just dominate everyone deep wild with Smite Up the entire time. And because obviously in these NH fights, of course, overhead prayers do reduce damage by 40%. But more importantly than that, as we've been seeing in this tournament today as well, if you get caught in your robes too much, you get hit through prayer regardless. So he's very, very good at focusing in getting the right gear at the right time, and sometimes even delaying his hits to ensure he has the best tank possible at every moment. So it'll be interesting to see if due to that experience of fighting in that style, if he'll have all his clicks on point. I look forward to seeing how his overhead prayers do match up to that. But once again, as before, Gosu not being someone we know about, this could be a nice little victory based on his experience Degenerate got, or maybe it's someone that's just an unknown name that's secretly disgusting and has been, not part of any clan or anything like that, and just been, sweating out last man standing and such for a long time now. A lot of these participants don't want to be known who they are until near the end, so they can, if they lose, I guess it doesn't really matter. They can't say, "Oh, I lost I'm so and so," or "I represent my clan, I lost." It's more so a, "Oh, by the way, I'm with this clan and I won." But I guess we'll see momentarily.
Skate as well.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure if he's still got this opinion, but I remember Skate used to say that Smite fighting in an NH fight is actually better. I'm not entirely sure if he's gonna do that.
No.
But if he does, it'll be an interesting fight for sure. I have seen Skate actually win a couple fights versus 1013, I believe, with Smite Up.
Really?
I do think 1013 won the most of those.
Well, if he can beat 1013 even once, then he definitely has a shot at going pretty far in this tournament, to be fair, if RNG does give him the favor he needs. We'll be jumping into that matchup very, very soon, just having to wait for these guys to get ready, and then we'll get this underway. We also have coming up today, or very soon, Novus LOL, solo ranker, versus King Sam will be after that. Do you know either of these guys either?
I do know King Sam. I don't exactly know who he is. All I know is that I've seen him in PvP a lot. I've seen the account in PvP, and from what I know, he's a really good player. I've seen him hybrid and stuff like that, and he should be like a demon if anything. And from what I've seen from him in PvP, I mean, I'd say he's better than me, for example. So
really, well, we have Novus actually in the chat right now with a Twitch partner badge saying that's me, Novus LOL, or solo ranker. So he's good luck to him in the chat. I think you can hear me right now as well when he goes up against King Sam. Apparently I'm against an absolute demon, so you definitely need to luck,
apparently
mate.
the person on King Sam is Tigo. I
Okay.
do believe it's a shared account though, so I'm not sure if we should just confirm that completely.
Okay.
But if it is Tigo is Dutch, I believe, so he will be fighting off ping.
Ooh. Well, there you go, Novus. You got a little bit of an advantage there, although you do play League of Legends, so you got to put out all the stops. Good luck to you, man. But momentarily, guys, just to fill you in again, we are fighting a... Oh, wait a second. Okay, we have a response. This is big news, actually. Herbie DC'd and Grey respectfully has agreed to rematch after the series, and it'll start with Grey 1-0 up. So we're watching Grey again shortly. That's huge respect to her, actually.
Herbie, I'm very sorry.
That sucks. Yeah, you flamed out hard as well for getting KO'd.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a bit unexpected to see that, and I thought it might have just been like a noob mistake or something like that. But if he has DC'd, I truly am sorry for all the flame.
Oh, it happens. We're jumping into this next fight anyway. We've got Degenerate Damage versus Gosu Never Win. I believe Damage has got his first claw spec off and hit quite a big one as well. And he is opting to use overhead press too, going for the freeze, and his movement is just on point. Look at him gliding around, getting claw spec back though.
Ooh, a really nice claw right there.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely pulling the damage free at the start here. Looks like Damage has gone in for a staff back. He is actually using his protection praise this time instead of opting for the smite. So I do believe he's given up on that idea a long time ago by the looks of things. But still, right now, what's called Gosu having the DD advantage, getting a couple free hits in right now. Getting 2 free hits in right there for 30 bolt. I'm not entirely sure if that was off prey as well, but Skate trying to pull back with that whip off prayer. Unfortunately for him, hitting a 0, taking a 23 on prayer.
Yeah.
Seems like Skate has got the short end of the stick right there. Really trying to get some damage in, but still just hitting non-stop 0s. Gosu running as far away as it possibly can. Takes a bolt on the ropes for a 38, rightfully so. Takes another one, 34, getting bolt chance right there. I mean, Skate finally getting some damage that he actually deserved.
Yeah, both these guys looking really good at their switches too. Being able to one-tick the freeway into the Mage's book as well. Deciding to opt to use it, unlike Grey, who was just sitting in the tank shield the entire time. These guys are definitely very experienced. And the flicks as well from Never Win, chucking up that Mage Prey flick, the perfect time to try and anticipate the damage from Degenerate right now. Claw spec coming in on prayer on tank 0. Unlucky for Never Win.
I will say, apparently Skate is on a med level right now, which means that he is down at 24 death and attack levels.
Why would you do that, you fool?
I have no idea. Surely Skate has access to a main, but he is fighting on a med level right now. So if he does win this, he is at a massive disadvantage right now, actually. So I wouldn't be surprised if Gosu hits him a lot more, even though he doesn't really deserve to. But with the defense that Skate has, he's putting himself at such a disadvantage. I'm not entirely sure why he's doing this, but still,
man. Well, I mean,
Skate is going strong in this fight so far. I'm pretty sure he still has a decent lead on Gosu right now. But like I said, he's missing out on so many attack and defense levels that Gosu is going to hit a lot harder even through the tank.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that he's opted to go for a 75-75 build because, like I said before, if this was like a KO opportunity fight, like an Edgeville style fight, it doesn't make as much of a difference. Obviously, it makes a big difference still, but in an Outlast fight, when it's literally deep damage over time, whoever does the most damage in a short amount of time without food first, man, if he wins this, fair play to him. That is really impressive.
Apparently, he is 75 attack with 99 defense, so the defense side is still the same, but Skate's offensive damage with melee is going to be significantly less than what Gosu has.
It's a lot of accuracy. Gosu actually hitting a 0 claw spec there, trying to go for something special, but damage getting the prayer up at the perfect time. He still has a 40 whip, though, to be hit if Never Win, and another whip coming in, a 13 bolt being retaliated by Skate right now, trying to catch this freeze. Catches it at 33, faking the claws.
Goes in for a claw fakey right there. And still barrages, getting some decent damage in right now. Skate doing really well so far. Gosu being a bit on the defensive. Does get an Opal Bolt spec for a chance right there, I do believe. Only hitting a 17 on about 40 to 50 HP-ish.
Yeah, I think right now I believe damage is still up HP despite being up food despite being only seem to have attack. He's chucking the whip hits in too, and every time he does that, it's definitely a lot of negative potential damage that he could do. Oh, there's a big one coming in.
38 bolt right there, unfortunately for him. I mean, it really does seem like Skate putting himself at this disadvantage. I'm not entirely sure why he would do that. So, I mean, he does still have 99 death. So if he just opts for the mage in range and maybe just uses melee for the claws, he could still kind of even out the playing field a little bit. Saying that though, Skate's taking a decent bit of damage right now. It seems like he's getting put on the defensive again. Not entirely sure if they're out of food though.
I think they're pretty close right now, and right now damage really sitting on like 10 HP. Can he flick the redemption up? He is out of food.
He does get the first redemption.
Very nicely done, but unfortunately,
and the second one for a 26 barrage right there. Still taking some decent damage though. He's sitting on about 15 HP right now, so Gosu just needs to do some damage. I don't think Skate has a lot of restores left. Probably sitting on about 2 to 3 sips, and he does get taken out by that 27 whip. Not whip,
really unfortunate as well, because like right then and there he could have potentially gone for the gone for a spec as well, but like he just couldn't hit near the end. There, I'm back now. Sorry guys, my camera was glitching out. Yeah, he just couldn't hit anything towards the end, despite that really clutch redemption several times in a row. It was just too little, too late. Both players down to the wire, though. Again, really close matchup. And again, Skate being on an account with only 75 attack, his claw specs are much less accurate. And these fights where you can, total 150 damage with your spec pool off the bat, let alone with a third spec as well, hitting those zeros is really frustrating. So we saw him actually utilizing the whip as well. If you're using free attack styles as opposed to having to focus on just two, you've got one extra prey your opponent's got to be aware of, and one extra opportunity really to catch them off prey and do more damage. We have the PvP tracker up right now, and really interestingly actually, damage Skate is on top. 53 out of 75 hits off prey. We've never win 41%
on the prayers right there versus 55%. Still though, I do think that Skate's whips kind of they put him at a disadvantage on the tracker for sure. I'm not entirely sure if the trackers are just default to 99 attack though, so the tracker might be a bit off regardless. But Skate being up 56 damage right there, dealing 515 to Gosu's 626.
And I imagine the reason why his actual damage was less than his deserved damage is probably because of, like we said before, that lower attack level, and that would have probably made the difference actually. Neverwin really getting the RNG in there, doing over 100 more damage than he was deserved, as opposed to Skate doing 50 damage less than he was deserved if he was 99 attack as well. Still, very close matchup, and Skate showing here that, he caught more hits off press, so he has the potential to still come back and win this next fight. It is a best of 3 in this double elimination bracket, of course, so it's not over just yet. But we'll be jumping into that fight momentarily, and of course, whoever wins this fight is going to be going up against Gray as well, or Herbie, based on their rematch that we're going to see momentarily. Pretty excited for this. We've seen quite a few decent fights so far. We're already almost through the round 2, and we've almost got our round 3 matchup for tomorrow all completed.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I do think this fight between the two, from what we've seen on the first one, was fairly even. Skate going in for the first barrage, so it seems like he's caught the freeze with a 21, gets bolted a 28 straight back though, still being on the little bit on the lead here, getting another 21 barrage straight after. Skate trying to use his movement right there to catch his opponent off guard, but it seems like he's given Gosu a free hit, but gets a 37 bolt straight after, but takes a 23. Still, both of them kind of being fairly even with each other right now. Gosu does have the freeze advantage right now. Goes for the claw, only hits a 0, but rightfully so, it was on prey and on tank. Getting a 22 whip through the prayer as well.
Yeah, right now it looks pretty even. Neverwin using his first spec. Damage still has his special attack, getting hit a 33 though. Another claw spec coming in, 0 on the tank on the prey melee. Beautifully done by damage right now. Might have been a chance even, getting claw there on like 45 HP, but claws are 2-tick like we've said before. I do believe Skate is at a high enough skill level to be able to look at the first initial 2 hits and be able to tell if he needs to eat. He does go for his first claw spec as well, Skate, so we start regenerating 2. Neverwin using both his claw specs up. I think that right now Neverwin is up food again, but Degenerate getting this little freeze here, getting the DD advantage is going to help him a lot. Hitting the 15 on the robes as well, stepping out and utilizing his overhead prayers perfectly too. That says claw spec 12 only on the right. I don't think Neverwin actually got the prayer up just in time there, so quite unfortunate. That 75 attack again showing that it's putting him quite a big disadvantage. Both his specs hitting barely any damage right now, but a 36 ball being returned. Neverwin is really going ham right now. His damage is definitely outdoing Degenerates, I'd say. As I say that, then he gets hit a 35
he gets
barrage.
A 35 into a 14.
It always happens on
Still
the
though, gets a 13 barrage. Not 13, 30 into a 20 straight after, getting about 50 damage right there. Going in for the whip. Gets a bolt on Skate's robes and off prey right there. Unfortunately, only looked to be a 1 though. It's a very unfortunate RNG for Gosu right there, but still, he is on the upside right now. Skate being on the defensive, sitting very low HP.
Those hits, 23 whip through the prayer, through the tank, and another 33 barrage on the right prayer that time though too. Neverwin, I believe, Gosu is up quite a bit of hit points right now. With a 1-0 lead, Degenerate needs to claw it back in to stay in the winner's bracket, otherwise he'll be pushed down to the losers. He does a misstep there, gets hit a bolt, but does retaliate back for whip, gets the DD, but he's hitting a lot of hits on prayer right now. Neverwin doing a great job defensively, isn't he?
Yeah, Skate taking a moment here to actually heal back up to full and kind of get himself back in the fight. Still, it looks like Skate's doing a bit worse than Gosu right now, but he has flicked the smite right there.
He's going back to his old ways, isn't he? It's the muscle memory of being a smite.
Gosu getting a 36 whip right there straight away as well. Seems like he's taking a bit of a moment here just to heal back up and repot. Still, Gosu being full HP. Skate sitting fairly low throughout the fight. I mean, he seems to be taking a decent amount of risks. Even getting bolted there, if that is an Opal bolt proc, he can actually kill him. I'm not entirely sure if Skate is out of food already. I doubt it.
I think he might be close to being so. Although he's just
Yeah,
back
he
up
has
80 hit
healed
points
up
right
to
there.
about 80
Clawspec coming
HP.
in on the run. Damage just about getting away in the nick of time, but getting frozen as a result. Freezing his opponent right next to him though as well. Now here's going to be really interesting. Neverwin, of course, having the night attack, so having that advantage of having the whip as well, or as damage, probably opting not to use it as much, having to focus on having free attack styles to switch between. A lot of zeros being translated right now though, not too much damage going back and forth. Clawspec coming in
Ooh, a
again, another zero.
zero
I
claw.
think that's the fourth or fifth zero we've seen from damage. That's something I've attacked people in the chat saying it's not really that much of a difference, but you know, when those Clawspecs have the potential to hit 70 plus, it really is a massive potential for momentum and to really bring back in the fight.
The Clawspecs can add so much damage to a fight where you
Oh,
only
wow.
need 500. But Skate's getting some massive barrages
Those
right now.
hits,
Does
yeah.
take a 6 bolt there on the robes, but thankfully having the right prayer on. Still though, Gosu's probably up enough damage to actually be able to sit here comfortably and just kind of make sure that he's dealing this last bit of damage that Skate, the last bit of HP that Skate has currently.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job as well, just staying full HP the entire time to not give damage really any of a chance, and also shatter a bit of his confidence that every time damage does get a little bit of a comeback, his opponent's just straight back up to full hit points almost immediately. Looks like Degenerate might be very close to being out right now, sitting on about 40 hit points, never wins, still sitting on full HP, and I believe getting the advantage. Clawspec comes in,
Gosu goes for the
30 on
claw, but
prayer.
gets hit a 40 whip straight after though. Damage currently sitting on about 5 HP. Gosu seems to be eating up to full again. No, he is sitting on about 60 right now. Not entirely sure if Gosu
both
might be out of food as well.
It's so close, so neck and neck. Does he catch his freeze? Looks like damage is stepping away, panicking a little bit, a few misclicks.
He does
misses the
get
hit
frozen
there.
right there though. Gosu needs to hit about a 10 right now to finish off the fight. Damage flicking that
Redemption
prayer
flick.
wrong there, getting hit off prey.
Can he do it? Can he get it? Oh,
And
what's
he
that?
has gotten that 11.
No,
and
he
it seems-
misclicked it.
Oh wait, no.
He misclicked
okay,
it.
no,
I
he
didn't
did.
go on in time. Oh, that was so close.
Yeah,
Never
very
wins, taking the
unfortunate
win
for
there.
Skate there.
I think the biggest difference in those fights literally was just the fact that Skate, for some reason, opted to go on a 75 attack med level setup. And it really did make the difference. Both those fights really came down to the wire. And as a result of like hitting 0 claw specs, it definitely could have, pushed in damage's favor. But Gosu, never win, does take the win there. No one really expected this guy to go through and come out of nowhere swinging, because none of us have heard of his name before. And Skate, the Degenerate, is definitely a favorite, being around the clanning scene and the high risk NH scene for so many years now. So quite an upset, I'm sure, for his friends and his clan to see him go down to the losers bracket. Gosu does now go through with a 2-0 victory. We have the PvP tracker to see who deserved to win that fight, West Ham.
Looking at the tracker for that fight, we have Gosu with 75 hits to Skate's 70. So Gosu having 5 free hits there with 5 extra prayer percentage as well, being up 57 deserved damage and dealing 580 to Skate's 508. But yeah, again, I think the track is a default set to both have a 99 attack. So Skate probably would have been down a bit more. I truly do think that Skate not bringing a main for this actually might have lost them like both of those fights. So it's a bit of a mistake for sure, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Maybe he'll learn from it. Maybe for the next matchup in the losers bracket, he might switch accounts if he's allowed to do so. But either way, a bit of a frustration for him coming into this, probably expecting to get much further than that. As we mentioned before, we're actually going to re-watch momentarily. Wait a minute.
Yeah, so no, the names are displaying wrong, but this is Grave versus Herbie yet again. So Herbie did actually DC on the last fight. That is why he got KO'd, but they are rematching now to actually be deciding. But I do believe Grey being up 1-0, so she only needs to win one more. Herbie needing to do a reverse sweep here and hitting a 2-0 versus her. But still, Herbie being up a decent bit of damage right now. Seems to have gotten at least about 50-60 damage right there. Grey trying to go for the claws, teleporting even.
I think she claw scratched on the prey melee there and then went for the spec afterwards, but didn't manage to hit really too much damage at all. And another claw scratch that was on robes as well, a 23. If she actually managed to spec there, she got on a crazy amount of damage. Another claw scratch again, opting for constant claw scratches. Claw spec coming in back from Herbie, hitting a 0 on the prey melee though, going for his second spec.
Herbie trying to go for that spec,
but
not fully getting it. Grey did actually do a very good move there to just move away and make sure that she keeps running away from it. Herbie still trying to go for that claw specs, but not getting it off. Just constantly trying to go for it, and Grey is just continuing to bolt, hitting a 20 opal bolt spec right there, even chancing Herbie with a beautiful declaw anti right there.
Darn, the 46. Yeah, I was going to say Herbie off the bat was looking really strong in this fight, in this setup, but But right now, Grey's managed to clutch it back quite a bit and get some nice little damage splats there. Herbie still has a claw spec. Be interested to see when he utilizes it. And as a result, Grey having to focus on prey melee a little bit more than she'd like to. Herbie missing the switches there, getting hit a 26 whip.
Yeah, still getting a
that
26
KO?
barrage into a
Oh my
40
God.
whip though, but nearly dying right
Imagine
now.
the back-to-back
I mean,
KO.
Grey still keeping the momentum on her side. She's not really opting for the freeze right now. She doesn't really need to, honestly. I mean, she's keeping Herbie on the ropes, whipping him on ropes, off prey again for a 0. Herbie's
Nice
finally
prey
getting that
melee.
last claw spec off, but only hitting 0s, unfortunately, for him. Still,
Yeah.
Grey being on offensive, really working out for her so far. Sitting very low HP, though. Maybe Herbie can turn it around here.
I mean, right there, she could have potentially died if a bulk proc came in on about 50 hit points there on the wrong prayer. But I think after the bit of a shaky start, Grey's definitely clutches back in now, and she's doing a really good job of really keeping the pressure up and getting the prayers right. Herbie now with the lead, though, in terms of advantage of DD Bridding. But right then and there, she gets unfrozen, goes for a bolt as well on the ropes, hits a 0, unfortunately, gets frozen in place by Herbie, but gets hit a 41 whip as he walks
another
in.
41
Wow.
whip. I mean, Grey's getting some really nice whips, and I do believe she's up probably 150 to 200 damage right now.
Yep.
Herbie really trying to pull back into the fight, but it's not working out for him. He does get a free whip hit right there, though, only for an 8. And another 6 barrage right there. So, I
Free
mean,
hit
she
though,
does,
with 35
she really does, I mean, he really does need some RNG here to pull himself back in the fight. Not entirely sure if that was a bolt chance, but maybe.
Wait, I was going to say maybe. I think she had a prayer on in the nick of time there again. But Grey opting to keep a bit of distance right now, and Fakey, the range hits, really doing wonders for her, getting a few hits in there, catching the freeze as well on Herbie, who's now frozen in place, stepping in, double barrage, faking with the claws as well, catching her opponent off prayer, but unfortunately not translating into too much damage. RNG just not really on her side. And say right now she's still up a little bit of food, but staying that, a 34 barrage from Herbie, stopping her in her tracks, and a 24 ball. She wasn't
He
able to
is
really turn
getting
that
a
into
lot of
much.
damage back right now.
Yeah.
Going for that Mystic Top Barrage with the tank on. Not entirely sure about that one. Does get a claw off prey, though. Nearly chancing Grey, but Grey eating on the last tick right there. Still, Herbie, I'm not sure if he's meaning to do those Mystic Top Barrages, but he keeps going for it. I'm not entirely sure if it just misclicks. Still, he has pulled himself back a decent amount into this fight, so he might have a chance at winning this.
Well, next free is going to be imperative to seeing which direction this fight goes in, and it's Grey that gets caught and gets a free hit taken on her from Herbie. A little bit of damage, not too much, but hey, it adds up. Getting caught in robes there on the right prayer as well, only hitting a free though. Herbie's RNG not quite what he wants, but so many free hits. A 28 on the ropes again, just running circles around Grey right now. She does catch the freeze though, which was so important for her, but it's looking like these guys are going to be almost out of food.
Yeah, it seems like both of them are really good on the offensive, but whenever they go on the defensive, that is definitely their downfall. Herbie right now, yet again, making a lot of mistakes as soon as Grey is back on the offensive, and it goes both ways.
Man, all those hits off prayer just adding up. 25, 30, 30, 20 right there as well from the ball. Grey looking to close this one up right here. 21 whip again. A staff bash could have actually KO'd Herbie there. I think he might be out of food.
Ooh, Herbie down to 22 HP and gets knocked out by that 36 whip, and that means Grey has reclaimed the title again. So she is through, and Herbie moves on to the losers bracket.
Yeah, huge respect to Grey there as well. Amazing sportsmanship, actually. The fact that last fight Herbie DC'd and she still gave him the chance to like come back and rematch. Kudos where it's deserved right there. But yeah, that fight was very back and forth. As you said before, West Ham, these guys on the offensive, really good. On the defensive, not quite as strong. But really close fight, to be honest. Yeah, Grey definitely.
We do have the wrong PvP tracker up right now, actually.
Yeah, that's from the last fight, and we'll probably get the next one coming up momentarily, I'm sure. Yeah, really exciting stuff. Oh no! I just got an update as well from a different fight. We'll get onto the PvP tracker momentarily as it's being sent to us, I'm sure. Unfortunately, the people's champion, the legend himself, Evie Meister, is currently out. He lost in the losers bracket. We were looking forward to potentially being to watch that fight, but unfortunately, he was knocked out. So F in the chat, pay your respects to Mr. Evie Meister. Fantastic guy, good bloke, but just wasn't really on point with his clicks today, I assume. We do have the PvP tracker right now if you'd like to check it out, West Ham.
Yeah, looking at that PvP tracker, Grey definitely did a tad bit better with 21 extra praise, so the praise were definitely there. Deserved damage not being too much difference though. We have Grey with plus 53 deserved damage, so I'm guessing that Grey maybe got hit on Rose a bit more than what Herbie did. But still, Grey doing a lot better on the praise than what Herbie did. And she did get 100 extra RNG than what she deserved, whilst Herbie only... Actually, no, both of them got just about the same, but the freeze RNG definitely being on Herbie's side.
Awesome. Well, we are now going to be watching the 15 bracket, which is going to be Novus LOL versus King Sam. We have Novus LOL in the chat right now. He is a League of Legends partnered streamer, so I imagine he plays a little bit of old school RuneScape. Not too sure how much, but he didn't seem the most confident in the Twitch chat earlier when we saw him. We also have his opponent, Sam, King Sam, who you mentioned before is someone that you know about, West Ham.
Yeah, so someone said it was Tigo. Not entirely sure about that one. That is just what the chat has told me. But other than that, I do believe that it is a shared account, so it could be anyone. I'm not entirely sure who it's shared between, but if it is Tigo, Tigo's a very, very good player. But if it is him, he will be fighting off ping with probably about 160 to 170 ping being Dutch. So he's definitely at a massive disadvantage if it is him. And I mean, regardless, if he can predict it well enough and actually try and get the prayers on before from what he's used to, then he should be able to win.
Yeah, I see he's got quite a little bit... Sorry, Novus has got quite a bit of support in the Twitch chat. There are a few of his viewers, I imagine, since he's a partner streamer, as well as Grey, who we just saw a minute ago, saying, you got this, good luck, you're beast. So it should be quite an interesting fight, especially having the advantage of obviously being on ping. I don't think people really understand just how much of a difference it makes. But if you've got like 100 to 200 ping, you're always behind by a game tick. You've really got to change up your clicks and your muscle memory of when you're going to be switching your prayers, when you're going to be switching your gear. And it's really hard to really get accustomed to that. So props to all those that are really showing, you know, it doesn't really matter as much to them. But I personally wouldn't want to play off ping. I'd be pretty embarrassed.
Yeah, no, I mean, East Coast ping for me is all right to play with. West Coast ping is terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only like a 50 to 60 difference, but that extra 50 to 60 ping seems to make a massive difference whenever you're trying to get the correct areas on.
When we have a 0.6 second tick system like we do in old school RuneScape, like that 60 ping adds up, and you know, the difference of a game tick in this game where everyone's like tick perfect at the high level and you want to be catching your opponents off prayer, and you've got that constant cycle in your mind of the 5 tick cycle of range and mage, and knowing when the next time you got to change your prayers to fakie or change your attack style. If it's then knocked over to the next game tick, you can miss hits, you can miss prayers. So it'll be interesting to see if Sam, King Sam, as you mentioned, being quite a prolific hybrid, if his experience does, you know, outweigh the fact that he's playing at a little bit of a disadvantage right now. I believe we'll be going to the fight momentarily, my friends. Just have to wait a little bit for these guys to get geared up and to get this underway. Grey, after actually winning that fight as well, 2-0 victory. She's going to be going up against Gosu next, who we saw beat Degenerate, and he looks really good, really fierce. His switches were on point. So that's going to be a hard one for Grey to really
I think
beat.
She's definitely got a really skilled nature to fight next. But regardless, I mean, she did do really well. I think if she can work on her defensive, she can definitely maybe actually win that one. But still, going into the first fight here between King Sam and Novus, King Sam starting off strong with a 31 whip into a 16 barrage. And right now it seems like Novus has the advantage with the DD.
Yeah, not doing too much with it though, just kind of stepping out occasionally and getting hit a 40 bolt on the robes there. Didn't even retaliate with a hit either, actually. Getting a 19 there, trying to get back into the fight. Both players have their special attacks still, so it'll be interesting to see like when they opt for that. King Sam deciding to pray melee straight away as someone got in, but catching the 25 freeze is huge for him, getting a free hit as well. King Sam kind of running circles around Mr. Solo Banker Novus LOL right now, although he is doing pretty well to bulk back occasionally, and to be fair, damage for damage right now, it's looking somewhat even. Hitting a 0
for that core spec as well, only hitting zeros. I mean, it is on tank and on prey, so you shouldn't expect too much, but still, it is really nice when you get those 40 claw specs on prey. Still though, getting that second claw spec off prey and not even hitting any more than 2 damage right there. King Sam definitely getting some unlucky RNG right now because he's taking a decent bit but not really dealing much back. He does have the DD advantage right now, so not right now though, so he might be able to do something with that.
Saying that though, the 22 bolt being returned by Solo Banker, and he is really keeping in this fight, to be fair. Like, he is trading hits back and forth, and his bolts are kind of on point. King Sam just taking a moment to breathe and to get his HP back up nice and high once again. And again, that DD advantage really not really doing too much for him, actually. Despite getting some nice hits off prayer, just not translating to much hits at all. King Sam just struggling now after being DD'd upon, actually, to to really turn the tides of this fight. Never mind, there's a
gets a 41 whip though. I mean, rightfully so. On the robes and off prey, you should expect to take some damage there. Really lucky from King Sam to get that big of a hit though. Getting another 19 barrage as well. Having the DD momentum again, might be able to do something with that. Opting for the barrage right there. Does get frozen back for a 16. So right now he's just neck and neck between the two. Solo back and forth, going for that claw, only hitting 14 damage though. Not entirely sure what he's planning here. Does go for the barrage, but 2 ticks it, and King Sam manages to get his prayer on in time. Still, Solo Banker might have a second here with the freeze. No, he does get refrozen, and King Sam is straight back to the DD advantage, getting 2 free hits there.
Yeah, those free hits really do add up, and he's just faking constantly underneath and getting another free hit, and potentially another one because it was a staff bash of 26, a bolt off prayer hitting a 36
bolt.
He's just really just rolling this this avalanche of hits. It's really picking up some crazy momentum for him now after a bit of a shoddy start of not getting the RNG he needed. Gets frozen though. Now Solo Banker will get the DD advantage actually, so he's still in this fight. It's not over just yet for him. He's going to go for a few bolt hits. He gets a free hit there on the right prayer, but unfortunately on the tanks we hit a 0 as well.
Looks like King Sam is just eating up to full and just repotted, so he should be going straight back into this fight. Does whip his opponent back, but gets a 25 bolt straight after that. Still though, getting a 22 bolt. Not entirely sure if he got refrozen there. Don't think so. He does get clawed, maybe off prey. Not entirely sure if he got it on the tick right there. Still, regardless, decent damage from that claw.
Yeah, definitely. Next freeze coming in for both these players, seeing who gets the DD advantage as well. Once again, King Sam opting instead to bolt on the robes. Good move, but only hitting a 0, unfortunately. Solo Banker returning with a few bolts as well. 0s for 0s, back and forth, going for the freezes. And Solo Banker does get the freeze there on his opponent. Novus, at the moment, you know, not doing too badly, to be honest. He's staying in the fight. I think he's down a bit of HP, but every time he goes down a bit, he is retaliating, getting a few 20s here and there. It's much closer this fight than I thought it was going to be, based on how I've seen these guys PKing.
Yeah, I mean, right now it seems like they're both kind of just having one moment where they deal a lot of damage and don't really take none, and then it kind of switches back for the other person. Still, though, King Sam seems to be doing a decent bit better. Gets a 38 whip right there, followed by another whip on robes, only for a 0 though, and another whip on robes for a 28 right there. Does get whipped on his robe straight after though.
And another whip again. I mean, the whip hits are definitely playing out for him right now since Solo Banker is prioritizing mage and range a little bit more. He said he's DCing. He gets frozen though, and I think these guys are going to continue regardless. A little bit of lag potentially.
Seems like Sam might have lagged for a little bit, but he
seems to be alright right now.
Yeah, he seems to be alright and seems to be back into the fight.
When you're leaving
right
the
now,
HP that you are, you don't really want to say, right, restart, I've DC'd, because it keeps up a little bit longer. It looks like Solo, you know, currently trying to flick on the redemption, being completely out of food. King Sam will take this. I think
does get whipped at 19 on the robes though, but gets a redemption off right there. King Sam should be opting for the barrages right here, I do believe. Novus not really flicking the redemptions. Actually, he should, and gets taken out by a 39 whip right there.
Yeah, it drops the good fight bro as well, respectfully. I think from the get-go there, we saw that Novus Floor potentially not as experienced as King Sam in terms of his switches. Still, at times, it was looking quite even. It was really towards the end of the fight that King Sam RNG really went into overdrive, and he started hitting those 30s and 40 whips, and the amount of free hits he got as well, I'm sure we're going to see from the PvP tracker, will have been the result in why he managed to win that fight pretty seamlessly. Fun fight, though. That's 1-0 victory to Sam once again. He's 1-0 up in a best of 3, so we'll be jumping into the next fight momentarily as well. I think we will get the PV tracker as well in a second to assess the damage.
Yeah, he's waiting for the opponent to send it in right now, but regardless, it does seem like that was in King Sam's favor. He did whip his opponent a lot on robes, caught him a lot of the time off guard, and while Novus was trying to catch his freeze, it seems like that was his downfall a lot of the time. But still, regardless, you never know until you see the tracker. We're only taking things that what we see at face value, right? So sometimes we could be wrong. I mean, we thought that it was really even between 10-13 and Violet, and we were proven really wrong about that. Yeah. Looking at the tracker for that fight, though, we have King Sam with 80 hits to Novus 57.
Wow, that's so many
23 free hits right there. Yeah. With 71% on the prayers versus Novus 47%. King Sam being up 278 deserved damage. So, I mean, yeah, he definitely did better that fight. It seems like if he continues like that, it should be a clean 2-0 for him.
Yeah, I imagine so as well. Like, again, that many extra hits off prayer, like doing almost half extra hits his opponent did, is pretty ludicrous, to be honest. I'm not surprised to see that his deserved damage was 680 and his actual damage was 600 as well. It wasn't until the end of the fight that his RNG really turned around. For the first 3/4 of it, he just couldn't seem to hit anything, and Solo Ranker was like trading hit for hit. But I mean, at some point, the RNG breaks through, and King Sam made short work of him as a result. Jumping into the second fight now, King Sam leading the best of 3, 1-0 versus Solo Ranker.
And he has caught a very nice barrage straight off the bat, but he does get that damage straight taken away from him, trading a 34 for a 39 right there. He does have the DD momentum though. Still, King Sam doing a nice job trading the hits, getting that 24 bolt in. Looks like Novus is just recalculating the situation right here, not entirely sure what to do, but he hasn't gone back into the fight. Does get another nice barrage on King Sam for a 33 right there, into a 32 bolt. King Sam going for a claw, seems to be opting for the E anyway. Gets a 20 barrage right there. Yeah, seems like Novus is really snowballing the momentum right now.
Yeah, man, 32 as well. My gosh, out of nowhere, he's just gone crazy with the damage splats and the RNG, man. He's really brought this one back nicely. I mean, I guess after the last fight a minute ago, I can't see what the claw spec is. No, he's just off the screen.
It seems like Novus is right off the screen right now, so we can't exactly tell what that claw spec dealt in terms of damage. But considering that Novus is still hitting back, it seems like it probably wasn't that much damage coming from that. Novus being up about 100 to 150 damage right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, that bolt there as well was in the robes. We couldn't hit much. A 40 bolt being returned from King Sam. Oh, is that a bolt proc? 17 bolt proc on the right prayer. Another one coming in, potentially now. Never mind, a 0. I'd say right now, yeah, Solo's definitely started this fight way stronger. And again, King Sam RNG just isn't quite there. Although saying that, 16 not too bad into a barrage that hits a 5 only. And getting hit a 21 back to relinquish that. 32 though is the claw spec. Oh,
he just has cancelled the claw spec at the last second there. It probably was the better decision considering that Novus did pray melee right there. Does get bolted a 29 opal bolt though, so not the most damage that we've seen, but still, you take those 29s any day.
Yeah, absolutely. Catching the freeze now, King Sam does get the free hit and the step under. Hits a 0 of the bolt on the right gear and on the wrong prayer, unfortunately for him. Now, biding his time, eating back up to full hit points, going for a claw spec.
Hits a 41 off prey, followed by the 18 whip right there. So definitely getting some good damage in right now. Still, Novus doing a better job equipping his tanks. Doesn't seem to be getting hit on robes that much. Still getting hit, as I say that, of course, he gets
good prey melee though, at least to kind of negate a lot of damage.
It's just, I don't know, it's so typical. As soon as we call something, there we go, he starts getting hit on the road.
The opposite happens, literally. When there's all those zeros, and you just say there's all those zeros, and bam, the RNG goes into overdrive, doesn't it? Solo deciding to step away right here to try and stop his opponent from being able to freeze him and step under, but King Sam manages to get the freeze, goes for the hit, 26 ball and the step under.
Right there. Does go for the whip, and actually whip chances Novus right there.
Wow.
Novus still having a decent amount of food left. Yeah, I would not take those risks.
I'd say off the bat, like, Novus was up in the lead by quite a bit, some crazy RNG, but right now, Sam is just chaining together so many big damage splats. A 36 whip there as well, going in for the bolt potentially here, while Novus is trying his best to try and catch that freeze, but he's unable to do so, and just kind of hitting zeros left and right on the robes as well there. Novus's RNG is kind of worn out after a really nice start to the first fight. Although catching that freeze was huge for him. Can he get the DD? He gets frozen right next to him.
Right next to him, unfortunately. And it looks like King Sam took a bolt on robes there, but didn't really get punished. Novus getting whipped a 27 on the robes. And he still has some food left. He gets clawed a 40 through the prayer into the opal bolt spec for 35 and gets KO'd right there.
Well,
I would say that he probably was out of food anyway, though. Didn't really seem like he had a lot of food left.
He said in the Twitch chat, damn, I got messed up. Well, Novus, to be fair, you're a League of Legends, I'm guessing like somewhat professional streamer who plays that game all the time. And RuneScape and League of Legends, at least in my experience of what I know about them, are very, very different games. So you came out, swinging today, and you did a pretty good job, and you impressed a lot of us as someone that we don't know as a content creator on nature. So you should be proud of yourself, mate. And to be fair to you as well, that guy King Sam, as West Ham said, is a bit of a demon, and he is quite quick with the sticks. So King Sam goes through with that 2-0 victory. He's up against Sure Friend next, who we were going to watch his fight a minute ago, but unfortunately his opponent, Apache, was not available. I believe he had to pull out last minute for whatever reason. So looks like Sam will be going against this other guy that we don't know of. Or do you know about him? Might be, or Sure Friend?
I mean, sorry, just looking at the tracker before we
Oh
move
yeah, of
on
course,
as well.
yeah.
We have
into
the
it.
tracker between that fight with King Sam having 65% praise right to Nova 63, so not a massive difference there. Nova's definitely improving from the first fight, only getting 8 free hits rather than the, I do believe it was 17 last fight, but still King Sam doing a bit better job, getting 402 deserved damage to Nova's 294. Still though, King Sam definitely getting a lot of RNG. Yeah, definitely getting some RNG there, dealing above 130 damage than what he actually deserved to. But still, nonetheless, very good fight between the two, and I would say that King Sam definitely did better there.
Yeah, well, we're going to jump into another fight momentarily, guys, but beforehand, I do have a few announcements to make, I believe, if I can find my thingy-bob. I've lost my thingy-bob. If you guys type !community in the Twitch chat, you can get involved with Method's community. You can join the stream team. You can get rewards, get help with your streaming, !community in chat. You can make friends from the WoW, the OSRS community, as well as get some merch discounts, get some raids from the team members, as well as from Method themselves, get access to exclusive content, you know, guides, tips, all that kind of stuff. We've got some old school guides and such coming soon as well, I do believe. As well as that, don't forget to type !merch in the Twitch chat. Get your hands on some of this lovely merchandise, which is very comfy, very soft. I do recommend. I have the jumper. It's been quite cold in the last few months, so be sure to check that out as well. And lastly but not least, socials in the chat. If you want to check out all of Method's socials, keep up to date as they are running these tournaments every single weekend. This is the NA West bracket. Next weekend we have Oceania, and then in 2 weeks' time we have the World Championships, which is for $3,000. Of course, $1,500 are up for grab this weekend as well. But yeah, make sure you check all of those links out.
Yeah, I mean, the regional prize pools really give players a chance to at least get something for being best in their region, as compared to just being the overall best player on 07. Jagex, I do believe, didn't have any prize pools for the regions, and this is honestly a really nice change, because I do believe that winning a region is important, and getting at least something for that, even this $1.5 grand, is massive.
Yeah, definitely, man. And it's also like, you know, the up for grabs of the boasting about your clan going all the way through, like we said before, is massive as well. Looking at the bracket right now, we're actually getting quite close to finishing up all of the. Oh wait, we have finished up all of the rounds for the first round of the winners bracket now, since Apache had to go out there. So we have next up, I believe, Grey and Gosu. And then we'll get on to Sam and Might Be's fights. King Sam winning that last fight, so needing a couple minutes just to wait and you know, stretch out his fingers, all that kind of stuff after the frantic clicks that he's had. We're currently waiting on Gosu right now, and give him another minute or so, because we are trying to keep to a schedule, of course. Unfortunately, if he's not here in the next minute or two, then Grey will get a free bye and be able to move through to the next round as well. Have to wait and see what happens there, because I would like to see Grey fight again, since her first matchup really impressed a lot of us, as I think they're the only female that we've seen so far in the tournament, you know, really impressing a lot of people as someone that's not really well heard of. But Grey's been going at it for months, if not, you know, years, on stream as well, making content and doing a lot of deep wilderness NH hybriding, and this is kind of her forte, right? You said before, she kind of sticks to the Mystic into the Barrows setups, as opposed to some of the other hybrids around here that we've seen that are more accustomed to the, you know, the Ancestral and the Max Magician and all the Max gear as well. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Just waiting to see if Gosu does come, or if he allows the bye for his opponent Grey.
Yeah, someone did ask as well who won the US East, and just to briefly go over, the person that won the EU was Bill Jetty, and the person that won the US East was Kevin, I believe, or Wyona, however you say his name. So I do believe Frontline took the entire US East, while Bill Jetty winning first place in EU with runner-up. I think I've forgotten now. I'm sorry, I had it on my mind and I just blanked out. But I do believe the third place went to Richie from Kanini. Second place I must have forgotten, but I'm pretty sure it went to someone in Frontline.
We have an update.
Oh
So,
yeah, 99 strength cape. That was it.
that was, he was a beast, wasn't he? That EU tournament was so neck and neck all the way through. And to be honest, I wasn't sure what to expect for the the NA West today and tomorrow. But so far, I've seen so many amazing hybrids. So I think the tournament tomorrow night as well. Make sure you catch that one too for the finals with $1,500 up for grabs. That should be sick as well. Looks like Gosu has turned up for his fight. Grey versus Gosu in this round 2 best of 3. Jumping straight into it with
Grey going for on the ropes right there. Unfortunately, only hitting a 0 off prey as well. Gosu getting the first freeze, having a little bit of an advantage here. But still, Grey does deal the damage straight back. She's doing a good job making sure that he's not getting any free hits at least.
Yeah, this guy never win though. His movement, his stepping out, then one-ticking the barrage switch is really beautiful. But saying that, he's down quite a bit of HP right now. Not hitting much damage back on Grey, who's just dying around the screen, just about getting out of range of that claw spec and catching the freeze as well. Unfortunately for her, getting caught right next to her opponent. But never win right now, taking quite a bit more damage. Both players having both special attacks, so having to keep that in mind and maybe pray melee a little bit more than they need to.
Yeah,
There's
there is the first claw spec we have seen so far, dealing about 16 damage there. Not too big, but then again, it was on prayer and on tank, so I'm not really that surprised. Yeah. But at least now he has begun regenerating that special attack, so he might be getting 3 claw specs, even 4 if the fight drags on for long. So Grey needing to dump that first claw spec right now to make sure that she also begins regenerating. But still, she's doing a good job. Yeah, she's doing a good job dealing some damage here. She definitely seems to be up at least a little bit. Does a nice claw fakey right there. Bolts his opponent, her opponent on robes. Both of them going for the claw spec right there. Gosu dumping his last. Grey going for the double. Unfortunately, just in the nick of time, he got that prey melee on for the second claw spec. But still, Grey got some damage at least. Probably not the most that you would have wanted out of those claws, though.
Yeah, I think she double-clicked a prayer there as well and took a bit more than she anticipated. But no, off the start of this fight, I think she was kind of in the lead by quite a bit. But right now, I think Neverwin's probably evened it up as a result of that exchange and getting a few hits extra on the off prayer and on the robes right now. Next freeze coming in. Oh, that's a big opal.
Getting a 23 opal bolt.
Not too bad. I mean,
it's not too big of a hit, but still you take those regardless. I mean, opal bolt specs are almost always sick to see. You know that when you hear that sound, it's most of the time gonna be a big hit. Unfortunately, this time it wasn't, but still 23 damage. It is about just about mediocre right there. Grey catching a nice freeze though. Should be getting the DD momentum any second now. She does have it, so let's see if she can get some free hits right here. Does take that very nice as well. Flicking a tank before doing a barrage, getting 24 damage on that. Gets a free whip hit right now.
Yeah, she's doing pretty good at retaliating at the moment and keeping calm, but unfortunately for her, she just get frozen upon, and Neverwin now has the DD advantage, stepping out as well beautifully, getting a free hit. Only a 1, unfortunately for him. Another free hit as Grey anticipates the melee. Unfortunately for her, puts up prey melee too. Now deciding to eat up a little bit before Grey's unfrozen, smartly too. 22 whip right through the melee prey.
Is that whip chance?
I think it was through the prayer actually. I don't think she had the wrong prayer up there. Next freeze coming in for both players, seeing who can take the lead, and it's Grey that gets frozen again. It looks like Neverwin
really down. Low HP. Yeah, really should have taken that time that she had right there to heal up, but still, she does have the triple E, and she managed to eat up all the way to full in just about 2 ticks right there. Now she is repotted and ready to get back into the fight. Still, both of them trading hits, not really getting that many free hits on each other by the looks of things.
Oh, and look at Neverwin right now. The bad manners, disrespectful, saying lol as he's getting a couple free hits in. But hey, man, we've seen it before in this tournament.
I do think he's complaining about his RNG more than laughing at her. Yeah, he did hit a lot of zeros. He's not really hit much for the past minute, so I do think he's laughing at the RNG, not necessarily Grey.
I mean, to be fair, Grey's RNG hasn't been the best either in this fight. I think at the start she was doing pretty well, but right now I think if anything, Neverwin's actually up food and getting quite a lot of hits off prayer, hitting a 13 to a 33 barrage, a claw spec coming in on prayer.
Very nice claw right there, chancing Grey with that 26 claw, 24. Still, Grey having the DD advantage can take this moment to heal back up and repot, to make sure that she can get back into the fight as comfortable as possible. She does take a 32 bolt as soon as he steps out, though. That's not what you want, ideally, but still.
29 barrage, too. Oh, man, I think she's down like quite a lot of HP right now, to be fair. I think it's going to be really hard for her to clutch this one back up.
Goose has definitely gotten some RNG here at the end, and he seems to be doing really well with it, making sure that he's snowballing it, keeping on those barrages. A 29 into a 33, splashing the last one, though. Grey going for that claw, hits it off prey. I do believe that was a full-on 0. So
Yeah.
not even 2 damage for Gregory right there. Very
Nice little
unfortunate.
fakey
Goose
as
staff
well.
bashing as well.
Really beautiful fakey there from Gregory running in with the whip and then switching back to the mage last second, one-ticking it and getting a hit off prayer, but not doing much damage, unfortunately. A lot of her hits, even there again on the Mystics through the prayer, again on the Mystics, just hitting zeros after zeros. And right now, Neverwin's RNG of the mage is absolutely going crazy. Hitting
Yeah, I mean, it
non-stop
is working
30s
for
right
him,
now.
and he seems to be just sticking with it. I mean, if it works, it works. Just keep going with it, I suppose.
I mean, you
right
know what
now,
they
it seems
say.
like Gregory had the advantage at the start, but Gosu has gotten the RNG in the midst of the fight. And it will be interesting to see right now who takes it at the very end, because I don't think Gosu is up that much food.
No, I wouldn't say either. To be fair, he was complaining earlier about the RNG, and then he just, you know, as we all know, if you complain to Jagex, say lol or whatever, then suddenly it all switches around. That's just how a game works sometimes. Not really, but anyway, next freeze coming in, Neverwin trying to catch
Gregory
it.
gets a 36 bolt right there. Does take a bolt
Are they
on the
out of
robes
food?
for a 0. Both
they
of them
both
being
out
out
of
of food
food?
by the
Oh my
looks of it.
God.
Gets a 7 opal bolt spec through
So
the prayer,
close.
through the tank. Maybe
Taking a
Gosu
second.
might be out of food here.
I think they both are out of food. I've seen about 20 hit
Ooh,
points
takes
right
a
now.
0 whip on the robes and off.
Oh, is that
play as
27
well.
KO?
And he
It
does
is.
go down to the 27,
Gregory
which means
takes it.
Gregory is now up 1-0 on Gosu, only needing to win
Wow.
1 more to advance.
Fair play, like Gregory not having lost a fight in this tournament. Yeah, actually winning the first round 2-0 up against Herbie. And now Gosu going down, you know, I guess the RNG complaining and getting a bit of good RNG back again wasn't quite enough. I guess we'll see via the PvP tracker very shortly to see who actually came out on top there. That's the way, that's the game, man. We all expect it. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. And to be fair, you've got to, you know, perform somewhat decently to win fights against people that know what they're doing. So Gregory, I think, pretty happy with that first win. Definitely confident for her. But Gosu, really great hybrid, taking down Degenerate in the first round 2-0. So him losing his first fight of the tournament so far, you can't be too happy about that one. We do have the PvP tracker as well, if you want to go through that, West Ham.
Looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, we have Gregory with 55% praise correct to Gosu's 62%, and Gregory having 10 less hits, quite a significant amount of less hits right there. Gosu having 10 free hits on her. Still though, the tracker not being too uneven.
No.
With Gregory having 577 deserved damage to Gosu's 655. Gregory definitely
Surprised.
having a lot better freeze RNG though. Looking at that, she has 141% to Gosu's 86%, so that's quite a significant difference.
I'm actually quite surprised that his deserved damage was still so much higher than his actual damage, because, you know, there was that period in the middle of the fight where he was hitting non-stop zeros and laughing about it because he was so frustrated. But equally, like at the end, he was just getting some serious momentum and some massive hits off prayer. But hey,
Yeah,
we'll see how the
definitely.
next one goes by. Usually RNG evens out, especially in the case of a 3v3 when there's a, best of 3 when there's a couple of fights to be had. But we're jumping straight back into the second fight. Gregory leading this best of 3, 1-0, second round versus Gosu Neverwin. Here we go.
Seems like Gregory... Well, oh, no, she doesn't go for the barrage. She does go for the whip yet again. Not hitting too much, though. Gosu still
Losing a
having a
hit,
freeze
too.
advantage. Does get a 33
Ooh.
whip, though, so Gregory being in the slight lead right now. Gosu dumping the claw specs very early. Probably a good decision as well. Unfortunately, it wasn't off prey, but he did still get about 25 damage from that claw, so you do take those. Gregory going for her claw as well,
Damn.
hitting zeros on prey, on tank. Kind of to be expected.
Yeah, I believe right now Neverwin Gosu is up quite a bit of HP. That claw spec in exchange wasn't the best in Gregory's favor. She's down a spec now, though, so it just means she's going to start regenerating special attacks soon. So he's going to keep up with his extra special attack that he gets before the fight as well. Neverwin right now looking like he's doing a little bit better with the offensive and keeping his tank on and predicting the prayers really nicely. Gets her off prayer right there, but does a 0, goes for the whip hit. 25 on the right
25
prayer
whip.
there. Not bad. Goes for the freeze once again. Does catch Gregory. Goes in for a claw spec. Going to kill her
Oh.
through the prayer potentially.
No,
Oh, so
Gregory
close.
did get the E on the very last tick there. That's kind of where an AGS could be a better
Yeah.
spec weapon. Because, I mean, if he had an AGS there, I'm pretty sure he would have killed
Yeah,
Gregory
yeah.
since it hits in one hit rather than 2 hits.
Yep.
But
Definitely.
right now, still seems like Gosu is in the lead. Gregory running off screen there. Seems like she's back
Oh,
in,
she's come
gets
back in.
whipped on robes, but still comes out on top,
35.
getting a 25 into a 35 right there.
Wow.
Definitely putting herself back, kind of evening the lead that Gosu had.
Yeah, man. I was going to say right now, this damage she's output has just brought her right back into the fight. It's not over until it's over. Unfortunately for her, though, getting caught at 25 barrage by Never Win and not really doing too much damage with that DD. Does get the flicks of the Mage Prayer and the perfect game tick, though, to stop Never Win from really increasing the lead by too much. Does get the DD advantage, though, goes for a really lovely barrage step out there. One tick, 27 into the bolt as well. Grey again going for that claw spec, but just too far away.
Gosu, fortunately for him, predicting it and still running away from her, while Gregory was hoping that he was going to go for another DD, but he does take a 35 bolt right there. Gregory still opting for the bolts rather than a refreeze. Seems to be doing her well. Gosu getting frozen straight away as soon as he tries to go for that whip. So Gregory definitely being in the lead right now. Getting a 12 whip as well. Seems like she's gotten frozen right next to Gosu. So it might be just about neck and neck here. I mean, neither of them having much of an advantage over the other. Gregory getting a 23 barrage, though, barraging in tank with the Mystic top on. Actually paying off for once.
Nice freeze there. Oh, not he had the freeze immunity timer. Going to go for another freeze here. Gregory really wants to get the advantage here. Oh, zero claw spec on prayer.
Yeah,
lucky.
Very unfortunate.
I mean, it was on tank, to be fair, but yeah, quite frustrating when that happens when you've got a couple of claw specs to really be had. Gregory going to get the DD here, potentially. She goes for the hit. Oh, 26 overbought through the prayer, but gets frozen next to him by a 26. Very unfortunate for Gregory right now. I'd still say it's looking pretty close at the moment. It's going back and forth. I've had to guess. Maybe Never Wins up a little bit of food, but a 45 whip
gets
for Gregory is huge.
Whip hit right there. 45. Tries to go for another claw spec. Not entirely sure if that was a fakie, but Gosu getting a claw spec off prey there. Very nice fakie. Gregory goes for a claw, but doesn't really catch Gosu off guard. I think her pulling out the claws there at the very beginning and then going for it straight after kind of made Gosu predict it a bit better.
I think Gosu right now definitely probably being up in supply just simply because his claw specs have all been so much better than Gregory. She's hit nothing but zeros this fight, really using them at the wrong time. And obviously Gosu, in order to stay in this best of 3, he needs to win this fight. Gregory being up 1-0 currently. Nice little fakie there, stepping away. 23 barrage 2, not bad damage. Never Win, unfrozen, steps away. Tries to catch the freeze, get the DD, does manage to catch it as well. And then gets a free hit in 2. Looking like he's managed to bolt her on the robes, on the wrong prayer though, hitting a 0, going for a mage hit potentially, back and forth. Grey's hits off prayer, not doing too good right now. 10 off prayer. I mean, it's getting really close. Again, 42, though, it happens every time. You're welcome, Gregory. Every time we say one thing
not
happens.
entirely sure who's in the lead. It wouldn't surprise me if Gregory has a slight lead over Gosu right now, but Gosu opting for the freeze here, trying to get it. Not entirely sure if he took any damage there. No, he didn't. Does whip chance Gregory though, but Gregory gets a decent Opal Bolt spec straight away. Gets a 20 though.
Another
one for a 24 right there. Chance and Gregory seems like they are both very close to out of food at the moment.
And she is
Gregory takes a 20 whip and has 1 HP. If Gosu just keeps barraging right now, he should get this kill. And Gregory does go down to that 24.
Oh, that's unlucky for her, man. I mean, at the end there, Never Win, to be fair to him, did play that really beautifully and just chained so many hits. The double overbought spec there, 20 into the 24. And then after that, getting some nice whip hits in. At times, whenever he did that damage, Gregory was able to return and hit a little bit back. But near the end of that fight, Gregory's RNG just, kind of fell apart a bit. She's had some crazy RNG so far in the tournament, though, to be fair, so it does even out over time. But yeah, Gregory losing that fight, which ends up evening out the score, 1-1 right now, Gregory versus Gosu. We do have the PvP tracker as well, if you'd like to read it out, West Ham, once again.
Yeah, looking at that tracker, we have Gregory with 55 hits to Gosu's 69, and Gregory having 47% of the praise correct to Gosu's 51%. So Gregory definitely doing a bit worse than the first fight, being down a significant amount of deserved damage, unfortunately for her, but still doing decent. But Gosu did deserve to win that one.
Yeah, definitely. Once again, I mean, his RNG still, in that fight at least, it definitely turned around for him. 486 deserved damage, 600 actual damage. He can't complain about RNG ever again right there. Though, to be fair, Gregory's RNG, I think every single fight we've seen so far, pretty much. Yeah, every single fight, she's done either the deserved damage or she's done a lot more than she should have done. But it is 1-1 right now in this best of 3, and of course, it's double elimination bracket as well. So regardless of who loses this fight, they're still in the tournament. They'll just be in the losers round brackets, which we're going to be going into very shortly as well. So here we go. Once again, Gregory versus Gosu.
Final fight before, between the two. So it's currently 1-1 between them. So whoever wins this does advance, but you still have it. Whoever loses does still have another chance in the losers bracket. Gregory starting off strong with a freeze there, but still getting frozen right back by Gosu. whipping in the tank shield right there, hitting an 11 still.
And just a bit of exchanges back and forth. Both players still got their special attack. Be interested to see how they open with it, or if they're going to save it for a bit of carry opportunity. Right now, Never Win, I think, getting a few more hits off prayer at the start. Going for the claw spec on the prayer, though, retaliating with claw spec as well for herself. Grey both hitting around 20 damage right there. Not too much of an exchange. Chasing after the whip. Actually gets it off prayer and then gets the range prey off in time, too. Next freeze coming in, going to be very clutch for these players.
Oh, Gosu getting whipped on robes off prey there, but luckily tanking it somehow.
Yeah,
Still, both of them just trying to go for the freeze right now. Grey claw scratching when it would have been a claw off prey. Very disappointing, but still, she might be able to get another claw off prey. Who knows? Still, Gosu utilizing this freeze that he's gotten now to his advantage, getting a couple free hits in every here and there, and still looks like Grey's a bit on the defensive right now. Does catch that freeze though, so she should have the DD advantage in just about 1 or 2 hits here.
Yeah, Never Win, I think, right now, up quite a bit of HP. That's a nice claw spec from him as Grey runs in, only hitting a 0. Unfortunately for him, the RNG just wasn't on his side. Grey creating some distance now, and then going for the DD, getting a free hit off there, but getting caught in her place. Beautiful freeze there as Never Win gets unfrozen. So now he's able to change the momentum of the fight in his favor. He does get frozen straight away, though, by Grey, which is a really clutch freeze for her. Super important to change the tides in this fight. Both players will get a claw spec as well at some point soon. But right now, I'm going to say that Never Win's looking much more favorable in this battle.
Yeah, it seems like he's outperformed Grey just by a tiny bit on the first one and a decent bit on the second. So he has improved throughout the fights. Still, though, Grey isn't doing a bad job keeping up with him saying that. I mean, Gosu definitely showed off his skills in the last fight. And I think if Grey can pull it together here, she might be able to win it. But still, Gosu having a decent lead on her right now.
Well, it's all to win right now. It's best of 3, of course. 1-1 for Grey and Gosu at the moment in this battle. The freeze coming in, potentially missing it, and Grey getting a nice 28 bolt there, going for another one. Not even opting for the freezes right now. And claw specking on the
getting
run in.
A really nice anti right there. Yeah, really nice well anti. Unfortunately, not the biggest of claws that we've seen. Both Gosu and Grey getting some really nice antis for those last claw specs that they had. So we might see a 3rd or 4th claw spec, but I'm not entirely sure here. Gosu's been staff bashing a decent amount this fight.
Yeah, definitely. And we're not going to do any favors, that's for sure. Right. Oh, nice little stack there. The barrage, the whip. Both hits being off prayer, I believe. 17 to the 19, stepping underneath, getting a free hit on the robes. 42, that's huge. Grey desperately trying to get a claw space going this fight, but unfortunately, misclicking a little bit.
Bolted twice, losing a couple free hits. I think Gosu has a lot of free hits on Grey, and he gets a very big claw right there off the prayer. I think Gosu definitely has enough free hits to win on a track.
Yeah, and now the 42 bolt as well. He's going to close it up nicely, I think. Grey's going to need some insane RNG to come back. I don't think she has it in her. But at the same time, we've seen crazy things happen. We've seen KOs as well. So
we saw Violet do a comeback of like 150 HP right at the end when he was sitting on about 20. So yeah, exactly. Grey might be able to do the same. Still do. Gosu having a significant lead right now. Not entirely sure on what Grey's HP. Oh, she's back up to full as well.
Got a little bit of food left then, it seems, and she's just desperately trying to get that claw spec off, trying to come back into this fire, and as a result, she's getting up a lot of free hits, which is just not doing her any favors right now, being on the back burner. Trying to catch that freeze as well is what she needs to, get that DD advantage and swing the momentum in her favor. But right now, she can't even catch a freeze, man. She's going for claw spec, but Gosu knows.
Claw spec, and it's not paying off for her. She has lost so many hits because of that claw spec. At this point, I think it's just best to do it when he's frozen. Finally gets it right there. Fortunately for Gosu, had the prayer on switching right on the last tick as well. But
yeah, in situations like that, when you overcommit to doing something like either catching a freeze or going for that claw spec, you can end up losing so much potential damage and just putting yourself in a worse situation than you were before. Just hanging on to that dream of hitting a 70 claw to come back into the fight. But right now, Gosu again having such a huge advantage.
On the ropes though, only for a 0. I mean, really lucky for Gosu to take no damage there at all.
Just the amount of free hits he's got, though, they're adding up, and to the point where now it's going to take, honestly, a miracle for Grey to get back into this fight. She does get the DD, though, which is the first time she's had that in quite a long time, but she's misclicking a little bit frantically, being down so many supplies. Just get a free hit there, though, and actually, the movement's kind of playing to her advantage. Her opponent's misclicking quite a lot as well.
She is improving right here, and Gosu seems to be choking a decent bit, but still... She does need a massive comeback in order to bring this back.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if Gregory's out of food right now. She does take a 25 whip right there. Gosu needing to deal about 30 to 35-ish damage right now. So just about any hit here could be the end of Gregory.
Yeah, one more barrage hit and she'll be out for the count. He's sitting on 100 HP as well, Mr. Gosu, because he realizes, at this point, if I just, hang on, just trade hit for hit, I'm eventually going to kill her. She can't really come back unless she procs like a ton
and
of...
does go for the last claw spec, that fourth claw spec
zero.
of this fight. It's a 0-0 on Gregory's redemption. Almost unlucky for her to actually not proc it at all. But still,
she's
very
got a
unlucky
spec
for him
too.
to not hit anything.
She's trying to get that off as best she can, just try maybe, come back a little bit. I don't think the Ghost is out of food though, and he's getting, again, still so many free hits. It's only going to take one more barrage to finish her off. And it's just too little, too late.
She does go down to that 22. Yep. I mean, Gregory still put up a very good fight, I must say, but I do think those extra hits that Gosu got will really add up. He didn't really get too much damage from him, like, in the game, but I do think on a...
Oh. I think we disconnected slightly. Are we back? Right, I cannot see the screen though, unfortunately. Are you still here, West Ham, brother?
Yes, I think so. Hello?
Yeah, I think I just disconnected briefly, my apologies.
Give us 1 second here, we're just on a bit of technical difficulty, but we appear to be back. So, our apologies right there. But yeah, Gregory has moved on to the losers bracket, so she is not completely out just yet. Looking at the tracker for that fight though, we have Gregory doing a decent bit better on the prayers this time, with 72% prayers to Gosu's 61%. But like we said, those extra hits that Gosu got really added up. Yeah, that's 21 free hits for Gosu right there. And he gets 149 extra deserved damage on top of that. So although Gregory did a lot better on the prayers this time, I don't think it was enough, because Gosu's got those free hits, and I think her overcommitting to the claws at the end really got Gosu a lot more free hits than what he probably would have.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the RNG there just not being in a favor either, though. I mean, to be fair, when you're on the back burner for so long and you're constantly having to try and fight to stay in the battle and get some hits back out again, it can be really difficult. But to be fair, Neverwin was an absolute beast that fight, and I do believe he was the better hybrid in that exchange. So we just move on in that 2-1 victory through to the third round. We have one final fight left, actually, in the winner's bracket before we jump into the loser's bracket, and that is going to be King Sam, who we saw before take out Novus Lol, versus might be Sure Friend, who we don't know about. Do you know this guy at all? Or is it an unknown name?
No idea. Absolutely no clue, unfortunately. I did see him in the Twitch chat, but...
Okay. He's Monka-essing in chat right now. He's he's scared. How are you feeling, Sure Friend? Are you feeling confident to go up against this Titan, King Sam, who's representing one of the big clans? Best of luck to you, my friend.
Yeah, King Sam representing Frontline in this case. Not entirely sure if Sure Friend is representing any clan, but if you do, then make sure to let us know. But right now, it seems like King Sam probably is the favored opponent here. We haven't seen Sure Friend fight yet, but King Sam is a very skilled player, but he is fighting off ping, so that might be to Sure Friend's advantage here.
Nice. Well, I mean, if they're good friends as well, it's all in good fun as well. Although saying that, there is $1,500 on the line this weekend. Method every single weekend giving away such an extraordinary amount of prize pool. And then, of course, the top 8 players from today or from this weekend's tournament go into a world championship in 2 weeks' time, playing for an extra $3,000. So it should be quite exciting too. In terms of the bracket so far, any surprises, or have we seen everyone that's gone through we've expected to see go through?
Sorry, you're just gonna confirm me. Apparently, King Sam is not Tigo, so someone was indeed faulty about that one.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, we weren't. I didn't really want to take it completely at face value, so it is actually not Tigo, but still, apparently he is not fighting off ping. Supposedly no one knows who it is, but we will see.
If no one knows who it is and no one's coming forward to say who it is, you know it's someone that's an absolute beast. That's all I'm saying. So they're keeping in the shadows as best they can. But quickly again about the bracket in terms of surprises and such and upsets. I think so far, to be honest, everything that's happened has kind of been expected. We have 10-13 that's gone through to round 3. We have Sanctified, another beast, Con, the guy that beat Soz, Kemp Q, also going through. Frankie, who beat Abyss, another beast of a PKer. So all the guys that have gone this far, you know, definitely deserve to be here. And we are about to watch the final fight in the winners bracket, and then we'll finish up with a couple of the losers round brackets before we jump into the finals tomorrow. Again, $1,500 on the line this weekend. Very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money up for grabs, and we will be casting that tomorrow. But for now, we are doing the last fight of the winners bracket right now, and then we'll be moving on to the losers bracket. I'm not entirely sure how many fights we have in the losers bracket.
We've got about 2 left to watch. Yeah, we've got 2 left to watch in the losers bracket. It's, I believe, Hobie Dobie, the guy called Alp, ALP, who seemed to be really good, actually, but he lost to Abyss against a guy called Theo, who lost to Frankie Full Send, who actually ended up beating Abyss. So this will be interesting. You'd assume the guy that beat Abyss would beat the guy that lost to Abyss, but we might be surprised. We also have Call Me Joe, who lost to Kemp Q against Scumbags, who lost to Con, who beat Kemp Q. So again, situations where like we'll have to wait and see if it was just RNG that resulted in that happening, or if they can continue like
halfway through. I have no idea.
Basically, player A lost to player B, who then lost to player C, and then A and B are fight. You know what I mean? We'll find out soon. I'm sure I'm getting confused myself talking about it, to be honest, mate.
Yeah, I genuinely, I'm so lost at the moment. But yeah, we will be watching these fights very shortly. So, I mean, regardless, I think we're in for a treat. I'm excited to see tomorrow as well. Tomorrow is going to be the final day where we get to see the winner of the entire tournament. So, today we are just watching about 2 more fights in the losers and 1 more in the winners.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting right now to have our contestants gear up and get ready to jump into another fight. The next fight's going to be, as I said before, King Sam versus Might Be Shorefriend. Shorefriend we've not seen before. We don't know who he is, but he did get a bye. Oh, he's in the Twitch chat, he said. He did get a bye through from Apache, who didn't show up today. Are you representing a clan? Might Be in the Twitch chat. I know that Sam's part of Frontline, right? West Ham?
I mean, nobody's taking responsibility.
Oh, yeah, nobody knows.
I have no idea.
People
are saying he's solo type, people are saying he's Frontline, other people are saying he's Rat Pack. Like, I have no idea anymore. He's completely clanless. He's an underdog. We've seen him play very well. Either way, I'm excited to see him fight. Regardless, though, I will say I'm kind of disappointed to not see Apache turn up. I feel like Apache has been on a very long break. So it would be interesting to see how he still holds up in like the 2021 meta of fighting. We've seen Apache do insane in other tournaments before. He actually came 2nd place in one of the original DMM tournaments where it was still multi-based. There was no 1v1, and him being completely solo managed to get 2nd place just hiding away from Rot during the last multi-zone.
Oh, darn. That's pretty interesting stuff. I think I'm getting confused, mate, by the brackets. So I don't think we are actually going to watch the ones that I just said we're going to watch, but we're going to come to it when we come to it. We're going to see King Sam versus Shurefriend. Again, we haven't seen Shurefriend play yet since he got a bye from Apache. So, oh, yes, we're ready. Apologies for the wait, everyone in Twitch chat. We're jumping into it now, of course. Players have to get ready and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot of organizational going into this. King Sam opening with a couple of whip hits. Oh.
Going for the whip hit on tank, followed by the whip hit on robes. Still, both of them dealing about equal damage, being next to each other right now. Going for a claw spec straight away off the prayer ride there for 23 damage. Unfortunately, not the biggest claw, but still, it is some damage at least, rather than a 0. So, King Sam still starting off strong. Shorefriend trying to keep up with him, opting for the mage hits right now. Seems to be doing him somewhat well, but does take a big claw right there, about 58 damage from that claw, putting him... I do believe that might have been a chance, but I'm not entirely sure. Still, King Sam being up a decent bit. Shorefriend really needing to get those claw specs off right now. King Sam having dumped both to Shorefriend's none right now. Gets a 26 whip on the ropes, into a ball on the ropes for a 0. Very unfortunate for King Sam right there.
Yeah, King Sam with a 41 whip as well. Surefriend desperately trying to get a claw spec off to try and go into this fight right now, but King Sam honestly running circles around him at the moment. Surefriend looking a little bit shaky right now. First fight of the day, of course, as well. He didn't get to play his first fight. He got a free bye to go through to the next round since his opponent did not show up. And as a result, I guess King Sam's a little bit more warmed up and seems to be the more confident hybrid as well with his switches.
Yeah, it seems like Surefriend is
around.
taking a lot of hit on Robes, and I'd almost say he's gotten more hits on Robes than what he has on his tank currently, so he really needs to work on that if he's going to have a chance at winning this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, getting a bit of distance here right now. King Sam, knowing he's about to be frozen in place, and Surefriend does get the DD advantage here, and he does go for it as well. Gets whipped on the Robes, though, which is unfortunate for him, but only a 0. King Sam, a bit frustrated for that RNG, I'm sure, but being out so much HP right now and so much food, can't be that depressing. Another 0 ball on the Robes again. This could be one of those situations where we see the fight going by so quickly, as we saw earlier. The Claw spec, he's putting up... Smite was that there. Surefriend, unfortunately, not really hitting too much with the Claw spec, though.
On Robes again for a 0 right there. Yeah, I mean, these Robe hits that he's taken, I think, although he hasn't gotten that much... he hasn't gone punished that much from it just yet, but I do think RNG will take its course and it will bite him in the ass in the end of the fight here. But still, he is putting up a fight at least. King Sam whipping up 39 right there, and a 9 on Robes. It seems like King Sam might be up at least like 150 to 200 HP.
Oh yeah, at least, man, right now. Doing a good job of sticking his tank as well, getting warmed up. And Surefriend just bolting back at the moment, to be honest, but bolting on prey range, he's not going to really return too much damage on the tank gear as well. That's a nice bolt on prey mage, though. Not opting for the freeze. Going for it now, but getting hit a 39 whip in Robes as well. King Sam just chaining this together. That could have been a KO right there as well. That was on the prey melee.
Oh, and he does get KO'd by that claw spec on the Robes off prey. I mean, the amount of times I said Robes there.
We've been waiting to see like a KO this entire tournament today, but to be fair, not really the KO we were quite hoping for. Not even eating a food.
Is that
there,
the first KO we've seen so far?
That is, apart from the DC that happened to Herbie earlier. Regardless, still a nice play from Sam there, but I'm very surprised that Surefriend didn't switch into the right gear, but he went into his Roosevelt and his prayer. He was basically asking for that. Those guys are good mates though, and I don't think they're going to take it too seriously. But still, $1,500 on the line today, this weekend. So King Sam does take that first win, 1-0 versus Surefriend. And it's going to take, a lot more concentration. Again, this whole thing again about what we were talking about earlier, you need to really focus on getting the tank gear on at the right time. It makes such a massive difference in minimizing the damage that you're taking. Even if your overhead prayers aren't right, if you're an aspiring nature or looking to do some last man standing, get some points for your Iron Man if you're watching, focus on your tank gear more than anything else. And you'll be, if you can focus on your defensive more, you'll be taking less damage. And as a result, you can stay in the fight for longer and hopefully do more of a chance in an outlast fight.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, we have King Sam with 68% praise correct to Surefriend's 55%, with King Sam having 514 deserved damage to Surefriend's 283.
Wow.
And I will say, King Sam definitely got that much deserved damage because of the Robe hits. That is clear. Like in 53 hits, you shouldn't see that much deserved damage, and I do believe that is all down to the Robe hits.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not going to be surprised to see King Sam have a whitewash once again versus Surefriend. But hey, you never know. Maybe he'll whack out the claws out of nowhere, or maybe go for the AGS to have a bigger KO opportunity to be able to get him. Yeah, 1-0 lead for King Sam versus Surefriend. Best of 3, of course. This is the final matchup as well of the winner's bracket. After this, I need to apologize. I actually got the brackets wrong beforehand as I'm casting and trying to host and jump between different panels constantly. But we have Kemp Q that we're going to watch a bit after this, as well as Grey's fights as well coming up shortly. So stay tuned for that too. Jumping into the fight, King Sam and Surefriend both getting frozen beside each other and exchanging 0s for 0s. Surefriend doing a little bit of job of keeping in his tank. Never mind, I said it too soon. He got caught on the ropes for a 32 and a 38.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, maybe we will see King Sam KO his opponent again. Right now, he's still just hitting Surefriend on his Robes. And I don't think Surefriend stands a chance, unfortunately. He doesn't seem to be doing too hot.
No, I mean, catching the next freeze is going to be really important for him to actually have a foot in the fight. But a claw spec coming in from King Sam decides not to go for it. He actually could have gone for that steal.
Yeah, he probably cancelled it thinking Surefriend wasn't. Was going to pray it, but the Surefriend being a bit on the slower side still didn't put it on. Maybe he used 200 IQ that he has predicted that he was going to cancel.
I mean, NAGing's all about mind games, right? You need to outplay your opponent to assume they're going to do a certain thing and then you do something else. So sometimes playing it a little bit, maybe not to the top level as you expect, can end up winning you fights. And being able to, you know...
So far, Shawfriend actually doing a decent bit of damage back to King Sam right now. Actually utilizing this DD that he's got. He's doing a lot of damage back,
Yeah,
actually.
he is. Coming back nicely.
Oh, doing a very nice claw there at the end as well.
Yeah.
But King Sam retaliates straight back with a 0 claw on the prayer on Robes, though. Gets a 26 bolt on the Robes. Another bolt on the Robes for a 13.
I mean, those hits
I'm
just
about to
stack
stop
up,
saying
don't they?
Robes because it's happening so much.
Yeah, again, tank is absolutely imperative to these fights. If you sit in the wrong gear, like the Robes we saw there, you get hit 40s, you get hit 10s and 20s constantly. The gear should definitely be the priority over the overheads, in my opinion, as well. Making sure you're, you know, switching it correctly. Trying to get this freeze now. Shawfriend needs to catch it. He's getting dominated at the moment. King Sam going for that DD again, I believe, but Shawfriend's actually unfrozen, and King Sam realizes that, steps away nicely, and then decides to switch into the melee since he's catching his opponent off prayer. 39 into the 0. That could have been a KO, actually. We hit a 40+ max hit, which is quite surprising too, this early on into the battle. Shawfriend catching that freeze finally, and now he's able to hopefully, in his in his mind, turn around the fight, turn the tide a little bit.
Someone has given a suggestion that instead of repeating on Robes, oh, he actually got hit on Mystic there, followed by another hit on the Mage. I mean, someone has given a suggestion that we should start saying Mystic and Mage and Robes, combining the three. Yeah, kind of
getting hit in the squishy
switching
gear
up the
right
wording
now.
a little bit.
He's getting hit in the low defense mage and melee gear, range and melee. This makes it more complicated, man. King Sam right now getting for the DD, managed to DD underneath, getting a few nice big hits there. These guys have claw specs remaining. I've not been paying too much attention to their spec bars. I think they'll probably have another one coming up soon, which we might see another KO from King Sam. He's
King
just
Sam
dancing around
staying
right
strong
now.
on those whips, about to hit his opponent on the Silky Robes right there, getting another hit on the Silky Robes right now. And it seems like he's running away from his opponent right now. Getting another hit on Robes. Seems to go for another hit. No, he has hit his opponent on tank. Shawfriend flicking a tank for that one. Gets hit on the Mystic though. Seems like he is still just tanking those hits. Camping that D defender, still not even bringing in a Vernic.
Yeah, the squishy gear that he's using a bit too much right now is resulting in taking a lot of damage, but he has got the DD advantage. He's down to about 40 hit points. He might be out of food, to be fair. King Sam's been getting those massive whip hits in constantly. His opponents in the silk gear, as you just mentioned before. Claw spec coming in,
he
almost
has
the KO,
gotten a decent claw whip chances in there as well.
Yeah, it was pretty close there, to be fair. I could have killed him if he managed to get like a 60 or so, but the barrage KO is nice to see too. Hey, he drops the good fight. These guys are good friends, I believe. Shawfriend, I don't think he was a big well-known name in the scene, whereas King Sam's someone that a lot of people recognize, although no one could put a finger on exactly who it is and what clan he belongs to. But King Sam going through into his third round matchup. Shawfriend, unfortunately for him, does lose the first fight of the day, although he did get a bye from round 1 since his opponent didn't turn up. So he's able to go into the losers bracket round 2 as well, which he's still got a chance. You know, this is double elimination. You got to lose 2 fights in the tournament to come back. I mean, he understands what he did wrong, hopefully. I mean, we've been speaking about it. You have to watch the past broadcast and hear us say Robes about 500 times. Then maybe between now and tomorrow he can get it into his head and improve a little bit on that. That's the best advice that we've got for him.
We do have the PvP tracker for that fight as well, with King Sam having 81% praise correct, probably the highest number we've seen so far, to Shawfriend's 52%. King Sam having 58 hits to Shawfriend's 44. King Sam having 527 deserved damage to Shawfriend's 300. So, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I think from the get-go there, we kind of assumed which way that fight was going to go. But regardless, you know, good sportsmanship from both players there, and dropping the GF as well. No bad mouthing and such. Respect from King Sam.
Shawfriend dropping. I had fun. That's all I give a damn about.
Hey man,
well.
dude,
very respectful.
Dude, thank you for coming, man. Like, everyone taking part. There's been a little bit of drama, I think, behind the scenes, but in terms of actually what I've seen personally on stream and that, everyone's been really respectful. And as well, once again, like, there's not many PvP tournaments that really go on nowadays very much. I've not seen a JX one in a while. I'm hoping for one soon as well from them. But, you know, Method coming out of nowhere and really starting up these tournaments, giving us all us PvP enthusiasts something to watch and something to really get involved in is really sick stuff. And I'm personally, as a PvP, I'm extremely grateful for it, to see the scene really getting the love and the support that it deserves. So yeah, once again, thank you for coming out, Shawfriend. Thank you for being one of the contestants and putting up, you know, being on time and all that kind of stuff. We really appreciate it. The next fights up we're going to watch is going to be the losers round 2. And we've got 2 big content creators to watch. These guys obviously are being, again, a double elimination bracket. One of the guys is KempQ, a YouTuber who has been around for many years, being known for his DMM escapades as well as his high risking, where he destroys all the ego high riskers, as you can see in his videos. Go check them out. He'll be fighting Novus Lol, another content creator in the stream right now, who is a Twitch streamer that plays League of Legends. And he's saying good luck in the chat to his opponent as well. Respect, KempQ Martin. Good luck to both of you too. And then after that, we're watching Grey versus Zeman Time. I don't know who Zeman Time is. I cannot recall. But of course, Grey we've seen go through her losers. Sorry, her first round and then getting knocked out in the second round. As for Zeman Time, he lost in the first round, but he won his losers bracket first round. So this should be an interesting matchup too. Zeman Time was actually against, I'm going to check, Sanctified, and actually beat Sanctified once as well. So Zeman Time is not going to be someone to be messed with either. Definitely one to look out for. Sanctified's an absolute beast. Grey versus Zeman Time, KempQ versus Novus coming up very shortly. The KempQ fight will be first. I'm hyped.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm excited.
We've got a good fight coming up. Also, very much respect to Shorefriend. Like I said before, these tournaments are free to enter. There's no reason not to enter. Even if you don't believe that you're going to win, if you have what it takes to just win 1 or 2 fights, that's still good enough. And I mean, sometimes you can just get lucky and make it far anyway. So there's no reason not to enter these type of tournaments, in my opinion. It's free entry. You don't really have to pay anything. So why not?
Have a chance at $1,500, man. Like, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. It's a free opportunity.
Mate. You know what I've just seen? Martin has gone into my bank and he's pulled out the Rune Kite Shield gold trimmed. He's got the flex. He's got the drip upgrade, as Method said in the Twitch chat. I respect it. Of course, I've not done the Legends quest. But...
Yeah, KempQ seems to be up a decent amount right now, though. Getting a 20 barrage into a 22 whip right there. Seems
he's doing great.
Getting a couple free hits in every here and there. Not exactly too many, though. Still, Novus trying his best to keep up.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's a Rune Square versus Rune Square, isn't it? I don't think Solo actually has the Dragon Square Shield either, so it's a bit of a fairer fight.
That's a very depressing claw spec. And another really depressing claw spec. Yeah, I mean, KempQ used 2 claw specs, one of them being on tank, but without the shield, hitting a 0, followed by 1 on robes, with basically no defense on at all, only hitting 25 damage. So that is really unlucky for KempQ, but still, he's up a decent bit of damage. I don't think he needs to worry. It seems like he's got a massive lead on Novus right now.
Yeah, man, those claw specs are really unfortunate. When you hit someone on robes, you're usually expected to do a lot of damage. There's a 37 bolt proc coming in, though, from Martin, and just a 34 afterwards. Oh, my God. No! Anon! Oh, no. Thanks, boss. Now I've got to do Legends Quest at some point. Great. Stay tuned for that in a few days, I'm sure. Anyway, Soz still taking the lead. KempQ doing a fantastic job. Anon, thank you very much for taking the subs to the Method community. Much appreciated, buddy. Thank you for supporting the organization. Soz stepping out, getting frozen in place, though, as he tried to go for a whip here. And Solo Banker doing a fantastic job right now of actually just like staying in this despite taking so much damage. He's not giving up.
Yeah,
we all know.
He's trying to even out the lead that KempQ has, but still he's not hitting, I mean, anything. He's hit 4 zeros in a row, followed by that splash right there. Still just hitting zeros. Both of them kind of just trading zeros with each other, neither doing that much damage. KempQ finally getting some damage in with that 25, followed by a 40 whip. Novus getting a decent claw off prey right there, though. Still taking that claw for a 40 whip, I mean, regardless, I think KempQ wins that. And he has gotten another 30 whip
as well
into a free whip. What looked to be a chance as well.
Dude, he's up so much damage right now. I think his opponent out of food completely. Yeah, that was a very quick
does
fight
go
for
down
KempQ,
to that 35 bolt.
Yeah, he changed so much RNG there, to be honest. KempQ really showing his stuff. He's been around, like I said before, many DMMs, many LMS adventures, and yeah, he's definitely warmed up today. He had to wait a few hours for this fight to actually happen again, so he's one of the first fights we saw today, but he waited patiently, and clearly he was still warming up and keeping on the sticks. But I'm not surprised by that win, to be honest. No offense to Novus, but KempQ looked really clean there. Looking
at that tracker as well, we have KempQ with 45 hits to Novus's 33, so KempQ having 12 free hits there with 73% prayers correct. The Bowie number! Anyway, with Novus having 42% prayers correct and KempQ having 490 deserved damage to Novus's 296.
darn. Well, Novus in the chat, putting an XD. Hey, Novus, don't give up, man. You know this as well as I do. It's a best of 3. You can still come back. Like, you can get some good RNG. You just got to get the claw specs on at the right times. And as a reminder, I think the main reason why KempQ came on top there, he got some good claw specs on robes. But again, just keeping the tank on at all times is absolutely just so integral to minimizing the damage that your opponent deals out to you.
Yeah, robes being the silky stuff that they're wearing for their magic attacks.
Oh, we have a podcast exactly a month from today. Can I book in Legends Quest content then? Yeah, sure. I'm doing Legends Quest in a month then. I can, get prepared for that. That's going to be an interesting one. I look forward to the next Method podcast that we do. It's been a while since we've all spoken.
Bit of
We'd
a
love to hang
shame
out.
we aren't having this one. One this month, but still, those truly are some of the favorite parts of the month. I do look forward to those. They're very fun to take part in. But still, going into this second fight here, we have KempQ starting off strong with a freeze into the whip, getting another 20 bolt right there, whipping his opponent on the silky robes, and seems like he's got the advantage right now, dealing a decent bit of damage, but Novus getting that freeze back finally, going for a claw. Ooh. Unfortunately for him, KempQ deals it straight back with that whip.
Yeah, the whip there. I mean, when you do a claw spec, you always expect to come out on top, and when your opponent actually gets the 30 or the 40 and just relinquishes it and makes it mean nothing, it's so frustrating. Solo getting some distance right now, actually, and then stepping back in again, faking out his opponent quite nicely, and Martin not changing prayers, actually perfectly keeping range prayer up. Oh, is that on the ropes? No, Martin decided not to because Solo did a great job there, putting his prayer up at the perfect time. Now Martin does have the DD advantage, stepping out sideways, his opponent can't whip him, noticing he's got the whip out. 35 bolt there as well, big for Martin, getting a few free hits, faking the claws to force Solo
seems like
to
he's
melee.
fakey those claws.
Nice.
Still, I do believe Martin hasn't dumped any claw specs yet, if I'm not wrong.
I don't think he's gone for me. I don't think he's been able to. He's been frozen pretty much all the time. Finally, he gets a DD freeze, though, so he can potentially go for it at some point here. Oh, Martin tried to go for the claw spec as well off prayer, but Solo's movement there was perfect and stepped out sideways. Wasn't able to. Martin not able to catch that freeze there either, but does get a hit on the robes with the whip, hitting a 0, unfortunately for him. It's 18 opal bolt spec on the right prayer, but on the tank too, of course. Is that a 15 barrage? Both players being frozen a few steps away from each other right now.
Yeah,
so
seems to be a bit
claws.
more of an even fight than what we saw last time, for sure. Nova's definitely doing a decent job keeping up with KempQ right now. Still, KempQ gets some very nice RNG and gets a couple hits in here for about 70 damage right there. Still keeping up. KempQ does get a claw off prey for about 42 damage.
Too bad.
Really setting himself a decent lead right now. Does claw scratch though, when that could have been a KO.
Left, did he have spec left in that situation?
No, I think he did. Oh, and he does. Okay,
oh my god!
He does take him out regardless. So that is the second KO, and KempQ is through. Unfortunately for Novus, that is his last chance, and he has gone out the losers bracket, and he is now fully out of the tournament, unfortunately. But KempQ does advance.
Yep, and Novus in the chat saying GG well played, being respectful. This game is too hard. Mate, you didn't do too badly, man. As someone that plays League of Legends as a content creator, respect for coming once again. And KempQ is not someone to be trifled with. He is very experienced. And if we look at the PvP tracker, actually, we can see that it really shows. Martin getting 32 out of 37, 86% of his hits off prayer, whereas Solo getting 15 less hits, 50% less hits, and only hitting 36% of them off prayer. And that's kind of just how it goes when you're not getting the right gear at the right time. But good fight, Novus. Respect for coming.
KempQ is also, I do believe he beat the other person who got 81% prayers correct. So he is now the person that has the highest amount of prayers correct out of anyone that we've seen in this tourney. So that 86% really shows that he is the better player right there for sure.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, Martin going through right now, looking at the bracket, KempQ is now going to go up against tomorrow. He's going to be going up against Degenerate in the losers bracket, also known as Skate, who's someone that actually lost in the last round of the winners bracket in the first round, but managed to win both of his fights 2-0, and he was on a med level, which is why we think that he lost. So that's not going to be an easy fight for Martin for KempQ. Tomorrow we've also got to look forward to Goofy Llama versus Ayasu, and a few more fights. We've got to see who wins those. Next fight up that we're watching, I believe the last fight of the day, actually. It's been a long show. We have Grey versus Zeman Time. And Zeman Time actually lost in the first round, but managed to clutch the first game in the losers bracket to go through to this round. As for Grey, she was round 2'd. So this is her first fight in the losers bracket. As a reminder, it is a double elimination bracket, which means that you have to lose 2 fights to be knocked out altogether. If you lose 1 fight in the winners bracket, you get out to the losers one, and you can go all the way through the losers bracket to then come out and still have a chance to win the $1,500 prize pool that's available this weekend. So, last battle of the day. What are you thinking? Grey versus Zeman time. What's your thoughts?
I honestly don't know.
You don't know. You don't know.
I think both of them are fairly matched in skill. If I'm completely honest, Grey has, really proven herself to be really good at engaging, and I think during the first few fights that we saw from Grey, she was really poor on the defensive, but really good on the offensive. And throughout the tournament, as we have progressed through the fights, she has gotten a lot better at both, kind of evening it out, making sure that she does play a bit better on the defensive now. So it'll be interesting to see how this fight goes. Zeman time starting off strong with that barrage, though still not really doing any damage.
Oh my God,
as I say that, Grey gets some insane hits right there. Bolt chancing him 3 hits in.
Off the
3
bat,
hits in. That could have been a potential 3-hit fight, but no. Still both of them fighting each other right next to each other right now.
So 3 attacks
Grey having a significant lead.
Both players not opting for claw specs. As I say that, a 40 claw spec from Zeman time off prayer as well, coming in, getting the DD afterwards. He's got the max cape, but he gets hit a 42 there from Grey, and 29 staff bash as well. Oh my God, Grey's going nuclear right now. Her RNG is honestly on point. What a final fight, or few fights.
I mean, it really seems like every time we say something, the opposite happens.
No, the opposite happens, man.
So I'm really surprised that we haven't seen the DMM fog kick in just yet, but I'm sure it will come.
I'm honestly surprised that, money's not coming raining down on us in real... No, I'm kidding. Imagine.
Oh, I'm rich!
Oh, is that a 60 claw spec from Grey? Oh, so close right there. Almost actually KO'd him. There was a chance, and a chance and a half too. She can hit like 70 plus claw specs there. And red barred Zeman time getting frozen a few steps away as well. Going to go for the DD potentially. Still frozen, and decides to barrage in the wrong gear, but still hits a 9, luckily for her. Next hit coming in from Zeman time, catching a freeze off prayer as well. Zeman's still in this, to be fair. He's down quite a bit of HP, but he's getting some nice combos. That's a big Grey
getting a 45 ball, going for that Ninja Turtle, baby! And doesn't unfortunately hit anything, but still getting 18 damage on that, and she keeps up the momentum right now. Still, Grey being in a significant lead right now.
Oh man, she's really doing work right now to Zeman time, not letting up, just constantly going for it, and using Spark Max special right there, empowering her Dragon Claws. With
really kicking out her inner Lil Willis.
Lil Willis, there it is, baby. Oh, another claw spec coming in, but only a claw scratch from Zeman time. Deciding to do that, I assume, because Grey got her melee prey up just in the nick of time to save that claw spec for a little bit later. And right now, Grey just running around in circles constantly.
Still getting those opal bolt specs. Grey does take a bolt on the ropes though, not taking any damage, luckily for her. It seems like she's kind of camping that D square to make sure that even if she does get bolted on the ropes, she does have a little bit of defense to rely on, which could be a good strat, but she does actually sacrifice a decent amount of mage bonus from that. I do believe you're losing out on 21 mage bonus, not equipping the mage book.
Yep, currently Grey getting a few hits in though regardless, and looking real strong at the moment, trying to catch this freeze. It's a 26 barrage, beautiful. Steps away as well, doesn't get the bottoms on, but it doesn't really matter. She's taking no damage back again, getting quite lucky too. Going for the DD now, 19 barrage. She's up so much hit points in the moment. Another hit off prayer, only hitting a 2 though. Zeman time needs to catch this freeze desperately to get back into this fight.
I truly do think Grey does have this in the bag. She's got such a massive lead on Zeman time right now. Saying that though, he is getting a bit of damage back.
Yeah, he's not doing too bad, to be fair. Another 21 barrage as well. It's not over until it's over, and he says a claw spec that's going to be recharging, and that is why Grey is praying melee so much when her opponent is unfrozen. Currently a few steps apart. Grey will be unfrozen very soon though, after being frozen a bit before Zeman time was. Going for the whip fakie, managed to work it out into the range, into the mage. 23 barrage, nice move from her there.
Zeman time really going for that KKC whip barrage as well. Kind of giving us a flashback to the past where those used to be very popular, but still Grey dealing a lot of damage, and Zeman time, although getting a little bit of a
hits off prayer, it's just not really translating to damage for him, is it?
He might even be he is out of food here, sitting already. 20 HP. Grey has secured this win. There is no way that she can lose this. For sure, she might be going for a claw spec. No, she's not going for a claw spec.
Oh, that's a 0 from... Oh, I was on robes and the right prayer there for Time. He could have potentially had a little bit of comeback, but I think at this moment, he's down too much, and the claw spec finishes him off. Grey taking the first win, 1-0 in this final fight of the day. Losers round 2 bracket. Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, we didn't know who Time was coming into this, to be fair.
I will say Time definitely got
a
a bit bad RNG.
Yeah,
he was constantly on the defensive, but still Grey has done a really good job throughout this tournament so far. I'm actually really impressed to see how well she's done. But we are currently waiting on the tracker on that fight. It will be interesting to see. Regardless, I do think Time, if he can get a bit better RNG this fight, might be able to even it out at least. Looking at the tracker for that fight. Yeah, looking at the tracker for that fight, we have
that was so even.
Grey with 66 hits to Time's 67. Oh,
okay.
That one okay. Grey having 62% praise right to Time's 57%. That's the closest fight we've ever seen. In the EU bracket, we saw a 2 difference in deserved damage, but we have a 1 difference in deserved damage here. That is as close as it's possibly going to get. With that being said, looking at the tracker though, Time definitely got very unlucky. Yeah, he got RNG'd hard. Both of them having this much deserved damage, and Time being so low versus Grey being so much higher.
Yeah, that's just the way the game works sometimes, of course. Like, hitting half the damage you deserve to can be a real frustration, but hopefully seeing that PB tracker as well, knowing that he hit the same amount of hits off prayer, he knows he can go the other way if he just stays calm and doesn't lose his handle on the fight.
Yeah, I mean, if he can do that good of a job being on the defensive for as long as he was, then I do think that if he gets the RNG, then he will definitely be able to bring it home.
Saying that though, he's given up a few free hits here to Grey, but Grey can't do much damage, and unfortunately
doing that
lots of
second
zeros.
Staff bash as well, getting bowled on the ropes for a 27, really punishing. Barraging in his K-top, hitting a 33 though, so it didn't matter, still getting a 20 barrage. Yeah, seems to be going for a claw spec right there. Grey going for it off prey. Both of them trading a Ninja Turtle with each other, going for a second claw spec off prey. Time getting massively charged. What are you doing?
Yeah, that was through the prayer, but still, she only hit 20. She hit like a 40 or so through prayer, and he got down to like 5 hit points or something there. That would have been a real quick whitewash there for her. But I think right now it's looking relatively even, although saying that, then Gruger gets a big 32 barrage into the whip hit. Still getting a few free hits, but not really translating them to big numbers. Looks like Time trying to catch the freeze right now. Really important for him as Grey is trying to get the DD.
They're
but he's
really living life on the edge right now. Risking this much HP. Like, both of them kind of just sit very low HP and hope that they can predict their opponents well. And I mean, although I respect it, I'm not entirely sure if that's a good move in the losers bracket, because if they do lose this, if they do lose whatever fight, then they will actually be completely out of the tournament. Grey needing to lose twice, Time needing to lose once.
Well, looks like the next freeze is going to be important to see which direction this fight goes in. As always, looks like Time does catch the freeze, goes for the step under. Will Grey catch the freeze first? She splashes as he steps under. Wait a minute. No, she caught him. He went diagonal. Why did he go all the way over there? Well, I mean, he's being caught in his place. He can't get the DD that he needs to get back into this fight. I'd say Grey's maybe potentially up a little bit of hit points right now. But as we know, with RNG swings and roundabouts, he can go either way. So potentially he could come back. He needs to come back. It's 1-0 in this best of 3 towards Grey right now. Currently, Time's unfrozen, and trying to catch that next freeze is going to be important for him. Actually going for some bolts as well, but hitting zeros, not being able to translate to much damage, unfortunately, despite Grey being on Mage Prey quite a lot right there. All of his bolt hits are just hitting 0 non-stop. And finally he catches the freeze, but might get caught straight before getting the DD. He's not really big on the DDs, actually. He decides to stay close to his opponent.
Yeah, it seems like he's more of a fan of the movement rather than the DDs, and it seems to be working out well for him, getting a few free hits there. That's the third staff bash from him, though. Grey staff bashing him back. Very respectful. Glad that she could notice that and trade it back with him. Still, Grey getting whipped on her robes there, taking 17 damage into the 4 damage. Right now, both of them being unfrozen, it seems like Time is desperately trying to catch a freeze just like before.
Oh, he fakes the mage, goes for a bolt. That was a nice play, but unfortunately didn't translate to any damage once again for him. Gets frozen in place. Nice combo from Grey.
44 whip. Yeah, that's 50 damage right there, followed by 24.
Yeah, I was at 24. I was at 34 for a second. My eyes deceiving me. But looks like Grey sitting on about 40 hit points. Really dangerously, actually. Living life on the edge. Time will have another special attack coming up soon. So he's got to be very careful. He's going to get caught out by that. And ends up throwing this this second fight. Finally,
Grey actually gets knocked down by that 30 whip. I mean, like we said, it's not worth living life on the edge like that. Not in a tournament like this. This is the final fight between the two. Sorry, not this, but it will be the final fight between the two. And this has taken away Grey's lead, getting KO'd there.
Yeah, I literally a few seconds before that happened, I was saying, like, she's sitting way too low. She could die to a claw spec, and then bam, the whip comes out of nowhere, catches her in the ropes for a 30 after a chain of constant 20 damages. That's
I do believe Grey thought that he was frozen there, but unfortunately he did get the... he got unfrozen right at the last tick and did that whip right at the end, so... I mean, it was definitely a deserved KO, but still, nonetheless, I'm interested to see the tracker just to see where Grey was standing compared to Zeman time.
Yeah, likewise, man. Still, it seemed very back and forth throughout. Of course, this is the losers bracket. As a reminder, everyone watching, losers bracket round 2, the final match of the night. If either of these guys lose, they're out of the competition entirely and will not have a chance to win the $1,500 prize pool that's up for grabs this weekend. I believe we are getting the tracker momentarily to see what's going on. Oh, we're jumping into the next fight, actually. Straight underway, once again, back into the action. Will Grey learn from the mistake and sit a little bit higher? I'll have to wait and see. First barrage coming in for her, though, and gets the little advantage. Goes for a DD potentially, gets whipped on the way, is misclicking a little bit. Taking 1-0 for zeros constantly, goes for a barrage. Not DDing, there's a free hit for her if she gets the DD here, which she does. She's one hit ahead, but no damage, really. Just zeros for zeros constantly. A little bit of damage here and there for the whip there. And the staff bash once again. Being retaliated, 0 whip on the robes by Zeman time, then a 24 to match. These guys both, again, a bit of a slow start, to be honest. Both players having their full spec as well. Interested to see how they use that off the start. Lots of fakies right now going from both players constantly, and actually catches his opponent off guard right there. Greg going for the DD, trying to get some free hits. Nice claw retaliation.
Getting a really nice claw right
Beautiful.
there. Honestly, both of them aren't using their Mages books very much. It seems like they're both really opting for that freeway with the shield. So, I mean, if it is working out, then sure. I do think if either of them could kind of bring themselves together and use the Mages book a bit more, that it would change the freeze RNG. But yeah, Grey getting a really nice claw right there.
Yeah, on the run, catching him just offhand. He wasn't really expecting that, I don't think. Yeah, he just didn't really see it coming, and it was a really good play by her. She has got to catch this next freeze right now. Zeman time goes for it, takes a whip hit, both hitting zeros, though, back and forth. Another staff bash. She's hit so many staff bashes today, man. That's a bolt on the wrong prayer. Zeman time chasing after her, but the movement, man, getting out of harm's way, and then in the nick of time, really, is really second to none. Grey doing a great job of getting away. Oh, that's a nice
getting a really nice
on the
claw there. Nice. That 43 claw. Still, it looks like Zeman time got an Opal Bolt for a 30 right there. Kind of keeping himself in the fight, bolting her on robes again. Going in for a really nice claw there. Almost KOing Grey out of the tournament. That's about a 50 claw on about 60 or 65 HP. So could have been something. Still, Zeman time sitting really low. Both of them just risking the HP non-stop. Not really caring about if they're going to get KO'd or not. I mean, I will say it does really add to the content, but I'm not sure if I would be taking these risks myself.
You guys are friends, and that's why they're sitting so low constantly. I mean, the other option of sitting low is the reasoning behind it is that you can, chain more hits together and not have to wait the 3-tick delay of eating a food to stop the momentum really building up. But currently, looks like both players are unfrozen once again. Grey trying to get a few bolts, not opting to go for the freeze really, and finally decides to go for it. Does catch Zeman time on the Prey Mage, gets bolted back on the rope, but there's no damage.
Trades 2 bolts right there between each other, both on robes. Grey taking some decent damage there, getting hit at 25, sitting really low HP yet again. Might get whip KO'd if he can predict it. Well, whip chancing Grey. Is she out of food? Surely not.
Almost out of food. Apparently in the chats, people are saying both these contestants are both the only girls in the US West region today, both going at it for a spot to keep going in the finals. Ooh, nice 25
Zeman time getting a double bolt proc right there, really setting Grey back.
Wow.
Still, Zeman time having the lead right now with the DD advantage as well. Grey not really hitting a lot back, staff bashing him there as well, or her, sorry. Right now between the two, Grey staff bashing again, making those crucial mistakes right here at the end of the fight. She really needs to pull it together if she's going to be able to win this. She has gotten a decent bolt there for a 27 though. Zeman time still not eating up. Seems like he finally is eating to full HP. Both of them not risking HP for once. really making sure that they are in this until the very end. Zematime trying to go for that claw, but Grey predicting it fairly well. Still, as I say that though, takes it off prey for 25 damage. Grey is probably about to have a third claw spec as well. We are currently just waiting for that. So I do believe if Grey can time it, she definitely can pull it back.
Absolutely. Well, currently Zematime does have the lead at the moment, being able to get the DD advantage of nice 32 barrage, faking out constantly and missing the staff switch there though and being frozen right next to Grey. Grey now staff bashing for the 6th, 7th time this fight, but getting an open ball spoke afterwards and getting the DD advantage was really nice for her. She's still in this fight and
gets on the road right there though for a 0. Luckily for her, does claw on the prayer and on the tank for 5 damage. That is the last claw spec we're probably going to see this fight. Zematime timing that whip really nicely, anti-ing her. Grey going straight back in for a whip though, whipping with a square shield though, so really losing out on a lot of accuracy there. Still, Zematime doing a decent job keeping up with Grey. It looks like she is in the lead by quite a significant amount. Both of them staff bashing a decent bit as well throughout the fight.
Zematime now having her opponent frozen and being able to get a couple free hits in here and going for the freeze once again. Both players catching at the same time, same game tick, and switching to the melee, both actually in sync at the moment. Oh my god, the bolt's in sync as well. That's free hits perfectly changed, and then going for a whip hit. Zematime trying to catch that freeze desperately, just splashing like 5 times in a row right now, still committing to the freeze.
I mean,
though.
This is the difference between using a book and not using a book, I'd say. You can't really expect to be catching too many freezes because you are sacrificing 21 mage bonus by camping that shield. And
saying that though, Grey then goes for the freeze, catches it straight away.
Yeah, both of them are
trying 5 times.
It seems like both of them are camping the shield, so it doesn't make that big of a difference because they're both at an even playing field. But if either of them was using the book a bit more, I do reckon that person would be getting a lot more freezes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, Grey getting chanced by that 8 opal bolt spec off prey though. Still seems like Zematime is taking the time here to heal up a little bit, get himself back to full, or her, sorry.
Yeah, looking real close actually.
Probably being out of food here if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think both players actually almost out of food, if not out altogether. Grey sitting on about 40 hit points right now. Zematime on around 50 as well. 25
getting a 25 ball right there. Really so only close. Needing an extra hit. One more hit and it is over for Grey. As long as he doesn't proc the redemption. He's going for the claw right now. Hits a 0-0-9-10. Grey still sitting on about 5 HP. Zematime needs to hit anything to take her out.
Well,
and Grey getting another redemption proc on that free barrage. Still, Zematime continuing up with the momentum, getting a 16, putting Grey back at where she began. Still hitting a 1 whip right there. Another 5 to proc the redemption. Zematime living on the edge. Grey just keeps redemptioning. And there's nothing he
chance too. I mean, it's just so close, so neck and neck. Another claw spec coming in from Grey. It's too little, too late. The 38 opal bolt spec.
Grey is out of the tournament now, losing that. Really, and that is the final fight of the day. Still though, Grey doing an insanely good job with those redemptions. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't able to pull the fight back just completely. But still, Zematime doing a really good job outplaying her for sure. Still though, I will say that was a really even fight and it really came down to the wire on that one. Really good note to end on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at the tracker for that fight, we have Grey with 50% prey is correct to Zematime 61%, with Grey having 102 hits to Zematime's 113. So Zematime getting 11 free hits right there. Deserved damage. Looking at 725 for Grey, with Zematime having 847. So having a 122 lead right there.
Yeah, man, the deserved damage from both players right there. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised it went on for so long when they only dealt like so much less than that. But Zematime actually doing 650 and Grey doing 560. Wow, quite the difference. 100+ hits from both players. We don't see that too often whatsoever. And with that match, Grey is pushed out of the tournament, unfortunately for her, and Zematime continues on to the losers round 3 bracket. Unfortunately, though, for all of you lovely people in the Twitch chat, that was the final matchup of today's weekend of the NA West tournament bracket. We will be back again tomorrow, but before we do, we have a few things to check out. Should we look at the brackets one more time, West Ham?
Let's look at what we are going to be preparing for tomorrow. So tomorrow we are going to see Conodon versus Sanctified representing Kanini, Blazers, and Fruitcakes. Really strong player. He's extremely talented. So it will be interesting to see him go against Condodon, who beat Kemp Q, a fairly decent hybrid as well. So I think that's a really even matchup. Then again, moving on to the next fight, we have Minza versus Full Send. Both of them being extremely good, but still, it looks like 10-13 has got a decent bracket for himself. I think he's going to be able to take out his opponents here. King Sam definitely doing really well in this tournament so far, though. Might be an even matchup of 10-13 if he does beat Gosu. But I'm excited to see the fights for tomorrow, and I think we'll be in for a treat. We also will be watching Grizz and Adamzor, two Solid Tag members going against each other at the very end. And then we have KemQ and Skate going against each other tomorrow in the losers bracket as well. So that's going to be an interesting fight to watch. And I'm excited to see if KemQ as well, being the only, I do believe he's the last standing content creator in this tournament, if he can pull himself through the losers bracket.
Absolutely. What an exciting day of action it's been, though, and tomorrow we've got so many big names still to watch. I wasn't sure what to expect with the roster of this weekend, but we've got some heavy hitters. So don't forget, please don't miss out. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. through till around now, 1 a.m. once again, UK time that is. We will be back on this once more. Before we do close, I have to quickly have a look at a few plugs if you guys would like to check these lovely things out. So if you type !community in the Twitch chat, you can sign up to become a member of the community team, which offers all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. Also, Method provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels for a number of different initiatives, such as getting raids from other community members in the Method team, as well as raids from Method channel themselves, or maybe some Twitter shout-outs too. Definitely check that out, !community in the chat. Don't forget as well, Method have recently released some new merch, !merch in the chat. If you enjoyed the tournament, want to support the organization, and want to represent Method, then feel free to grab yourself a hoodie or a t-shirt. I've got a hoodie myself, very comfortable, good quality, soft, luscious, silky smooth. Yeah, go check it out. Also, as a reminder, !socials in the chat if you want to check out Method socials. Keep up to date with the tournaments every single weekend. $1,500 up for grabs from Method. In 2 weeks' time, we have the World Championship with an extra $3,000. Some of the best NHPKers in the whole of old school RuneScape are going to be competing during that. So it's going to be extremely competitive. You don't want to miss out on it. As well as that, I want to say a massive thank you, as always, to the broadcast team that's done a fantastic job of, sorting out the kinks that we had on the fly, and just making sure everything's ran really smoothly. To my co-caster, West Ham, my friend Casper, it's been a pleasure as always, buddy. I'm glad I got to cast with you as well again.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great time. I do think you and I really mesh really well together. So I think I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I also have to keep this disgusting schedule, unfortunately, until the end of tomorrow. Currently living on about an Australian schedule, but I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen tomorrow. We have a lot of big titans in this team contesting against each other, and one of my favorite things this month, actually next month, sorry, we'll be watching the grand final, because I do think that's going to be really interesting to see. We've seen a lot of players from EU and NA really bringing it home. I definitely have to root for my boys from the EU, though. I hope to see either Bill Jetty, 99 Strength Cape, or Richie really do a good job in the grand final.
In the World Championship, yeah.
But if you had to guess, who do you think will win this entire thing when we're going to be watching it tomorrow?
Like we've said it so many times, we keep repeating ourselves. The game is heavily RNG based as well. It can really go either way, but equally that's what makes it so exciting. You just don't know who's going to end up winning, and with so much money on the line as well. You definitely guys have got to tune in. 18 hours from now approximately, we'll be back again with some more fights to be shown and showcased, and we're also giving away $1,500 on behalf of Method. So with that being said, everybody, thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to drop a follow, and we'll catch you tomorrow, my friends. So take it easy. Bye.
Have a good day, everyone. Bye. Good.
happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated.